Hey, I'm on time. Well, kind of. I started streaming later than I intended to, in general, but on time from when I scheduled. Anyways, by the way, like yet another thing that makes Spork have Arlecchino vibes is, of course, her sitting and chilling idle. Of course, she's doing it fancy space-like. But, I mean, well, okay. Arlecchino's is kind of fancy space-like, too, because she's sitting on a chair she manifests out of nowhere that also is floating, so it's not that different. Arlecchino's has more style, let's be real. I don't dislike Skirk's floaty style here, but, you know, let's go for a different vibe. Like, Arlecchino's going for a... You don't want to approach this lady when she's sitting down like that in public, because you might die. Whereas Skirk's just looks like she's chilling, right? So that's fine. So, anywho's, they both have their own appropriate vibe. I'm a bit biased. I mean, I like both characters a lot right now. I just think they're both different vibes. Anyways. You won't remember seeing her anyways. You mean Skirk or Arlecchino? Does Skirk just erase the memory of people who see her? I would believe that. I find Arlecchino's chair too extravagant. That's fair. Yeah, I can see that. Like Arlecchino it feels like she's going out of her way to have her presence, right? That's what Arlecchino feels like. So, anywho's, Skirk's story quest is fire. Yes. So, as far as decisions, the reason I didn't title this specifically around quests is because I didn't know how focused I was going to be on doing quests. Need to decide what we do as far as quests. Because there's this, which I've heard is good. Is Skirk part of the new main quest? So there's a space in time for you. I want to do this. And I want to do this. I also wanted to yap about my YouTube channel. If you didn't see my community post, I might unlist the Skirk wishing video, honestly. I don't know. If you didn't notice, I also retitled it. I retitled it because there was an annoying comment that, like, thought that I was implying that, like I said my morals, right? Like, compromising my moral standards. And that was just like a joke way to present the video at the end of the day. It wasn't trying to be very serious. I wasn't saying... Like, I really dislike that people can't get across that when someone says that my standards are this, doesn't mean that I'm saying you can't have different standards. Like, why does everyone assume that just because one person takes a stance on something and then someone else has a different stance, that we can't mutually coexist with our different stances in a world together? I'm not saying these differences don't oftentimes arrive in conflict, but, like... Anyways, just the one person having that response was like, okay, I don't want this to be titled with the moral stuff, because I just don't need that on the presentation of the video, because that's not what I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to be preachy to you. I'm just trying to say that I'm compromising my moral standards by deciding to wish in the weapon banner when I know that it's a smart idea not to wish in the weapon banner. And the original idea was I was also going to have a sponsor, but then after I already started recording the video, I went and checked the messages and was like, oh, I guess I'm not having a sponsor. So, like, the format kind of immediately fell apart for the gimmick of the video, to be clear. It would have made more sense if the loot bar sponsorship actually happened. But it didn't. Anyways, point is, I wasn't, like, I was just trying to be silly with it. So it really freaking annoys me that even one person didn't understand that. Like, that thought I was trying to be preachy to them, when that's not at all what I was trying to do. I don't think there was anything in the video that presented meaningfully as me being like, you should feel the exact same way I do. So it just, whatever. But then they have that takeaway anyways. It's just like, god damn it. So, anyways, that, yes, that is yes. To be completely honest, it's not just this one person, but you'll find we're gonna yap about the wishing video first. That kind of thing, and like the wishing videos attracting, like, so like I see value in the wishing videos for attracting attracting viewers that wouldn't like watch a video that's like formatted around an Abyss challenge, for example, right? They obviously, I think we can all imagine that there are more people that might consider watching a wishing video on average than there's more than as far as like total pool of viewers goes, right? Total pool of players that would watch a YouTube video on Genshin. More are likely to maybe consider watching a wishing video because pretty much everyone does wishing in Genshin, right? Not everyone cares about Abyss, right? That makes sense. And that's where I see value in wishing videos and why like I've continued to make them is like they can be this bridge between that audience and maybe some of my yaps in there either can one just be hopefully simple baseline helpful advice, right, where I could just give like simple banner reviews. I was originally going to include in the video, right, my yap about Shenhe and how I don't think Shenhe is worthwhile, but I didn't feel like doing that because I don't know, too many people like Shenhe, and I was just like, I don't want to include my yap about Shenhe. And even if I pre-start the conversation with I like Shenhe too, I've gotten a lot of enjoyment out of her, but at the same time she's kind of not worth it. And then people would just be like, but Shenhe and one of the best Skirk teammates. It's amazing. But like one of the best Skirk teammates doesn't mean you need to pull her, which is the point. And like, but like people wouldn't. I knew that viewers wouldn't understand the nuance. There would be a bunch of edited viewers that wouldn't understand the point of what I was saying was that you don't need to feel baited. It wasn't me saying there's not any reason to get Shenhe for Skirk, right? It's just like not necessarily the priority consideration, but it's like a consideration. So. Anyways, like, I cut that out of the video, right? But then I left, like, the Zyphos Moonlight app, and my point is, like, I have, like, these, like, minor banner review things. Like, yeah, this weapon can be pretty good. And the reason I have this yap about this weapon is because, like, yapping about the fact that you could consider using this on Eonson, Escoffier, Emily, or a generic stack stick even for on-fielders, like, is context that I think is important and helpful to a viewer if they're trying to, like, if I'm trying to provide some of my knowledge about the game and my experience with the game to maybe help, not saying that you should rely on just my perspective, but maybe help someone make a decision on whether or not they want to like take the risk going in the weapon banner, right? And I'm explaining why I chose to take the risk going in the weapon banner, as stupid as it was, as much as it compromised my standards of like feeling like I should wish less than weapon banner, right? My standards, not yours. Then like, but I wanted it for Bennett because like new co-op content. I think I'll use Bennett a bunch of the new co-op content, and I wanted a crit stat stick sword that also got max buff. And then there's like 2 or 3 comments that didn't listen to what I was saying. Like there's a comment that's like, "Why would you pull it for Bennett? Just use it on Skirk." When I literally said in the video that like the value I'm gonna get from the weapon is being able to use it in multiple use cases, so on Skirk and Bennett, not just one. Like, I'm not always going to put it on Bennett. I'm not always going to put it on Skirk. That's fine. Like, it doesn't have to be glued to Skirk. Anyways, and, like, so I don't know. Like, my point is, with me, like, being frustrated at, like, these, like, lower common denominator, maybe? Or maybe higher common denominator. I don't know. These kinds of individuals that are, like, less informed, I'd say, in general, about the workings of the game, in order like is why I want to have like my summarized yaps without like in-depth explanation of anything in these wishing videos, is because those people probably weren't going to watch the other videos anyways, and that's where I can see their value. But then these people just don't listen to what I'm saying anyways, and then they take things completely the wrong way when all I was saying was like, don't get baited by Zyphos Moonlight. Like I just and like I don't know, like I think it's a problem like that, and that, to be clear, is a problem of like people still have a perception, and this is why I said it this way, is like I said don't get baited by it, because people have a perception that Zyphos Moonlight, in my opinion, is more valuable than it actually is. I think it was more valuable when it originally released, and it has lost value over time. It is a weapon that, despite how strong it can be, especially with refinements, hasn't really found many new use cases. Like, I like having the thing. I really do. It's an enjoyable weapon. But, like, do you need it? I don't know. I really strongly feel that you shouldn't specifically decide. This is why I said it. I strongly feel that you shouldn't specifically decide to wish on the weapon banner because of Zyphos, right? I don't think this should be the difference maker of wishing on the banner. This should at best be a minor benefit to wishing on the banner, right? that's ultimately all I was really saying. I was saying don't get baited by it. Like, I don't know, whatever. So, point being, do I continue making wishing videos in the future? In particular, in the context of like this Skirk video, maybe actually let me check the stats just in case it's increased since I retitled. I retitled the video to maybe the last wishing video I make. Okay, the impressions actually went up a little bit, so maybe maybe it will get more views. I don't know, but either way, it's probably going to be like one of my worst performing wishing videos, which is kind of surprising to me because of how popular Skirk is, right? And to be clear, I could have like thought of a better format for titling the video. I am pretty sure if I had titled the video, "What does $300 billion get me on Skirk's banner?" more people would have watched the video. It might have been one of my more watched videos because more popular characters wishing videos about them tend to get more views, right? Which is why it's surprising to me. I mean, yeah, I didn't like put it out like as soon as I possibly could. I could have tried to get it out the literal day of the patch update like I've done in the past, but I fell asleep. Oh well. So like, yeah, there wasn't enough pain. I don't know. Like I could try to retitle the video in something more clickbaity too that I don't like and whatever. Like I was prepared for. I could retitle the video. I was prepared for ultimate pain for Skirk. Maybe I still will retitle it that way. I don't know. But I don't like doing that. I don't know. It's because that's also not like the energy that I actually present in the video. Titling it that way implies I have an energy I think I don't for my content, and that's fine. I'm trying to do a different kind of content than other people. So I don't know. Like watching wishing videos, so I know I'm not the only one getting screwed over. Yeah, I haven't watched wishing videos from anyone in a long time. They were valuable to me for a while, to be clear. Like I think watching wishing videos is a good way to get a expectation of how the wishing system works, particularly when you're new, and like it has value. Gambit content is entertaining, and I think wishing content in video game is better than literal like slot machine gambling content that does exist. It's better than sports betting content that I'm sure exists online. I'm sure there's freaking content creators that exist entirely off of sports betting. Right. So, anyways. Has the Jeff found out anything more cursed with Skirk? Here, let me just message him. I think he's streaming right now, so... Wait. He gone. Oh. Did he stop streaming? Well, I'm gonna message him. Have you found anything more cursed about Skirk gameplay? Because I know he did another testing stream yesterday, but I didn't catch any of that one. So, he's on his EU account. Ah, I see. That makes sense. He's been progressing that EU account. I think he's progressing that EU account so he can do EU co-op, but thankfully, hey, another minor benefit of me... Oh, by the way, I actually did this last night a little bit, but, sorry, I'm getting really distracted. Finish my yap before I talk about other things. But yeah, good that I have an EU account already. Weapons only actually paying off a little bit for maintaining it for me, so I can use that account for co-op. To be clear, I don't have ideal characters by any means for co-op, but hey, if I get Skirk, I can at least, well, frick, I'm gonna have a Calamity of Ashu Skirk, which sounds kind of awful in co-op. Oh well, I guess. I don't know why we're doing this right now, by the way, but we're doing it. So, anyways, they are, yeah. I mean, like, you guys very likely watch my wishing videos, right? Quite frankly, you guys are the most terrible ones to ask about my wishing videos. And quite frankly, like, YouTube community polls also are likely, right? I did the YouTube poll. What is the poll at? To see, like, general sentiment. Okay, it has 632 votes. So that's a way higher ratio than I thought. 632 votes says nah. 86% says yeah, I like your Yap Gamba content. 14% says nah, keep wishing to live streams. But, like, I'm sure, I'm very likely all the people that have voted on that right now are people that watched the wishing video, right? The Skirk wishing video. But I think the people that are likely not to answer the poll are all the people that decided not to watch this Skirk wishing video, right? And that's what I like need to try to figure out. Is like, why aren't people watching this Skirk wishing video? What do I need to present it as if it is valuable? Because like the people that do watch it, seems like they do feel like they get value from it, right? So how do I change how I format wishing content in a way that is valuable, not just like hype content, but like informative, like I want it to be a little bit, but also Gamba content, but also formatted in a way that gets people to actually watch it without me having to spend top-ups for the format. Because like that worked. I think that did work. That was the most successful it has been, is what does X amount of dollars get you on Spork Spanner? That video, and then having the same Spork video, but I did top-ups on it and just did more total wishing and had actual money on the line, would probably have gotten a lot more people to watch. Rage bait? I don't know. I didn't watch it because I'm lazy. That's fine. So, anywho, you got too lucky. I mean, I agree I got too lucky, but, like, getting too lucky doesn't make people... Like, people know what the length of the video is when they choose to watch it, right? Like, getting lucky like I did was not... Like, getting lucky like I did was not to... By the way, I just had the thought. I have such good tenacity artifacts. That tenacity Dia in this team context is probably like really good. Like tenacity Dia should still get pretty decent personal damage. Not as good, obviously. But decent. And will buff Skirk more. Ah, frick. I'm gonna have to mess with that. Ah, crap. I don't have... The only problem is I don't... My circlet options are aren't anywhere near as good. So that muddles things. Anyways, sorry. How about viewer polls? Viewer polls is state of live streams. I don't know. I don't... Like people make viewer polls. I don't think I can compete with the bigger content creators doing viewer polls, quite frankly. Let's go check this down here. I feel like there might be something. So like I'm down with doing viewer polls more in live streams in the future. I just don't usually think about it enough ahead of time to actually plan to do that. So, yeah. No, Skirk doesn't use... oh, man. I wonder... I can't wait for the Skirk, so... The title... I might change the title slightly, but the concept for the Skirk video, the actual not Gamba content, is going to be something along the lines of, what if you don't use Skirk in freeze teams? I might take something a little bit... I might tweak the title idea around a little bit. But something around that, right? And... like... I wonder... I really wonder. Because, like... The teams I'm going to show are all teams that are, like... well more than competent enough for the context of Abyss. And I feel like... You know, the inevitable response is going to be like... Oh, but that team is going to be useless in the new endgame. And, like... I don't know. Anywho's, it's just like, it's gonna be funny, like seeing people be like, rationalize why there's that, like something that performs well. There's zero reason to actually do that. Do what I did. Like, why would you play Dia, Eons on Skirk together? There's no reason to ever do that, right? Anywho's, but. My hope is people will react positively. My suspicion this time around is... Is there a timer on this thing? Because like, that isn't active right now. Like, how are you supposed to get this one? Yeah, that one's not active right now. Did I just go too slow? Oh, frick. Oh, my God. I think I went too slow. Oh, there's a thing there. Okay, I see. So, anyways, like my suspicion is like the people that are just gonna like, be like, oh no, all the other people I watch say there's no reason to ever use freeze teams. And despite like watching a video that might like show teams working more than competently enough without being full freeze teams, like yeah, she can actually be surprisingly more versatile and feel enjoyable to play for the nuance of the burst and whatever, yada yada yada. But like they're just gonna be like, oh, why play that when this? And be like, I don't know, because you like these characters. Because like it plays in a way that feels different, and sometimes you want to have gameplay that feels different. Because gameplay that feels different has its value. I don't know. I don't understand how to get that point across more than just making the videos I make, but I don't know. Some people are just whatever. Anyways, you got me engaged in account review videos of the granny. Well, I don't even remember what that was. I don't even remember what that video was. Did I make an account review video with Molly? Anyways, decided Hoyle watches your Polearm-only videos and decided to give you 3 polearm supports. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said a while ago that one of the main things that Polearm-only could use is more options for like off-field electro units. And I didn't have any real expectation that they'd release another off-field electro unit. but like we got a Bennett, we got a Bennett alternative, we got a archetype enabler in the form of a Scofier. We have Chevreuse, the most stupid character on the account. We have Arlecchino is probably fairly important too. I don't know. It's just really funny how meaningfully stronger Polearm-only has become. Like, for whatever reason, Polearm seems to be a blessed archetype. Like, a character being a catalyst is usually a good sign for them being decently versatile, but it's still quite hit or miss. But like Polearms, for whatever reason, I feel like if they release a supportive unit on a Polearm, they tend to be pretty good. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm happy about it, I guess, over time, but oh well. Is there still something alive? Oh my god. Whatever. Anyways. Funny that this year's Emily is Polearm again. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I feel like they do be trolling me a little bit. Because, like, the release cadence of Polearms, apparently I should just plan on this next year. Like, my lesson learned from this year in Polearms-only is, as fun as it is, they have a Skirk profile picture. They probably want Skirk materials that I don't have for them, so I'm not going to let them in. Otherwise I would. What was I saying? Oh. So, I feel like the lesson learned from Polearms-only is plant. Okay. The lesson learned for Polearms-only is from this last year, right? Because the release cadence, right, was we went Arlecchino into Emily, and then no Polearm 5 stars, no Polearm 4 stars. The Kachina wasn't that relevant to wish for. We got her for free, and she's most of what she needed to be at for free. I did wish for like C2 Kachina, which I don't regret. I think that was actually worthwhile. But anyways, like until Eon-san, there wasn't much to wish on. Hence why, like, I decided to, like, you know, wish for Rosaria constellations, wish for Toma constellations, and in doing that, ended up getting Raiden constellations. Why I had the Primogems to decide to take the risk in going for Shenhe constellations on Chronicle Banner. But like now with like a Scofier release and then Infa releasing next patch, I think the lesson learned is I should just not do that. which is kind of annoying, but it should be fine, because I don't think there's that many high investment things that are that relevant to go for on Polearms-only anymore, other than like Eon-san constellations. So, and if Mihoyo wants to be really kind to me, put Eon-san on an Infa banner. But anyway, have they officially drip marketed Infa yet? I don't think they have. Maybe I should. Some people don't like me talking about the characters until they get drip marketed. Anyways, what I think about Infa, I can't give you real meaningful thoughts on them. I think anyone drawing a hard line of like, she's bad, it might be making the mistake of just looking at her personal multipliers. One, I think honestly, like, even ignoring the reaction thing, like just looking at her personal multipliers and the fact that she generates a shield is enough that like she has meaningful utility. Like having defensive utility and doing decent damage at a baseline in whatever archetype you choose to put her in is like already pretty good. And then she has the electrocharge reaction modification gimmick, right? Which is where you really actually have to evaluate her is like how valuable is this reaction modification? And we know now I'm sure someone has done the actual math. I'm pretty sure Jeff actually titled his stream today. Haven't checked it out. Pretty sure Jeff titled his stream today, like doing an Infa TC, and that's probably because we have the base damage formula now, which includes how because apparently all the characters who contribute to the reaction, their stats are contributing to how the damage is calculated for this modified electrocharge, which I believe does higher base damage, like just at a baseline, but then also has multiple units that contribute to it, but also and it can crit, by the way. Like, that's important. And if it's using multiple characters crit, it's just like, it's like a really kind of annoyingly complicated thing to answer, is what exactly is Infa doing for the team? And we needed the base damage at least to try to start actually answering that question. And my suspicion is with her baseline multiplier damage value and the little bit of buff she gives in the reaction modification, that she's probably going to be pretty good. Is she going to be like unique, like Escoffier level, where you need this character if you want to play future Electro characters? Probably not. But it depends on what that future kit is, right? If they make an on-fielder kit that's like Skirk, but around Electrocharge and has like, you know, when your team is only Hydro and Electro members, get 500% additional mega scaling. Like, that's basically what Skirk is for Hydro and Cryo, right? Well, then this character might be a best in slot support for that specific unit, but I don't think she's going to cause like this meaningful shift in the kinds of teams you would consider using many characters in just because of the new characters release. I don't think that's going to be the case. That's my vibe right now, without having done the math, and the math is kind of important in this case because this is a quite new thing they're doing, and I like that. So yeah. So Jeff said his damage is good. The reaction itself is only good for EM scaling crit DPS. Interesting. Okay. Huh. EM scaling crit DPS. So, by the way, look, every time they release an Electro unit, it's official buff. Inherently.
I created an...
But EM scaling Electro unit? EM... I know what you actually meant was EM scaling in a little bit of a different way, but like, for real though, this actually does buff a stringless official, because in previous Electrocharge teams, Skyward Harp is like just always better kind of thing, but now like stringless is going to be a much more interesting conversation in the context of Infa, and official's Electrocharges and her Electro application pooping out constantly is I don't know, and it might even change what the best build is on official. I don't know. Is Golden Trooper best build? I don't know. I'm pretty sure Infa is official buff. Just saying. Just saying. It's impossible not to buff official over time. She is the only character in the game that no matter what they do, unless they nerf her kit, she gets buffed over time because of how tied she is to the reaction system. So yeah. Anyways, we're gonna finish collecting artifacts here. One thing we also have to decide on before we get to questing. What do I farm today? I haven't finished. Do I want to? Okay. So like Mona is like my realization yesterday that if I end up using Mona seriously for Skirk, well, no, again, I haven't like meaningfully tested Mona for Skirk as a replacement for Freena, in which case this wouldn't be a problem. But anyways, my problem with like Mona as the last slot for Skirk teams for her full Hydro Cryo teams, is I don't like having to have an extra 5-star burst animation. I think I'd rather use like Rosaria or other 4 stars as my last slot most of the time. Or if I have to deal with a 5-star animation, for me personally, I'll just use Sealolly, because it will be stronger, because I have C1 R1 Sealolly is going to be stronger than Mona if I want to go super OP Skirk team route. For me personally, not as a recommendation for other people to do, but just for me personally. So like, I don't know, right? But Mona as an alternative to Farina is interesting, and again, one context of like that I think would be interesting too is like Mona as an alternative to Farina for DPS Lanyan is kind of interesting, but I think it's going to be a bit more sus there. So I don't know. I still might regret leveling Mona is my point, but at this point I'm kind of committed because I already farmed a lot of the materials. I think I need, and the only reason I'm fully ascending her is because ER. She kind of energy. She want energy. She kind of want that. So, especially if in the Lanyan team. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make the Lanyan team work properly with it, but I don't feel like doing the mushroom farming right now, so I'm not gonna subject you guys to that. But it'll probably be in a future stream. Point being, I think we need to do 2 instances, right? So 20 plus 12 is 32. Yes, we just need to do 2 instances of the boss. So this is gonna take a second because this boss is, yep. But anywho's, hello Arkeet, I'm doing well. But yeah, I don't know. I'll probably leave the Skirk wishing video up just for like record purposes. The reason to unlist it is like really poorly performing videos. Like, my concern is leaving it up might affect the performance of the Skirk video I actually want people to watch. Like, I don't care that much that a wishing video doesn't get that many views, because they're relatively lower effort videos. But if a wishing video getting lower views indirectly causes another video to get lower views, that upsets me a little bit, right? So, I don't know. What are we doing today? Farming a little bit. I gotta go. I want to go collect more artifacts. Like the overworld artifacts, by the way. Don't forget about that. And wait, I was gonna use the Shenhe to get an overworld. I forgot because I wanted to get Shenhe the Prince at level 10. I'll switch after this boss. To be clear, I think I will enjoy using this team in overworld. Beyond. Beyond. I hate squirrels. Sorry, what was I saying? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I'll switch to Shenhe just because I want Shenhe friendship. Oh yeah. Need to decide. I don't know. So here, chat. Decide. Here, I should probably. I can do the poll the next. Oops. Garbage unit dies against easy early game bosses. Why Polar? Alright, start a poll. Poll's not started yet. It's combat. What quests should we do? Squirk? Archon. Bam, there we go. There's a poll. Yeah, Skirk is like really not like oh wait. She should be more tanky in this. And you might be like, why did I not have a flower equipped? There's a reason for that, and that is because I wanted to turn off the stupid arrows for the thumbnail for the stream. I looked at her HP and I was like, that's lower than it should be. Like, she doesn't have that low of HP, but like she is a a unit you have to be a little concerned with living. Like, that might be a reason that some people choose to use Dahlia with her. Is just, you get to live easier. But anyways. Also, I don't know how long, like, the Skirk quest versus the other quest is. I've heard they're both pretty decent. Or both good. Well, or maybe they're not. I don't know. Anyways. Skirk is more interesting? Okay. Skirk felt like a chore. Skirk is longer. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, let's switch to a different team. Not that I don't like this. Not that I dislike this team. I just want to get friendship points on Shenhe. So I'm going to use this team. It seems to be very split, which is interesting. 56% say sport quests. And to be clear, this is like oh, I gotta start the boss. I'm asking this from a perspective of, like, particularly if you know what the quest is, or if you don't, I guess it's fine. I don't know, it doesn't matter. It was more just like which one would you rather see my reaction of? I would like to do both of them, but I don't know how long both of them are. I do need to work on my goal is to record and edit the Skirk video today, because that video is the plan. Maybe it will get canceled or for whatever reason, but the plan is for the video to be sponsored by Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact itself is sponsoring my Skirk shenanigans, and that means I have to get the video ready more ahead of time than I normally would have to. So I want to try to finish that today. Skirk's just 2 hours, 40 minutes. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can do both quests and call it a day. If it's like 4 hours total to do both, that should be doable. If I can stop yapping. What is I need to fix my chat. My chat window is not updating properly. Sorry. Hold please. What have you guys found your energy needs are for your Escoffier and Skirk teams? Wait, I just opened up my YouTube chat. Oh, sorry. Oh, it went away. Darn it. Like, there was a very long AI summary that the YouTube chat window was giving me because I opened it up in a not logged in Chrome window. It was giving me a very long summary about, like, the chat talking about Skirk and Archon Quest and like 500 other things. So it's like, wow. Like the summary was as long as, like, probably reading through a very large amount of the chat was. It's like not very summary, to be completely honest. I think it failed at being a summary. Much too high. Escoffier, Zarya, and Fab feel like 170 is too low. Yeah. I mean, I seem to be fairly comfortable without Fab on Escoffier. With 200. Like, this covers enough different teams that I'm happy with this. The build looks super cope, to be clear, because I have an attack circlet. If this was a crit damage circlet, it would look still pretty good for a Skyward Spine build, I would say. Right. Because this would be... what would have, like, if we assume a crit damage circlet with the same 7% crit rate in substats, and then we'd have like 40% more crit damage, right? So we'd have like 160 something crit damage plus about the same crit rate, right? Point being, a crit damage circlet would make this build look a lot better. And attack circlet is still, by the way, not actually bad for her. I've done the numbers. It is actually kind of my best option, basically, because I have the circlet and I can get use of it, and that's good. I'm not really concerned about the damage, minor damage increase from a crit damage circlet. But yeah, I kind of probably am just gonna leave it right on this. Like, it seems insane. It's probably a bit excessive for a lot of team contexts, like this one. Well, no, maybe not this one, but there are some team contests where that's definitely excessive. But I don't know. I just would rather not have to worry about it. So.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
If I was using Fab on her, I probably would try to get a attack time piece to work. And I think I could probably do that with Pow. Ow. I almost died.
Take your true form. We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters. Is that so much to ask for?
Alright. Last mono farming. Maybe the... Never mind. I was going to say maybe the last I ever have to farm this boss, but then I remembered that I probably am going to invest in St. Joe more in the future, and that will require more. Oh well. Okay. Water, 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 water. Alright. Yes, mono farming. Yeah, what's the poll at? 58% for Spork? Alright. We'll try to do both, but we'll prioritize the Spork quest. Yeah, apparently Dane's Life is not dubbed. Anyone that's done the Spork quest know if the English side is dubbed? In Spork's questline? Or is there any meaningful characters that make it? So I'm asking, should I change the JP or not? Because I do have the Japanese downloaded, so I didn't need to select that there. Everyone but Aether? Okay. No Dane's Life? Okay, yeah. So Dane's Life would be... if assuming we get to the Archon quest, because I'm assuming Dane's Life is not in the Skirt quest, but maybe he is. Should I switch to JP just because Dane's Life isn't voiced? I'm not doing it right now, by the way, but want to finish daily things, right? We'll do it in like 30 minutes, or hopefully less than 30 minutes actually. You can do his voice. I mean, that's fair. I could do that. I could try to do that. I feel like I could do a good, like, deep, edgy Dane's Life. I might be able to succeed at actually doing a relatively decent one. Alright. Sure. We'll stay English then, and then I'll just try to remember to voice him. Try it now? I don't remember any of his, like, lines or anything. I need to, like, see the lines to get my brain to, be like, ah, yes, this is what I want Dane's Life to sound like. Like, how gruff does it need to be? Like, I hate, like Dane's Life, like, isn't like a Zhongli style voice or anything, but I also feel like it wouldn't be unfitting to do a different style of voice for him that's more like... But that more gives the impression of him being, like, very old, because he's an immortal boy. So, I don't know. Do I want to go for something distinctly different, or do I want to try to emulate? I think I'd rather just go with something distinctly different. So maybe I'll just do something, like, more, like, old and gruff sounding. I don't know. Anyways. Let's go finish my little artifact real quick. While we figure out what we want to use my one condensed resin on. I mean, probably ley lines, realistically. if I'm going to level up Mona. I also need to get one more talent for this. Can't do that today. Okay. What's my Mora at? 2 million? That's plenty. Not really, but, you know. It's something. I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons. I don't know, something like that. That's not like that fancy of a voice, but I don't want to get too fancy on it. Is that a voice line from him originally? I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons. That's a more like anime emo boy way of doing it, I think. Go too fancy. Alright. I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons. So that's a little aggressive. I don't know. It depends on the context of the conversation. Right? I might. Don't need it. He is kind of aggressive. Yeah, it might work. Too much emotion. Just sounds like your normal voice. Well, I'm not saying I'm a voice actor. You said to voice him. I'm not saying I'm actually a real voice actor. There's a difference. There's a difference. I ain't applying for the position. Say when the imposter is sus. Indane. When the imposter is sus. What? Like, just say that? When the imposter is sus. I don't know. Anyways, he's usually annoying. Yeah. Just angry at existence. It's like me. It should be easy. That's why Dane's life is just gonna sound like me normally. Because that's what I am. No. I'd like to think I'm not as emo as Dane's life anymore. No, I'm gonna decline your request, meow. Actually, I'm tempted, because I think it'd be funny. Daddy is back with the milk. Okay, let's surely that's a voice line in the quest. Oh boy. Anyways, get me artifacts, yoink. I was taking a peek-see through to decide if how much I want to commit to. I think I am going to commit to trying to refine my spork build. It's still hard to be like, yeah, I want to definitely go with her signature artifacts. I think I do still, even with C1, but I'm not gonna know for sure. So it's like, I don't know. Because again, like, I feel like the best path for me right now is gonna be re-rolling this goblet, which this goblet is definitely better for her in this team. Re-rolling this goblet until I get, you know, my ideal is just no bad rolls. Once it's no bad rolls, I'll seriously consider just stopping, right? Because it shouldn't be that unlikely to get something like, let's say, one more crit roll and then another attack percent roll, right? That's an extremely good goblet, significantly better than this one. I would prefer if the balance went a little bit more into crit rate for my current build context. Having Skirk on her signature weapon, and she's a crit damage ascending character with this weapon giving a bunch of crit damage, really biases you, I think, to wanting more crit rate substats. It's just a little bit weird for me in my case, because there's definitely teams. I mean, there's hydro cryo teams that even have problems with cryo resonance, but like there's definitely teams where I think I will want, to stop being able to speak. Where I think I will want a more crit rate, right? Because this is a usable build right now with cryo resonance. Like, it's fine. 80% crit rate is fine. Would prefer a little bit more at a baseline, even with cryo resonance. But then there's teams where without cryo resonance, this is a very cope amount of crit rate. Like, it's a very, very bad ratio, right? And like, yes, the answer is I should just use a crit rate circlet, but I don't have one that is worth considering. Like, I can't stomach the idea of using this one right now. One, because it doesn't function properly in the freeze team context. Again, I want a universal option where I don't have to frickin' change things all the time. So, like, I don't want to have to be like, oh, I'm using Skirk in this team today, now I need to change this circlet. Like, no, I just want to get the build good enough to where I can leave her on this build where it's, even if it's like a non-optimal crit ratio, it's good enough. It'll be functional, right? So for me, that'll be like having her at 70% crit rate at minimum at a baseline is all I really need, and I'll be happy. And in this context, this means basically getting this goblet to reroll more into crit rate. Like, that reroll, by the way, that reroll twice into crit rate and then twice into flat HP, or 3 times into flat HP, arguably because of my need for having more crit rate, would have actually been better. But like, I couldn't stomach keeping the 1000 flat HP, right? So, anyways, how's the new loadout QL? I haven't actually looked at it. All right, let's see. I actually forgot. Fast equip, custom configuration. Okay, it just looks a little different. Okay, so now I can like, but now okay, so I can select what happens if I here. Set type. What happens if I tell it to do tenacity? What? Just do that. No, frick you. Alright. Wait, you didn't... Oh, because it... Can I change settings? There we go. All. There we go. Okay. But the problem is, right, like, it does this. Where it's asking to use my script goblet. And, like, this is the pain in the ass. Also, it still didn't do 4-piece tenacity. What's wrong with you? Why did it not... I told it to do 4-piece tenacity. And it's like, oh, you want a 2-piece tenacity. No. What is wrong with you? All right, I don't care. It's garbage. that's my thought. Is there cases where I might try to get it to work for particular characters that I have to swap all the time? Maybe. But I've honestly lately, if you haven't noticed, I've just gotten kind of lazy, and most of the time I'm just like, hey, this character is not on like I should have this support unit on this artifact set in this team context. I don't, because I don't want to change it. And it's fine. I had to call it early. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't believe them because they didn't show any UI. They didn't show any UI that showed choosing a specific artifact. So that's why I didn't believe them. I apologize for being right about that. But they had let me down in the past with calling things loadouts that weren't loadouts, so I couldn't actually believe them. To be clear, this is more useful. I will give them that it's more useful. As an example, let's try to here, what does it do? No. Do Marasusis. Like can I get it to do Marasusis? That is what I would probably use. Why? Oh, it's because they're equipped. Ugh. Okay, this might be bungled now, but let's see. Okay, so this is equipped to other characters, but I think this might be fine. We kept the cryo goblet, which makes sense. Yep. Sure, that's fine. Yes. What is her crit rate at? It's too high. Great. Okay. Okay. How do I... So can we configure this where it doesn't prioritize crit rate? For... What if I just add attack percent as a priority rather than a secondary? Maybe that'll do it. No, it didn't change anything. Oh, it changed the feather, which is good, because that is the better feather. That's a little better. But still, the ideal crit rate for like a freeze Farina team context is, generally speaking, going to be, 85 minus 36, so 49. So we're still, a little overcapped. And the main thing I would like it to do right now is select my circlet that has no crit rate substats. So we'll still be like a little overcapped, but like not anywhere near as much. That has no crit rate substats, and then selects 20% attack. And it should also probably select a different flower. This makes sense. This makes sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. So what if I just deprioritize crit rate here and put crit rate as a secondary? You can put crit rate as a secondary. Wait, what? No, I didn't hit confirm. That's why. Okay. Put crit rate as a secondary. All right, it got this. It got 48% crit rate, more crit damage, more attack. It did it. Let's go. Holy. It took forever. But there you go. It can be useful. Because now this is here. And I can go into fast equip. And I can, bam. Sick. That's cool. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. Why is newbie on attack sands? I don't remember. Because I don't use them. That's the answer. Okay, so here, just do recommended. And this is what she currently has. That makes sense. The only thing I think I might do... Well, no, I'll just leave it for that for now. I was going to say I might try to configure it to prioritize an attack goblet, not a cryo goblet, for her galleries build. But it's fine right now. Actually, honestly, even for this team context, I'm just using this team in Overworld mostly right now. I'm going to put her on attack goblet. The only reason is just it has a not garbage ratio for non-freeze teams, right? This is a little worse with this team, but it's fine. All right. So yeah, there are contexts where it can be useful. Like, this is the most loadout we've gotten as far as a loadout system goes. And let's see, I should be able to change this to attack goblet, and let's see if it recommends the goblet. Yeah, it recommended the goblet I have on her, which is as figured. Which is also maybe, well, not necessarily proof, but partially at least proof of me knowing what artifacts to choose. But anywho's, to be clear, there's other attack goblets if I chose to. Here, let's see what happens if I change settings. All. See if it shows a different attack goblet. I think it might. No, it didn't. Oh, interesting. Okay. I thought I was gonna recommend Shenhe's attack goblet, but all right, that's fine. Okay. Anyways, you can also pick specific artifacts which are recommended, which is nice. Wait, you can? Where? How? Check alternatives. Oh. Oh, you can. Wait. What? I was told you can't. Wait. So, here's an example of a character that needs a loadout. Oh, it doesn't save. Oh. I see. Okay, never mind. Real question though. Can we... We can. Okay. We don't need that. That's selected. ER maybe. Actually, no. ER is a priority stat. What? Can I get it to do an instructor build preload for her? What? No, I said do ER. Did I not do E? Oh, no. My bad. I hit the auto. Do ER. Cryo, crit. Okay, but the... Why are you selecting a non-leveled flower? Oh, wait, this might be why. There we go. Okay, sick. It keeps on selecting a goblet, though. That's like, okay. Stop with the goblet. Just do that and see what happens. Main affixes can't be empty. Okay. So it's recommending a goblet that is annoying. And herein I think lies the issue. Where I would prefer it like set this one, right? Wait, so you can switch it. Oh, it doesn't. No, it doesn't remember it. Oh, okay. You're right. Okay. Why doesn't it remember it? It's so close to actually being useful. Ugh. Why wouldn't it remember it? Like, they actually have an interface for it. It just doesn't... So this is really annoying, right? Where, like, I obviously don't want to yoink my Escoffier artifacts. So I think what the solution is here, though, to be clear, is I go to have a loadout for Noblesse for Zarya and have a loadout for instructors, right? is the idea. So first of all, let's just get the noblesse done, which is probably just going to get it. Yeah, well. God dang it. I don't want... God dang it. Just use the one I have equipped already, you freaking twits. It's also not better because the crit rate is much more important on her than... No, we can probably fix that. Crit damage is nice, to be clear. I would like some of it. But I think this will fix it. There we go. Sick. Okay. Annoying that it took the doing that a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So can we get the instructors one to do the same thing where it recommends this goblet and then these instructors pieces? I think we can. If we go... I think we can if we go and unequip Chungyun's pieces. Does this work? So remove. Remove. Okay. Go to Rosaria. Fast equip. Change settings. Save. Frick. Wait. No. Sorry, I forgot to do this. Only artifacts not equipped. Yes! Okay. Okay. So now it's here. It's here. I can back out. I can go back in. To be clear, by the way, I might have to muck with things still because I think it would probably be preferable if it used this cryo goblet. Actually, I wonder if it'll do that. Here, actually, sorry, let me check. Remove this. It's like, this is not bad though. I don't know. Like, it depends if I need the ER, the extra ER or not.
All
But
things
oops, didn't mean to back out. What does this build have? So it's a fab build, to be clear. 212 ER. Oh, it's fine. Never mind. It'll be fine with the 4-star piece. So this is fine. The crit rate's a little bit lower than I prefer. Because I think it didn't select... Or no, I think it's a little bit lower than I prefer because it's using this piece. Well, no, it'd be low. I don't know. I think this is fine. This might have been what I was using before. I don't remember. And then the Blessed build is fine. So this is, again, more of a Escofia team build. Not an ideal Escofia team build by any stretch of the imagination. But perfectly cromulent. Okay. So, this is a little clunky, obviously. But I got it to do it. And the question is now, if I choose to equip those instructor pieces that are in her loadout, does it still have them there? Because that loadout was configured as a don't use anyone else's artifacts loadout. The hope would be that it doesn't switch them. Because if it does switch them, that's really annoying. So we're just going to go and equip those pieces. Just this one. And I believe this one. Yeah. Frick, it does bungle it. That sucks. See, that sucks. Like, I really wish we just had it save these exact artifacts and never fucking change them button. The fact that it auto changes them based on what your other characters have equipped, that makes it really annoying. Because that means that you can't actually reliably know for sure. Like, you have to try to, that means unless you know the artifacts are not being used already, which means like why are you using a loadout system? If you happen to have that perfect knowledge, like, yeah, it just saves the search parameters. Exactly. It doesn't actually save what the list is. It saves the search parameters. And then it does the freaking cryo. And if I select all, then it does the freaking cryo goblet. I could try to get it to do a different goblet. Like, what if I do an attack goblet? It wants Shenhe's attack goblet. What if I tell it to do an HP goblet? Farina's goblet. Oh my god. What if I tell it to do Dav Goblet. It tries to... What? Oh, I didn't save it. Doomed. It's doomed. Yeah. So, like, for instructors, it's useless. This is useless. Because, like, I can just go into my artifact screen and, like, it's pretty easy to find the instructor pieces because they're 4 stars, right? Even if I don't have a filter set, I can just be like, zoop, all down to the instructor's location. It's very easy to catch it in my eye and stop there. So, like, it's not that big a deal for instructors. But it's annoying. And, like, once I switch off of instructors, for example, there's a problem's going to happen, right? If I switch off of instructors, sorry, switch to instructors. Wow. Cool. Hey, look at that. Now we're on an instructors build for, like, using with my Arlecchino. Sick. Oh, but now I want to use Rosaria with a Scofier. But hey, I had my Noblesse artifact preload saved. Except, yep. Because of the fact that it was set to only artifacts not equipped, and I had swapped artifacts that were equipped, the Noblesse pieces that were on Rosaria are now equipped in Chongyun, so therefore it doesn't. And if I press use all artifacts, then it's going to use different ones that I didn't. This is nearly useless. This is near useless outside of, I think, for some main DPS characters. Like Skirk. Because like I have my MH artifacts in my case specifically. Because the Skirk artifacts are only going to be equipped with Skirk. So yeah, the loadouts I can just set to the Skirk artifacts and it should just get the Skirk artifacts because I'm not going to farm that many. I'm not going to have that many options and they're not going to be equipped to other characters. Generally. And MH is such that, like, I just use MH flexibly based on when I need it. So, like, I will probably use this system a little bit for MH loadouts because there's no one unit I leave permanently on MH in my account, right? So that makes it actually relatively useful for me to just be like, yep, go in here, get the configuration set correctly, but I can tell it to use MH and then use all artifacts, and then it'll be able to be work for that. But I don't know. It's a really bonkers decision to me, especially because they, like, even have this UI to select an alternative piece of any piece you have, but then it doesn't actually save the pieces. It just saves the settings, and that's bonkers. Why does it save the settings and not the actual pieces? That's all it had to do. This would actually be really useful if it just saved the pieces. Why would they do it that way? I don't know. To be clear, though, the fact that the UI exists there makes me think their intent with it was for it to actually be in loadout system this time. And they almost succeeded. They almost succeeded. They just, for some reason, decided to make it not save the actual artifacts instead of saving the settings. But that could be something they change, right? Like, they now have done all the hard work. They have the UI. The configuration system actually works pretty well for this, and then lets you manually select anyways. All they need to do is make it so it actually saves the pieces that are selected, not the settings. And that can just be like a toggle, right? It could be a toggle in this page where it's like save artifacts or save settings, right? Just some kind of toggle, like right by this button or whatever. Or over in the left side configuration screen. So I don't know. Like if it's easy to say, like, oh, it might be them intentionally trying to screw over the players. I don't think it is. But anyway, so yeah, for someone like Rosaria, this is basically useless. This is basically useless for support sets because my support sets get shared around too much, right? And that's where, like, a loadout could have been most useful, is for support sets. So that's unfortunate, is all it is. There it is. Oh well. Oh well. That, alright, there we go. Back on to Bless. Wait, could I farm this today? No. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's still useful in some ways. Like I said, I think it will be genuinely nice to have for MH for me. But for other people, it won't be useful for 4-piece MH. Why? Because for a lot of people, they might leave someone like Nuvilet permanently on 4-piece Martial Hunter, right? I don't. I have no character in the game, I think, that I permanently leave on 4-piece MH. So I can relatively freely just go to... As an example, this will make it more convenient for me to play Kirara when I want to play Kirara. So we'll just do recommended stats first and see what it says. No, I disagree with you. Okay, we are going to manually configure that. So 4-piece Marasasi. Attack. Dendro. Crit. Probably crit damage. It doesn't do weapon, which is unfortunate. And I'm selecting crit damage because I think I can either... Frick me, is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. No, let's look at what weapon she has right now, because it's going to change based on what weapon I put on her, right? Here, give that to her and see how it recommends around Jade Cutter. Yeah, there's two things I want to check. I want to see what it does for an emblem build, and I want to see what it does for a Marasasi build. Emblem build is less ideal, though, because, again, there's characters I actually leave on emblem permanently. So I know it's going to, like, if I choose emblem, it's going to steal an artifact from Raiden, for example. But it's not the end of the world if it does that, right? And this would probably be crit damage. Yeah, we're on. Oh yeah, definitely we're on J Cutter. In fact, it's gonna struggle to make a J Cutter build, I think, for Mars to say properly. But we'll see what it does. Crit damage, attack percent, crit rate. Actually, I'm gonna put ER as a priority as well. Yeah, that's not ideal. But I don't blame it. Yeah, I don't blame it. It technically could have chosen a different goblet that would have been preferable. I did tell it to prioritize ER. If I remove the ER, it'll probably do something slightly differently. Yeah, it just... It's a relatively similar situation, just more crit damage. Okay. Interesting. So, like, I don't know if I'll actually want to use this one, because I don't know. This would be a, What if I, do include here? Put, oops. Attack down here. Crit rate. And ER as priority stats. Bam, save, but then switch to this. There we go. Okay, yeah. So this is what I probably do. It's not surprising, right? So for our Marasasi build, I switched to a crit damage static weapon, and that's obviously a good situation here. Recommend that. Okay, the fact that it chose this, you know what? Kudos. The fact that you chose this over like something that had more crit damage, I think this was actually the correct choice for it to do. Good job, Mihayo. Like, I think it actually shows great pieces. This one's a little weird. I think it might be better to choose the other one because I think but it depends on my ER needs exactly. It's not like I don't have a complaint about it choosing the way it did, right? So that was good. Okay, so I got it to configure out something that makes sense there. The only thing that's weird is like when I change the weapon, it's going to change the recommendation, right? Yeah, which is just kind of goofy. Hey, look, 36% over Captain Curry. But that's fine. So let's leave her on well, no, I'm gonna leave her on J Cutter. I want to see what it does for emblem. Because I can leave those settings for Marche, and then just remember that I have to switch the weapon, and then I can go and click the loadout, and then use that for Kirara. And like, this is gonna make me play Kirara more often, quite frankly, as this system, to give them some credit for the system being valuable. This will make me want to play Kirara more often, because the reason I don't play her more often is because I don't feel like clicking through 100 different screens. And so emblem would be a non-Farina context, of course, for DPS cat. Crit rate, crit damage. And I think I'm just going to put ER and attack percent as secondary priority stats. I think this will make sense. We'll choose all. And it entirely yoinks character pieces from Raiden, which is, yep, that makes sense, I guess. I think she might actually have more ER needs than this sometimes, but yeah, this is what I expected, to be clear, for the emblem build. And that's fine, because if I was actually going to be like play DPS cat on emblem, I have had to steal artifacts from Raiden in the past anyway, so it's fine. I'm actually not sure about this selection here though, versus here. I bet this will change if I unselect ER here and put it in the priority stat. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Use this piece instead, which is less crit damage, meaningfully, but more ER. So going up to 180, which, if I recall, it did a different flower too. That's not ideal. That's why the crit damage dropped so much. Okay, I would have not changed the flower personally. Okay, that's a little awkward. I don't know if I can get it to do what I would actually choose to do, but okay. I don't know. I'll leave it as how I said it before, because I might find this acceptable. But yeah, like it's at least like this one's like fine, in that the only downside of this is that it yoinks my Emily goblet, which is annoying, but I can just put Emily on something else. Show stats for Skirk? Sure. Right, I can just go out of my way and go and beforehand go and slap go and slap Emily on the, whatever goblet here. Doesn't matter. Just anything here. Like, she'll function on something else, right? So I can work around that. Anyways. But yeah, it's still like not very fully featured, and frustrating that it just doesn't have a save button, or it doesn't have a save option for the actual artifacts that you select rather than the settings. That's all it is. But it still could be useful in some way. So it's not a negative change to the game by any means, it's a positive change. Just a slightly frustrating one because it's like so close. It's so close to something really, really useful. And now, it's basically useless for support sets, where I think loadouts were needed the most too. So, yeah. My stats for Spirit are that right now. She's on an attack goblet. Which, no, it doesn't necessarily make sense for this team, but it's fine. I'm running her signature weapon. Who cares? Her signature weapon is enough of an upgrade that, like, whoop-de-frickety do. I can, like, yeah, I don't know. That was part of the reason I didn't care about switching her off of attack goblet for the teams that it made sense to switch her off attack goblet in the previous video, previous stream, is because I was using her signature weapon for most of the teams anyway. So it's like, okay, even if attack goblet is unoptimal in a lot of the teams I was trying, it gives a better crit balance, and I'm already having a thing that's a high investment thing that's uplifting things anyways. Worst case scenario, oh no, my Skirk's damage performance is slightly more comparable to a non-signature weapon Skirk. Slightly. It's a signature weapon is still doing more than like the difference of Cryo Goblet versus Attack Goblet would be in any of those teams. So, most efficient use of fragile resin is it ley lines. I mean, you don't have to use fragile resin. I would save some. I think it makes sense to save at least like a backup of 10 to 20 on demand for when you need it, because like you might be like, oh crap, I wanted to use this character today, but I forgot to finish leveling this, or I need this tiny bit more resources to finish talents or weapon ascension or whatever. and having a little bit of backup, or for saving for, like, say the character next patch, I believe her boss is coming out with the patch. So if you wanted to be able to get her leveled up day 1 or day 2, you're probably going to need fragile resin to be able to level her to fully the first couple days. So, yeah. But otherwise, just, I don't know, use it on resources you need. I don't think it necessarily makes sense. Actually, that's I don't know, an interesting idea. If you, like, don't spend any fragile resin for a long time, like, and you said you had 160, what if you just choose to go spend all of that on ley lines? How much more do you get from that? So 150 times 60, 9,000 divided by 20, that's 450. 450 times, what is it, 60,000 you get? 450 times 60,000. That's 27 million more. You'd be set for a while. Not that long, to be clear, though. I don't think that makes sense to do, but you could do it. You could just spend 150 fragile resin on Mora. Gonna grind primos and Polearm-only. Probably gonna have to. Yeah. So, anyways, resin today, because I can't level up weapon. Need to level up a Fav Lance. One more Fav Lance to 90 at least. Probably 2, ideally. 61,000 of AR-60. Yeah. I had 20 million Mora and never farm Mora ley lines. I mean, yeah, if I hadn't, like, started, I don't know. Like, I don't know. If I was still playing Genshin today and hadn't started, like, making content, right, where I have this active incentivization to level a lot more characters than I normally would have, would I have some of the resource problems I have? Probably not. I suspect I would not feel the need to level... Sorry, my brain. I would... This character is just visual brain rot, and it stops my brain. I feel like I would not feel the need to farm ley lines like I do. So, I don't know. Yeah, artifact leveling takes a lot more. I don't know. It wouldn't be the worst decision in the world to just use all your fragiles on Mora. And it would give you flexibility for a long time, right? Skirk rot, yeah. I'm gonna be salty if this rolls crit rate, by the way, because if this rolls crit rate, because part of what I was, like, considering, you know, being like, whatever, I'll just use the resin here, is because, yeah, Veresa artifacts, I won't mind. Whatever other plunge meme artifacts, fine. I'm fine with spending resin this domain. And I like Skirk enough, I wouldn't mind, you know, getting I wouldn't mind perfecting her build by trying to get, like, a 4-line timepiece kind of thing. Or a 4-line flower, particularly a 4-line flower with attack percent. Like, these are very good artifacts, obviously. Both extremely usable. I don't need them to be better, but I wouldn't mind them being better. Particularly with rerollers existing now. But the fact that it just trolled me and gave me a crit damage circlet, I already have a crit damage circlet in that set, and it's a competent one. Not incredible. A little sad how it rolled, but by no means unusable. If this rolls crit rate, I'm going to be a little salty, because I much more would have preferred this in the other set. That's all. Okay, we're fine. I don't care. Yes, I know. But also it's not. Like, not really, in my opinion. Like, yes, Mara Sussy Hunter is very good. Honestly, it doesn't really fucking matter. Like, I showed gladiators yesterday on, in practice, gladiators versus Mara Sussies versus their signature artifact set. You can see the difference depending on what things you're doing. A little bit. Like, I think you see the difference of her signature artifact set the most, the more you're using her burst. Whether specifically as a burst DPS playstyle where you're doing burst consistently, or even just as you're only doing the burst 2 times per Abyss run. But 2 times per Abyss run is honestly enough that, like, I kind of feel that her signature artifacts could be worth it to some people. Also, you're freed from Farina, which is the more important context, in my opinion. Not having, like, she can perform pretty well without Farina. I think there's reasons to have an artifact set that lets her not be paired with Farina. But, like they're essentially the same, right? And that's a good thing, because, yeah, if you can just use your existing Mara... Hello. If you can just use your existing Mara Sussy artifacts, that's a good thing.
All right, this should do the trick. Sharp eye, traveler.
But if you use the burst, you lose the normal attack bonus. Oh, well.
Here, check this out. A new formula I just whipped
It's
up.
fine.
Works like
It's only a
charm
couple
for
seconds of
juvenile
downtime.
saurians suffering from appetite loss. Just one problem.
But
It's too
anyways,
good. If juveniles
do I
were
love that there's no
appetite
ideal
issues,
artifact set?
Let's just say they
No,
start
I think it doesn't matter. I just don't care. Because, like, every time I've, like, tested the meaningful nuances of, like, these minor differences between different artifact sets, it just doesn't matter. Whenever it comes into practice on any specific account, it's more dependent on how much resin you have into a particular set. And then there's the gladiator factor in the cases of Skirk as well, where, like, depending on your gladiator artifacts, you might have better gladiator artifacts that get you faster clear times than your Marashase Hunter artifacts. Oh, but it's 10% worse. 10% worse doesn't mean gladiator can't compete. You might have better substat quality to make it compete better. And you get gladiator pieces from farming bosses for the last 4 years.
Swipe 2 tablets while I wasn't looking, and
Still that room for seconds, bro.
looks like the flavor.
24-second downtime? What do you mean it's 24-second downtime? When character has 0 energy, normal attack damage, burst damage is increased. After the character does normal attack damage, burst damage stops. If the character does burst damage, the normal attack stops for 6 seconds. What do you mean it has 24-second downtime? It has, like... What? After a burst, you can use skill for 24 seconds. So you're not getting the buff of that. What? What do you... What? What do you... What? I don't... I have no idea what you're trying to explain. I don't know. Sorry. 2 bursts in Abyss, 12-second downtime for each normal attack and burst. Where are they getting... Okay, yeah, I can see we're sure. If you're doing 2 bursts in Abyss, you're getting 12-second total downtime. But, like... 1, I think you're not usually doing 2 bursts per Abyss chamber, unless you're specifically doing... you know, a short field time burst DPS Skirk every rotation, in which case the downtime doesn't matter at all. Because you're only doing burst DPS. So if you're doing burst and normal attack, like... I don't know. It's just like... use whatever f***ing artifact set you want in your account. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It, like, so doesn't matter. Your team matters 9 million times more than your artifact choice. And how much resin you spend in particular artifacts matters. Like, you can, yes, if you burst and then you skill in, like, the first rotation in the first chamber specifically, it'll have some downtime. But if we're talking the second chamber, you burst first, spend a little bit of field time on someone else, go back to her, use her skill, after her 8-second cooldown is done, you should have the normal attack buff. We're gonna kill him if we do this, I think, but I like how there's no enemy tanking enough in the game to properly test this without powering down characters, but oh, we need to get, well, oops. Okay. Let's see if it even lives. so like, oh, I should have done a tappy or whatever. And then we go back, right? We have the little indicator for the buff. Unless that's the weapon buff. There's too many freaking arrows. Might be. Is the weapon buff indicated by the arrows, or is that just the artifact set? I know the artifact set is indicated by arrows. Well, no, it's always going to show arrows because it's always going to be one or the other. Ugh. Okay, never mind. There's no visual indicator. Hey, it did live at least. But I don't know. I don't think it's right to say they have no idea what they're talking about. I just, unless something is functioning with the artifact set that is not as it's described, like, why can't that work, right? Why can't you do a burst on Skirk? Then you're waiting on cooldown for her skill. By the time her skill comes back, the 6 seconds will have passed. You do a skill, a normal attack, and whatever. So, like, it's only a problem for the first chamber? Oh, no. I don't know. But, like, it's not really that much of a problem in the first chamber, because the first chamber has the advantage that you can get this, do the skill immediately. Because you're starting with full energy, you can do full energy burst and do a skill immediately after. And anyways, when normally you can't do that when you're bursting on her. So it's not even really a problem, because you're getting such an advantage from that in the first place. That's my guess. But I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something about how people are playing or whatever. That there is actually a problem. I don't know. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Anywho's. Someone mentioned Blizzard Strayer before, by the way, which honestly, I'd have to get a really ideal Blizzard Strayer build for me to consider it. Right? Which I have none of. I have none of the artifacts for this. Not even anywhere close. Well, sorry, I have this. Which would have to yoink from Lanyan, but I'd be fine with yoinking this from Lanyan, I think. But like, nope. I'd have to get like a literally near perfect, so like ridiculous flower, ridiculous time beat. So I'm imagining, let's imagine a Blizzard Strayer build. I'd be willing to keep her on 100% of the time, because the idea is that 4-piece Blizzard Strayer, yes, against enemies that can't be frozen, is just 20% crit rate, not 40%. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you don't get the full 40% crit rate, yes, obviously this is just a lot worse than Mara Sussy Hunter. But again, this is an artifact set that would free her from the curse. Well, never mind. This wouldn't be ideal for me, because I'm going to plan to play her outside of when Cryo is on enemies. So never mind. I don't think it's that much of a consideration for me, unless I do only end up playing her in freeze teams long term. But based on my testing yesterday, that's not going to be the case. So no, I don't think it's worth farming. But on a hypothetical, if you're only playing her in freeze teams, right? What kind of stats would I want for it to be comfortable, even with the Blizzard Strayer build, even with the fact that you're not getting this 20% crit rate? I guess it would have to be 65% crit rate. I'd want to hit like exactly 65% crit rate, so that way I'm always at 85% crit rate. Oh, sorry, not 65, 45% crit rate. So it'd be 65 with this 20%. Because, wait, is that right? Or is it 50%? So we have Cryo Resonance, 15. And then I want 20% crit rate headroom for when enemies can be frozen. So that's 20, so 35. So that would be 65. But that's with the 20%. Yeah, so 45. So I'd want to hit 45% crit rate in her base stats. Which is doable. It's very doable. I don't know. I think you can strongly consider Blizzard Strayer and be fairly comfortable with it if you can reach that ideal stat balance and you're only going to play her in freeze teams. Right? Like I would consider that, particularly with C1. And particularly if you already had compelling Blizzard Strayer artifacts. But I would, with the fact that I got C1, I would consider farming it even if I end up in the circumstance of, one, I already have that really good flower. So like that having that flower available, right, gives me the ability where like all I would need is to get 30% more crit rate and substats across 4 other artifacts, which is quite a lot of flexibility, right? So like I'd probably be able to do it. It would just take a lot of resin still, because I still need, crit damage stats and whatever, right? So I don't know. It's a consideration maybe for the future, I guess. But the fact that it's not going to apply, the Blizzard Destroyer is not obviously a relevant set in the Dia team context, right? So, yeah. This is a Sasuke themed Bongo Cat. Not really intentionally. I just happened to get that big. What do you call it? What do you call the thing? I don't remember what you call this. There's a specific word for that thing. But anywho's,
And where are we go?
so I don't know. As far as the downtime on her artifact set, I don't think it's that much of a problem. But maybe it is. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe there's something misunderstanding. The character's new. I don't understand what I'm misunderstanding right now, based on what they explained. If I am misunderstanding something. Anywho's, I thought Skirk was supposed to use either burst or skill for damage, so the downside would just be irrelevant. No, she can use burst and skill in one rotation. For example, actually, the one of the main nuances that actually potentially I think makes Shenhe more of a strong consideration is if you want to do 30-second rotations with Skirk with Shenhe, because Farina can reset her burst every 15 seconds. So it's like, so doing 30-second rotations, you're going to have downtime on Shenhe burst because of 20-second rotation, but that's fine. But you can do, I assume you do 2 Shenhe hold skills, right? So you do 2 Shenhe hold skills, 30 seconds per rotation. That reduces your, I think you want, I think it's weird. I think you configure Farina and Escoffier for like 15-second rotation builds. But I don't remember exactly how the rotation works out. But like doing a 30-second rotation with this team is something you can do, is the idea. And you do, I believe you do burst and skill in that context. I might be wrong though on that. I'm not actually sure. What the assumptions are on the 30-second rotation team. Anyway, sorry. The point is I'm not that actually specifically knowledgeable right now about her hyper min-max utility in the freeze team context, particularly because like I don't know. Her really good freeze teams are so really good that I just like, why? Does it matter right now? It might matter for difficulty 6. Like, if anything will get me to try to min-max her in her min-max teams, like her min-max her gameplay in her min-max teams with rotations and whatever kinds of setups or different artifact sets, that with less minor downtime problems, whatever, it will be difficulty 6 of the new endgame. So, I don't think difficulty 5 of the new endgame is going to do that. Anyways, what do I have a red dot here for? I never spent the standard wishes. Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention earlier. I'm at pity. I did Abyss and Theater on the casual account yesterday, so I am literally at pity on the casual account. So we're definitely getting Skirk on the casual account, which is cool. It'll take a while to build her though. Anyways, I used standard wishes. The reason I just remembered that is I used my standard wishes yesterday on the casual account, and I got a Lanyan. So now my casual account has a C4 Lanyan, which, you know, makes me minorly salty. Not that salty, but like minorly salty. Just give me a 4-star or something, please. Okay. Exciting. Alright. We'll get a 4-star on the monthly reset. That's fine. Anywho's. A born Lanyan main. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the game blessing me with Lanyan luck. Like that account, I spent one, I didn't do Lantern Right. I didn't get a copy of Lanyan from Lantern Right. Sorry, maybe I did. No, I don't think I didn't. I chose Sing Cho for Lantern Right. I didn't get any copy of Lanyan from Lantern Right. And I only spent like 70 wishes. It was either 60 or 70 wishes to get Arlecchino on that account. And the game gave me 4 copies of Lanyan at a baseline. And then it just gave me a random Lanyan from Standard Banner. Meanwhile, on my main account, how many pulls it has taken for Lanyan, and I care much more about her constellations there. Like, the game is trolling the shit out of me in doing that. It just, like, I want to acknowledge that's why I'm mentioning it. Because the game knows. The game knows. It knows I want Lanyan on this account. It knows I would have been like over the moon for a Lanyon C4 from standard banner on this account, but instead it's going to be like, how about would you like a Farazon after you already have Farazon C6? Yes, there you go. You're welcome. Anyways, but also look, I take it if the game. Look, I'll get a 4-star on the monthly reset on the standard banner if it gives me Lanyon. I'll take it all back. Anyways, by the way, good God, I have been yapping for an hour and 40 minutes. Let's go to Polearm-only very quick, and then we can log back in here and do our quests. I feel like I yap for so long, I'm not going to be able to do the Archon quests. I'm just going to do Skirk quests, but we'll see. I guess, you know what, we should log on to. Oh, wait, no, I don't think we can... Never mind. I don't need to log on to this. Because the daily reset happened when before, sorry. I did the Abyss farming, whatever, yesterday, so there's nothing to do on the casual account right now. There's no Primo Gems to do, no wishing to do. Unless I farm, but no. I did the trail challenges yesterday on Polearm-only. $130 pulls got C3 Skirk, but not a single copy of Dahlia. That's incredible Skirk luck and hilarious in contrast with Dahlia. That's realistically not that crazily terrible for 4-star luck, but yeah. Oh, C3 Skirk and 0 Dahlias. That's incredible. I love the 4-star acquisition system in this game. And like, man, I would love to play Dahlia with Skirk. If I got C6 Dahlia, I would love to play C6 Dahlia with Skirk. Because I think attack speed is something you can feel the value of. Like, just on a feel level, I think it's enjoyable. We need to leave Inazuma because I'm scared of getting a copyright claim in Inazuma. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, 4 stars are pain to acquire. I don't understand. Like, just do this system for 4 stars, Mahoyo, right? Be like you path to Dahlia, and but this system, but like 2 fate points or whatever, so that you know you can't go more than like 30 pulls without seeing a copy of Dahlia. That's all you have to do. Just do like 2 fate points. Okay, you get a Candace and you get an off rate up. All right, well your next 4 stars guaranteed to be the selected one. Why don't they do that? I still strongly feel it's not going to meaningfully affect the amount of money they make, and even could result in them making more money. Because like if I could operate on known quantities, it'd be like, okay, I can get 5 copies of Dahlia in at worst, what is that, 5 times 30 pulls, 100 and I can math 150 pulls. Good lord, right? If I can get 5 copies of Dahlia in 150 pulls guaranteed, all right, that's much more of a consideration for me, right? Like I would consider maybe even spending the money for it. Probably not in Skirk matter because I want to keep my Skirk at the investment of just getting lucky investment with Welkins and normal save Primo Gems rather than top-ups. So I'd probably just wish on Shenhe banner. But like the fact that it's so super RNG means I might have to do 400 wishes to get C6 Dahlia for something that's just like, I would like to play C6 Dahlia with Skirk, but I don't know if I actually will care about that long term. It was just I would like to. And like, I just... like, okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't get it. Just frustrates me because like even underwhelming 4 stars, I want their constellations. And all they're doing is just making me like not have desire. Like I don't have that much desire to level Infa because his constellations are too important for him to feel compelling. Is my vibe on Infa. Like Infa's like actually relatively compelling and an interesting, cool character with C6, I think. C0, his healing is just like poopy enough that like he's just like, you know, you can make him work. I think you can do Proto Amber with a you know, Proto Amber EM scroll build, or sorry, EM VV build, most likely, not scroll. And yeah, you're off to the races. The you know, Proto Amber R5 for Rena, at least with Free and C2 in my account especially, like it'd be fine. I could use my C0 Ethan and work. It would work. It's just like a lot less satisfying. It'd be far preferable if I could just like you know, get C6 realistically, but I can't. So, anyways. Yes, or make a selector with Star Glitter. Exactly, yeah. The fact that that hasn't been a thing. Yeah, the Zenless 1 year in, Zenless changes the equivalent of this to a little box that you select any 4-star in the game from when you buy it is so incredibly better. And the fact that they haven't done that in Genshin is insane to me, where you can just pay 34 Star Glitter. Like, I don't know. And I feel like that could make them money, right? Because not having other compelling things to spend Star Glitter on in this, right, means that everyone just ends up saving Star Glitter. Not everyone, but like most people end up just saving Star Glitter as wish refunds over time. But wish refunds reduce the cost for people to acquire 5 stars. And 5 stars is where MiHoYo makes most of their money, right? So would it not make sense to add more things in here that incentivize people to spend their Star Glitter not for wish refunds? Because if they don't spend it for wish refunds and spend it directly on 4 stars that were unlikely to make them money anyways, then they might actually cause players to have to spend money on wishes that they otherwise would have had if they had used it on wish refunds, right? Like I feel like it could be a win-win scenario for them to do that. Yeah, and Zenless is not even necessary, yeah, because there's not enough 4 stars. Zenless, there's 2 4 stars per banner, which vastly reduces the chance that it's like as much of a struggle to get dupes of a 4-star. It still can happen, but vastly reduces it compared to 3. And there's just not that many 4-stars in general, so they get rerun more often than they do in Genshin 2. But yeah, I don't know. There's solutions to this problem, and they refuse to even try to acknowledge it's a problem that bothers me a lot. And the only reason as far as I can tell, is because people the general community doesn't give a flying about 4 stars. They're all just completely brain rotted on 5 stars. All of them. I'm sorry. You're all not you, because you're wonderful. You're watching me. We can have a little bit of narcissism here, but like the general community seems to be entirely brain rotted on 5 stars, right? And like every 4-star that's like really good, people will hate on arbitrarily for some random reason, right? Like Bennett has a weirdly high amount of hate. The people will say all the things they can say to hate on Bennett, but then they release a Bennett alternative, and then they just hate on the Bennett alternative instead because Eon-san, no, the movement, blah blah blah. You don't have enough movement in 90% of teams for her to be good. Like, people just want to hate 4 stars, right? Yeah, people calling Shivers bad without C6, exactly. Like, it's insane. Even the really good 4 stars, people will, like, the community will end up having, like, a weirdly high number of people that try to, like, shit on them. And meanwhile, if you say hyper niche buffers like Shenhe are not that good or worth pulling for, then you'll be like, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I don't know. I love the 4 stars in this game. I think it's one of the best things about Genshin is that the low rarity characters tend to have a lot of relevance. Even the less compelling units can be surprisingly compelling, right? Like, we make fun of Mika, but like Mika's actually kind of pretty good, and he's been gaining value over time. So like, I don't know. I haven't seen people praising Shenhe in like 4 years. Yeah, Shenhe's maybe a bad example, honestly. No one really praises Shenhe that much when they're trying to realistically do things. But anyways, it's just my generalization is just that like Genshin has a large enough player base that is just casual, that doesn't understand the game's mechanics or doesn't care about the game's mechanics enough, that all they care about is just 5 stars and like whether or not they like are flashy and like feel nice. Whether they flashy and get big number and make monkey brain go happy, right? And they don't understand like the effect that even 4 stars might have on how much damage your Muika deals, right? They just like that Muika get 800k damage, and they don't realize that investing more in 4 stars might make their Muika get 1.5 million damage. But anywho's, got an ad right before you're about to compliment Mika. Okay, let's continue complimenting Mika since MiHoYo's trying to let us not compliment Mika. So Mika has increased. So first of all, as far as being made for being a Eula buffer, I think he only succeeds at being a Eula buffer because of the relevance of pairing Farina with Eula, realistically. And if a compelling team-wide electro healer existed that did like off-field electro to keep up superconducts, and therefore did some attack buffing or did physical buffing and fulfilled a healing role and damage off-field or something, I think he would be replaced in Eula teams essentially immediately. So the Eula context is like where he started, and that's kind of like not terrible, but like But in general, like he's gained value. Like people have realized, oh, he is just one of the quite compelling 4-stars to use with Farina in general for like getting front-loaded damage bonus value, because you build him on Fav, you press EQ. He's not that annoying to build to get to have a pretty sizable amount of healing, and then he makes you attack faster. And how relevant that is a big ol' it depends. But then a unit like Skirk releasing, well, Skirk, if you dare be a person who chose not to get a Scofier because you either didn't know or just didn't have the resources, and you like if you wanted Skirk, the smart decision, and you wanted Skirk and you only had enough wishes to get Skirk and not get Skirk and a Scofier, well, then the smart decision was to pass on a Scofier and get Skirk, and then, you know, maybe now you have to play Skirk Farina, but you need a healer, and well, Mika is one of the best options there. Like, arguably the best healer option if you don't have a Scofier with Farina and Skirk together. And that's awesome. That's good that he's gaining value over time. Is it insane value? No, it's still tied to Farina value, obviously. But the attack speed buff is actually doing something more meaningful. And being a generic boy, you just slap Noblesse on him and he's not that hard to build. I don't know. Like, yeah. Is he a better healer than Charlotte? Yes, because his energy needs are less cringe. Charlotte's problem is that they balanced her around Thrilling Tales of... They were very scared of Charlotte being too good because of Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers existing, is my vibe. Right? Like, when they released Charlotte with Farina, they're like, okay, this is our 4-star budget healer to pair with Farina, which makes sense for them to do that. But they made her a Catalyst unit, which means she can use Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. And they wanted to make sure, one, she wasn't that good for applying cryo in like AoE and whatever, or like overall total application. 2, so they made it so like her hold skill is totally garbage, made it so that she doesn't generate many particles and she has a really high energy cost, and so that makes it very, very, and also she doesn't heal based on HP, she heals based on her attack. Another anti-synergy to consider using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Like, there's multiple layers. I think Charlotte's entire kit was designed around Mihoyo being like, we don't want you to be able to use Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers and Farina Charlotte at the same time. Right? That's like Charlotte's entire kit, it seems like. They're like, yes, fine, we'll give you a budget healer for Farina, but don't you dare consider using Thrilling Tales on this character. Right? So, but then she still kind of ends up then functionally being a character balanced as if she can use Thrilling Tales to truly get value out of her. So if you manage to be able to have a context, say a you know, Skirk team context, where you can meet her energy costs and use Thrilling Tales on her, you should absolutely use Thrilling Tales with Charlotte, Farina, Skirk, if you don't have a Scofier, right? I'm pretty sure that is better than the attack speed from Mika. But I think it's actually not that. I think it's relatively close, to be clear. I don't think it's actually that different. I could probably use Mika because it's less investment. Less build investment. Whatever, right? Easier to play. Anyways. And then Baiju came out. I mean, Baiju came out before Charlotte. Baiju was a premium healer they released beforehand. So, anyway, why am I'm yapping way too much today. So, yeah. Anyways, Mika is, yeah, a better healer than Charlotte, because Charlotte got boned over by Thrilling Tales existing. I understand why they balanced Charlotte around Thrilling Tales existing, but in the current context of the game, with them having like 4-piece scroll for 4-star characters released in Natlan, I think it was a bit of a dick move to balance Charlotte the way they did. So anyways, when I went, I think we used her briefly, to be clear, with Thrilling Tales yesterday in the Skirk stream, and her energy needs seemed to be around 200% in the team that I tested. Was that a triple cryo team or not? I don't remember. I can't remember if it was double cryo or triple cryo. If it was triple cryo, 200 is still quite a lot, but you know, that was with Thrilling Tales, and 200 ER is very doable with Thrilling Tales, right? It's very doable.
Do your master's bidding. We shall adapt to frosting.
Oh, one thing I want to talk about with Polearm-only real quick. So, in case you missed it from the waiting room stream, I re-rolled my 4-line Arlecchino Feather. So this was a piece that originally like had 1 crit rate roll, and I think it was a low roll value too. It had an EM roll, 3 attack percent rolls, something like that. Like it was like, oh, this is a 4-line piece that had a lot of potential and it rolled poopy. And then I re-rolled it once. The first re-roll was just bad. The second re-roll was this. And this piece is ridiculous. It is now the highest stat value piece on my Arlecchino, and now it's on set, so it enables an off-piece timepiece. But annoyingly, the best off-piece timepiece for my Arlecchino is my really good Blizzard Strayer piece that I was using on Rosaria before. So I had to give Rosaria a cope, my cope attack percent timepiece. You know what? Speaking of, let's try to address that. We'll go spend resin at Blizzard Strayer domain. So yeah, and by the way, if you're wondering what her ranking is now, she's number 18. Not the build I have on her right now, because the Gacha ranking is based on not C6. So yeah, anyways, right now I don't see how I can improve my Arlecchino for the leaderboard ranking without getting new artifacts, or, as insane as it sounds, either re-rolling this piece or re-rolling this piece. Like, what? So the Arlecchino leaderboard, by the way, is, I believe it's using this same exact build, with the only difference being it's using this flower, right? So this is rank 18 Arlecchino. This is overcapped though, crit rate on Polearm-only. Hence why I switched to this piece, because this has 10% attack. Puts her at exactly 90% crit rate, which means she's at exactly 100% crit rate, and gives her a whole bunch of extra attack. Again, she has so much extra crit damage too from C6, 70% extra crit damage. So like, I need to attack more than the crit damage realistically. So this, I'm like 99% sure, is the ideal C6 build, and it's just with 1 different artifact. But yeah, like, this piece is a 4-line. This is the only 4-line I think on the account, the only 4-line double crit on the account that also has flat attack, I believe, and started with high roll values when I went through. So I was looking through and being like, okay, how do I try to get number 1 Arlecchino from here? Because like, look at this build, it's bonkers. Again, this artifact for the ranking. Like, how I get number 1 at this point is like, if I get this artifact but with attack percent. So not re-rolling this, just getting this but with another beneficial substat. Maybe re-rolling this again and getting a high crit roll. Like, yeah, getting a because she's at, this build is currently at it's possible. It's actually possible, right? I need 3.3% crit rate to get her to 100% crit rate. So it's possible a high roll in crit rate is probably better than an attack percent roll, right? So it's possible re-rolling this piece still might be the play. And it's possible getting to 100% crit rate with everything else being the same, just losing a little bit of attack percent might get number 1. But I'm not sure. I don't think it actually will. I think I need a new artifact is my point. Which sounds insane. The only option otherwise would be choosing to re-roll this piece. Because I just don't think I have another 4-line piece that makes sense to re-roll. Like, this is a 3-line. Is this a 4-line? No. Wait, actually I do have one. I think there is this one. But this one doesn't have flat attack. And like, unironically, as far as chasing number 1 Arlecchino, 1, I think this started with low crit damage roll, so it's not worth re-rolling. And then 2, it doesn't have flat attack. So as dumb as it sounds, I don't think it's worth it. Like, I think I need the literal ideal piece right now to get number 1 Arlecchino, where I need like a 4-line double crit piece. I guess this one could be re-rolled. maybe. But again, it didn't start with a high roll flat attack. And as stupid as it sounds, I think that might matter. Like, I could target rerolling that, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, this is why you don't chase #1 spot. Because, like, you get into the insanity of considering rerolling pieces like this. Where, like, hey, if I get the exact same rolls, but it rolls one more max roll into crit damage, just imagine. And like rerolling this is probably just a no. Like I don't think there's a reality where this rolls meaningfully better, right? I think the only way to improve this is if I get a new piece that has higher attack percent, has flat attack, and higher baseline roll values, right? And then this piece could theoretically be better, right? It could either get an attack percent roll or a crit damage roll. And like I'm not kidding, I think any one of those things, I literally just think like getting an extra crit damage roll here and like an extra attack percent roll or something on the flower, like the same thing but an extra attack percent roll, we're talking extremely minor differences, would be getting me #1 Arlecchino. But it's so impossible to get that. It's like so impossible to get there. And especially with the rerollers now, it's gonna make the top rank even more competitive. Because the people that are likely min-maxing Arlecchino to this extent are people that are in the same boat as me where they're considering using rerollers for this. Anyways, don't use your rerollers for this. I think rerollers are they're best for
Don't we have a job to do?
for those 4-line pieces that like could have been like really good pieces but instead went really poopy, but you kept it anyways because it was like still a okay onset goblet. Well, you keep those pieces. And you kept those pieces and you keep those pieces from now on, and then you reroll those. Like, I have an official goblet on my main account that is a 4-line double crit onset goblet with ER, and it rolled 3 times into flat attack. Well, reroll that one because it's guaranteed to be better, kind of thing, right? It can't go worse, and over time it could be made to be really incredible even, if it get lucky. Like, I should be using it on that kind of thing, but that's on my main account, of course. On this account, basically all the builds for characters I'm using regularly are already super min-maxed. So it'd be like, okay, I could save the rerollers for the future, I guess, but, you know. Oh, she fell to number 19? Oh, God. She's already falling. You cleared Abyssal, your top 40% Arlecchino? Yeah, exactly. Also, I forgot that the Blizzard's rare domain is terrible for cryo. Whatever. Can we do it anyways? I don't know if we can, because doesn't it spawn a mage? Oh, it didn't. Did it change its domain? Did it always just have 1 lava turtle? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Anyways. They changed it. Wow. I just didn't know if they changed they changed this one. Yeah, okay, well that's good. That means I can actually use an Escoffier team to deal with this domain. Don't have to go switch to Arlecchino. Wow, crazy. Freeze teams can work against the freeze domain now. Oh yeah, yeah. I know they changed all the passives were all those ones. I know they changed a bunch of domains. I just didn't realize that this domain was one of them. It's the first time I've come into it since. It's been a long time since I came into this domain. Yes, the Noblesse domain is really funny. I'm kind of sad about that one because honestly, the Noblesse domain was kind of fun, right? But it was kind of annoying because like to deal with the Noblesse domain before, you had to basically bring in Sucrose or Kazuha. You bring in Sucrose or Kazuha. You go and stand on the edge, let them teleport to you. You swirl, their shields get annihilated, and then you clear the domain. Like, it wasn't that hard at all. But a lot of players didn't know that, and it was just a nightmare experience, so I understand why they changed it. But anyways, it's funny that it went from, like, easy, but need to have the knowledge to how to trivialize it with particular characters, to the literal easiest domain in the game with 1 Ruin Guard. So... anyways, it was 1 Cryo Mage, 1 Lava Turtle. That's what I thought. I thought it was that, but anyways. Strongbox Blizzard Strayer. Already did some Strongbox and Blizzard Strayer last night. No timepiece. RIP. I just want a replacement timepiece. And I'm not going to get it apparently. I want a replacement timepiece so I can be happy with Rosaria's build and Arlecchino using Rosaria's previous timepiece. That's all. Here, we don't need... Yeah, we don't need that. Wait, well, do we? No, surely not. Almost. Alright. Oh. Should we look at Infa artifacts? Has anyone like watched whoever is a Jeff doing calcs on Infa? Does he have a guess for what the best artifact set is? Is it Gilded Dreams? Or is it TF? It would be nice to know that now. Because if it's TF, I want more TF pieces. If it's Tenacity, I'm gonna farm more Tenacity pieces. And yes, I do still feel there's likely a 6.0 artifact set that might be best. No, I haven't even done the skirt quite. I've gotten real distracted yapping. Actually, I still have pretty good options for TF pieces. I probably wouldn't have to farm TF. Maybe. I don't know whether you can use an EM timepiece or not. TF is not like really relevant for the skill cooldown reduction, to be clear, on an FS. It would just be because electro damage bonus and then it increases lunar charge damage might be one of the more compelling options. Yeah, it might be Tenacity though. What do I have for Tenacity on this account? Let's look at a character that... Here. I'll use Traveler as a loadout. I mean, it would be funny. It's just, full EM Tenacity build might actually be a play with this character, to be clear. It might be an optimal play. I'm not kidding. So, that is actually a piece worth considering. Probably not, because you probably want to crit circlet, because the abilities can crit. I forgot I had that. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I hope an EM timepiece is relevant on her with Tenacity, if so. Jesus. That's pretty good. Okay, so it's a little bit dependent on what her ER needs are going to be. Would want a better flower, maybe better circlets. Okay. We don't know enough yet. I think we know enough now. There's the unknown factor of new artifact sets, but I think we know enough now to say what her artifact set is, but it's just hard to say exactly in the context of this account, though, I would say. And hard to say in general because of the fact that her personal talent damage is not nothing, but it's not incredibly high. And we have to figure out truly what, like, in a given team, how much her stats contribute to the lunar charge damage itself, right? Might change your build path on her meaningfully. And that's part of the idea of Gilded Dreams, to me, is it being the universal option of being good for her talent damage, both her burst, her skill damage, and her lunar charge damage, right? But anyways, you actually don't want EM on her? I'd say it's a little bit of an oversimplification. I don't think it makes sense to say you don't want EM. Like, I don't think you want EM as a priority stat, most likely. Like I said, I wasn't assuming that the EM circlet was going to be the ideal. But anyways, okay, thanks. Sure, we'll level that because we might need the ER. Could basically just be an upgraded version of that, though. All right. But yeah, most likely you just build her for crit. But I think EM stats might be more relevant than you might be giving her credit for, right? Yeah, we can say goodbye to that one. Electro for Electro. Sick. Alright. Bye. We already have an onset Shimenawa's Electro Goblet anyways. Wow. 10 out of 10 goblet. Alright. That's fine. We have good Electro Goblets. That's not my concern. My concern is what freaking artifacts do we use on her. Is it tenacity? Is it whatever? Do I need to farm tenacity? Question mark. I don't know. I'll probably farm tenacity just in case, because I have good Gilded Dreams artifacts, right? Use that. Use that. Use that. Weird. Maybe use that. I don't know. This would be only if I need the extra ER. I don't know. It's kind of meh. Because, like, this is a 4-line that rolled really well, obviously. It's kind of meh. I would hope I don't need to use that, but I don't know. It's going to get unlocked. But it's not going to be a priority throwaway or anything. Have that. Have that. In these 4 lines? No. Have that. That might actually be pretty good. I don't know. We'll see. Weird. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah, I think I just have pretty decent options, all things considered. Don't know what weapon I'll use on her. Don't know that I'll get her signature weapon for sure, or anything. Why do you have the umbrella equipped? I don't remember why I did that. Anyways, who knows when that happened? I haven't used Traveler, obviously. It's a Polearm-only account. But anyways. What do you think about her character design? Once I saw it in motion, I liked it more. I don't think that... I mean, they're going with a robot. I get where they're going with. I may have a personal bias against strongly red, white, and blue themed things right now for reasons, but I don't necessarily think that's a personal problem. I don't think it's actually a problem with her design or anything. I like red, white, and blue is a nice combination of colors on a design level. I just don't like the combination of colors for other reasons, symbolically. But yeah, and then she's a robot. I don't know. The vacuuming is funny. She a robot girl. Maybe she should. It would be cool if she moved a little bit more robotically, because like some of her stuff is like some of the specific animations they gave her are robotic. We can go back to my main account and actually start this quest, but like her overall movement when the character's moving around just seemed like a normal fleshy person moving around with like fleshy oriented animations, because it's like the default rigging movement that they have in Genshin, and it feels like it would have made sense to give this character movement that was more robotic on purpose, and they didn't, or at least they didn't in the beta. So I don't know. Someone changed her eye color to darker and it works so well. Interesting. Catherine playable win? Yeah, maybe this is Catherine. Maybe Catherine lives in this maid robot too. But yeah, minor complaints basically. At the end, like, to be, would I dislike it more? Would I feel like if we were not in a post Natlan world now? Well, we're still in Natlan, but you know, like this exists. This exists. This exists. I actually think Varese is one of the least out of place ones. And she has a fairly unique model, so... And to be clear, like, all kinds of characters, like, I think Navi is kind of out of place. I know like the whole steampunk vibe of our area. Like I know it makes thematic sense, but like if this was actually a real world, you think she'd really be wearing this all the time? Probably not, right? Anyways, point being, the designs are made in the like, to be visually appealing in some way, because Gacha game. This is not me saying the design is bad. I'm just saying, as far as like designs that are kind of out there and feel out of place in the context of the game, they've already done a lot of designs that feel like that way to me. So, it's fine. I can't really meaningfully complain about that when there's so many characters that are like that to me. Sitlali is not out of place. I didn't say Sitlali. I think Sitlali is one that actually works really well. Anyways. So, anywho's, let's do a quest. You guys voted for this. We're doing this. Burst, Skirk, Farina, Scopy, and Nugula, a good team. Yeah. New voice Paimon. Wow.
You feeling okay? We've been traveling all over lately, so maybe.
I didn't mean to cancel Paimon's voice. Oops. I just wanted to see what it was targeting me to. And it's targeting me to something wrong? No. No, what? Did it just cancel the quest? What the frick? Okay. Yeah, my first I was gonna say my first impression there. I like the new Paimon voice. We'll never get to hear that full dialogue, but oh well. Wait, is this Baiju? Wait, yeah, what? What the frick? What the what? What? How what? No. It is hers. Okay, never mind. Okay, I was tricked. It's fine. I don't think you tricked me on purpose or anything. What? What is going on? Talk to the tribespeople. Stop it! What is... Oh, I need to go do that stupid quest because... Oh my god, it keeps happening. We're just like, talk to the tribespeople. Alright.
Baiju wasn't in his shop.
Oh, you're looking for Dr. Baiju. He's
Who's talking?
resting today, but he said to send any
person? Oh.
patients to the back room.
Ah, okay. Thanks. We'll head on through.
Yeah, I like the new Paimon voice. Go to the... Okay. Never knew the back room was here. Yeah, they do really want me to talk to the tribespeople. Hello, Baiju. Oh, Snake is... You didn't inform me the snake wasn't voiced, guys. You just ruined my whole day.
Traveler, Paimon, welcome. What can I do for you?
It's the Traveler. She looks absolutely beat these days. She has these huge dark circles around her eyes, like she hasn't slept a wink. And she keeps spacing out. You have to call her name several times before she snaps out of it. What do you think it is?
Any
Is she
fun
sick?
non-freeze skirt teams yet? Yep. I would go check out the stream from yesterday, or just wait for the video. I don't feel like trying to summarize that right now, but like I have... I'm gonna go do testing today after a stream.
Very peculiar. In all the time we've been acquainted, this is the first
There's
time we've come
5
to
teams
help
I'm probably
complain.
going to include in the
Come,
video,
Let me take a look at you.
and like extra ones that I have to test to see whether or not I want to put in the video and swap out. Because I gotta like limit it some way. I can't make this a 3-year-long video. But yes,
Okay. Paimon does not like that expression, Baiju.
there was one team that I thought was gonna work better that didn't. Like I thought sub DPS Skirk in with DPS on it was going to work better than it did. And it still might work, but I think it's a little clunky.
Physically, you appear to be in good condition, traveler. In theory,
Yeah, the Navia team is probably the best one if you want to try that. Navia, Escoffier, Skirk. And Escoffier I think is not that important there necessarily. It's just the best option. But you could do Rosaria, right? And Rosaria has some upsides. But anyways, Navia, Skirk, Shalonen, and then another Cryo unit. Ideally Escoffier. But Rosaria should be fine. Chungyun would be interesting, honestly. Well, no, Chungyun probably doesn't do it. You probably would fail to get crystallized. Meaning you probably want an Ophiel Cryo. So you probably want Kaya or Rosaria in the worst case there. But yeah, Navia's Skirk actually does pretty good.
My concern.
It feels balanced. Like Navia feels like she's doing Navia damage, and Skirk feels like she's doing decent damage. It doesn't feel like Skirk's doing way more damage. It feels like a balanced approach. It's quite enjoyable.
Symptoms that can be used to diagnose, medicate, and cure the condition. But afflictions of a non-physical nature, they fall outside a doctor's realm.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
Curses,
Did
dark
I play another
magic.
quest?
It's hard
Are you trying to
say.
trick me?
It could just as easily be a simple case of mental. Why don't you rest here for a bit? Whatever it is we're dealing with, clues to your condition are sure to reveal themselves in time. Once.
Okay.
In the meantime, Changsheng and I will review the.
Wait, did Changsheng just say,
that present with mental
the solution to you not getting sleep is go get sleep? Thanks. What's the solution to your insomnia? Sleep?
Oh,
Okay, thanks.
must be a rare condition if not even Baizhu and Changsheng have seen it before.
Appreciate it.
Well, all we can do is take their advice. You look like you're about to collapse anyway. Just get some rest. Paimon will be right here by your
This
side.
Paimon sounds more
Fingers
genuine.
crossed you'll be all better
This
when you're
Paimon
back.
sounds like I feel like I didn't realize up until this Paimon voice changed how the previous English dub Paimon voicing made me distrust Paimon more. I feel like yeah, she just sounds tame, and that makes her sound like just more like a really high pitched tiny creature voice, and like that's a good thing. Because it sounds like she actually cares about Traveler before, whereas like before it was just like, Paimon, go away. I know I need to whatever. Anyways, whatever. Sorry, I'm just saying I like the Paimon voice VA. I don't care about the drama, whatever. The VA was stupid and all that. That's whatever. That's Hoya's decision. I don't really want to partake in that mess. I'm just saying my experience with listening to Paimon yap. I never really enjoyed it. And now it's less awful. Do I love it right now? I don't know. It's still like but I like it a lot more. I feel like there's like a disco sound going on in the background. No end in sight. Hey, is this quest, because okay, it's kind of weird that this is starting with the traveler, by the way. Is this quest tied in some form with the Archon quest? Is there an intended order between the two? Because like, if I had not like specifically had to go out of my way selecting the Skirk quest here, I would not have like. You could have easily gaslit me into saying I was doing the Archon quest instead, right? Yeah, it's not? Okay, cool. Alrighty. New Kaching VA sounds crazy different. Oh, I should go listen to that. Oh, speaking of VA things, I tried to do a streak on the Genshindle.
Time to wake up.
Like, do you recognize this character line thing? And I had like a 10 streak, or no, not a 10 streak. Well, it was a 10 streak. On the endless mode.
Hopefully all that sleep a cut.
Oh no.
Did you scratch yourself in your sleep? All right, let Paimon take a look.
And I got like 7 of them in a row that I got on the first try. Like, I was like, this is this character, I'm pretty sure. Or some of them were like, yeah, this is definitely this character. One of them was like, randomly the... Oh, I wasn't spitting on the ground. There was sand in my mouth. I knew what that one was right away. I should go do that again. Not right now, because we're doing the quest. But, anyway, sorry. Someone remind me to do stall content in the future with Genshin'dle, because, like, I think Genshin'dle is actually kind of fun, and it's funny how my brain can recognize some lines that I haven't even heard for a long time, right? I need to do Archon Quest today. Probably not doing Archon Quest today because I got too busy yapping. I need to work on the actual Skirk video today. I have a little bit more of a time crunch for that video.
From the way you describe it, it sounds like you were really there. But then again, you
That is
woke
how
up
dreams
right
feel
when you went
sometimes.
to bed.
Well,
And
for
you were
according to other
definitely in a
people at
deep
least.
sleep this morning.
I basically never experience dreams where I actually feel like I'm somewhere else. Dreams very much feel like dreams to me.
Then it's decided. Paimon will stay up and
DSC2
watch
can be a
over
good
you.
on-fielder, yeah.
If anyone tries
I
to
mean,
mess with
well,
you,
good depends on your
Paimon will
standards.
beat 'em up.
I think she's good enough to be considered to be on-fielded.
Wake you up
In
first,
the right
then we can
kind
beat
of
'em up
team.
together.
Like a Chevrolet Yai Eonson team. But or you can just use C2 for the better uptime coordinated attacks from outfield. That's good too. DSC2 is where I feel like her kit becomes properly complete. And then any constellations on Dia past that just increases her personal damage potential if you do want to play Dia carry. But if you don't care about carry Dia,
Something is missing.
who dat?
Uh,
You don't
did
need to
say
care.
something?
The flesh remains whole, but the soul
hell are you
is
doing here?
incomplete. Left
Just
unresolved,
randomly in
the
leeway.
mind will wither away along with it.
Ah, what the? Wait. Paimon remembers you.
I don't dream. I just go to sleep and then boom, it's morning. Yeah, 9% of the time. Yeah, I don't dream it at all. I don't recall any dreams, at least. I go to sleep and then I wake up. Yep. It's a little bit. It's not like quite boom. It's morning because I can tell you, the experience of being like knocked out from anesthetics is specifically a very different experience than going to sleep. Like not very different. Like it's the same. If you've experienced it, I think you know what I'm talking about. Where like being knocked out from an anesthetics is the same thing, but like there's more of this like very distinct, jarring, weird gap with anesthetics knocking you out, whereas sleeping but like not having any dreams or not recalling any at minimum is slightly different, right? That's all. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, my dreams are very rare for me. I'm not a dreamer.
What are you doing here?
I dream more about things for my life as goals in the future more than I dream in practice, like at nighttime when sleeping. Anyways, I'm a dreamer in real life. I'm a dreamer more than when I'm awake than I am when I'm asleep. That's what I would say.
You came here looking for grass?
Mulaney's premium team. I mean, some would argue it's Skirk.
Tell me.
Skirk Escoffier for me.
what you saw.
Others would argue maybe it's Mono Pyro Shungling Baiju.
Tight-lipped,
Farina?
huh? I suppose that's fair.
Depends on what you want
You.
to do
I'll
with her.
take a glass of wine.
You sound so angry.
Oh, of course. Coming right up. We make this
I mean,
one in-house.
I think the intention with Skirks
Strong. Enjoy.
is that like she's,
I'll take a grilled tigerfish over here.
you know, the
Coming right up.
she demands the.
If I knew we'd be this busy,
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What kind of vibe are they going with Skirk? She's
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence.
she
to
sounds a
me.
little
I'm not
uptight.
here to try and win you
Yeah,
over.
a little
Trust me or
straightforward to the
not,
point. Yeah,
the choice
and I think they're
is
succeeding
yours.
on that. And I think her
If you
VA
want
does a good job at
now's the
selling.
time to
Good
speak.
job at selling that.
You have until I finish my drink.
Stronger Skirk or Arlecchino? I mean, in their best teams, Skirk is probably stronger. But like they have completely different teammates again.
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the
So,
area
like-
and happened to notice you.
And you need multiple teams in this video
Part of
game.
your soul is
Just
damaged.
just
and
because one is stronger doesn't mean anything meaningful. Like I think it's just not a helpful comparison to
Neither of those things sound good.
to say one character is stronger than the other when they use completely different teammates. Against it, Lolly is the only connection or between the two. Lore wise, oh, I freaking don't know. Lore wise, no clue.
Well, should we trust her? She mentioned an abyssal disturbance. Maybe that has something
I like
to do with what's
Paimon's
going on with
new
you.
BA so far.
We could, yeah. And that thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring, Paimon. Definitely something we should fix sooner rather than later. Skirk's an interesting one, that's for sure. But from what Child's told us, she doesn't
Presumably.
seem evil, at least.
What is she doing here on this planet?
1, 2, 7, 10.
Also, her outfit is like, she's so out of place. To be clear,
Well,
as far as out of place
you made up your
characters
mind.
in the video game, it makes sense that the person very much not from Teyvat is not from here. Like, looks not from here. But also, you would think she would try to fit in more. you would think she tries to fit in more. If she's just casually walking around a city.
So that's all we know.
But maybe she just teleports everywhere. I don't know.
Can you help us?
Wait, you don't know? No, I don't know why she's here. Why would I know that? Am I supposed to know that going into this quest?
Disperse the fog.
The gallery artifact set says it. Okay.
Come
I'll go
find
read
me
it, I
with
guess.
my plans when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
Oh, okay. Huh? She disappeared.
Oh, I think she just teleport. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You overpaid. Here's your change.
Technically, she overpaid.
This includes the drink, so it should be the right amount.
I didn't think you two ordered a drink.
We didn't. It was that lady who came and sat with us, remember? You brought it out to her yourself.
You sure? I could have sworn there were only two.
What?
Interesting.
What'd you
So
put
does she
that
do
in,
that
Chef? Some
consciously?
kinda hallucinogenic
Or does that
mushroom?
happen
I kept
automatically?
seeing things.
Because that's a little sad. If people just automatically forget her presence because, like,
Lady? About this time?
she's not... I mean, that would explain why she doesn't give a shit about looking normal. So she might be the most appropriately dressed being in the planet, like, as far as playable characters go. The least out of place in the sea of generic-looking NPCs.
So,
Because
I must have just slipped my
if
mind.
people just auto-forget her
That settles your
existence,
bill. Come again soon.
right? Is that what we're leading with? Is that people just forget her existence automatically here because, oh, the world is deleting her from people's minds? Is the whatever the knowledge tree doesn't like her
It's like
existing
they
here?
didn't remember Skirk being there at all. Even Paimon was half
Next week is the
convinced we
co-op.
hallucinated the whole thing. But that Mora she left for us was definitely real. Oh, this whole situation is giving Paimon the creeps.
Or did she do it? Yeah, because it's very different if she did it. Yeah, if she actively chose to Men in Black them, that's a very different situation, right? Is the world doing it to her, or is she doing it to them? Because that's a whole other issue. That's a whole other moral problem. Like that. Now we need to start judging Skirk for being a little evil, for doing that without consent. Yada yada. Yeah, you don't need to spoil it. It's not what I'm asking. How do you? I don't know where you see the lore BS of artifacts. Is it just on each individual piece? I mean, there is a little bit of lore note, but that's not. That's not the right side. Okay, don't read it now, it's long. Oh, okay. Well, then you can tell me what did the artifact set say? Or is that something that's better to not know going into this quest? If it's better for me to not know, that's fine. But if I should know it, you can let me know what it is. Like where she came from or why she's here, whatever information I'm missing. Well, I guess today's Wordle. I bet it's shoes. Wait, no, it's usually not plural. Never mind, I take it back. I don't do Wordle very often, sorry. Track. T-R-A-C-K. That's my bet.
Whoa! What are all these rift hounds doing here? Huh. Looks like they're collecting something. Let's go check it out.
I believe New Game Mode jumps on Wednesday. Or Thursday. Let me check, sorry. Yeah, Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday, technically. Because the date of the 25th might actually be earlier than that. Archive? Ah, okay.
What they were collecting. Yeah.
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains.
Okay.
Gods are the
Stupid,
most
goofy
common example.
anime camera.
The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will and a
Skirk's
dark
looking for
curse.
someone. Okay.
Together, these remnants form what you call god remains, and it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed.
Okay.
There are traces left, but they're fading fast. Ugh. What are you doing?
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were, real? She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's
Your life hangs in
I feel
the
like
balance,
poking
and that's
Skirk
what you're
is asking
fixated
to
on?
get smited, but you
Strange
know.
set of priorities. It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that.
Okay, but
Unlike you,
if
I
someone
have no
notices me,
desire
the
to
memories are
establish a
erased. So
connection
it's an
with the world.
automatic thing
The weak
that you
and lonely
control or
have no
not?
right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it. Now, can we please get...
Okay. Right. The god remains. So, basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? In our experience, god remains are 100% bad news.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing, and it doesn't just disappear for the remains aren't just gone. They were taken. Very clever, traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed. Something similar.
yeah, that's right.
happened to Sumeru.
Yeah, the Skirk VA demeanor on the stream was very, very different than she's acting here, which is good. She's a good voice actor. Agreed.
Of course, god remains are just one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world,
Okay.
including the Stella Fortuna above.
Okay.
Wait, you mean the stars?
Mm-hmm. 42 of them have died out in the
Why?
past few months alone.
Why does Genshin do
In
this?
Conria,
It doesn't look
people
good. I don't
believe
know.
that
Anyways.
powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear. Yet now,
Okay.
stars are disappearing from the skies entirely. And it's not hard to deduce
Is this
what's
implying that
happened
we
to the
can
power
turn
they
off our
contain.
constellations in the future?
Something has been leeching power from this world, like a parasite steals nutrients from
Yeah, I know.
Mars.
Stella Fortuna is the
And now,
constellation, Matt.
it's no
That's why I'm
longer
asking.
Satisfied with the remains of the this time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no no one knows. All I know for certain is this. Getting back what you lost will not be easy. Considering how much power this entity has stolen, it must be a god-level being by now at least. But that's not the real... We're going to help each other.
Mm.
You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true identity.
Well, great! You seem super strong.
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis. And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me. You
Okay.
help me uncover the truth behind this entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's all. You would do well to remember that.
Her characterization so far is a little trophy.
No.
Also, she just opened up
Come
a
along.
portal casually in the middle of the world. Alright.
Yeesh. You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope. She's just like when we met her in the primordial sea. Well, whatever. If that's how it's gonna be, then she doesn't deserve
All
our
of Abyss related
friendship.
characters being like this, apparently, yeah.
She does? Ah.
Didn't mean to skip that line.
Icons. Got it. Anyway, the important thing is that we get that piece of your soul back.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's follow her and see what...
Can I walk around this? Oh, I can. Nice. Just want to see the graphical effect they have going on here. Oh, they put it as a solid object. Interesting. Cool looking. Yeah. Skirk testing was yesterday. I mean, I did like an 8-hour stream. And yeah, I like her about as much as I thought I would. And I did indeed find a number of teams that are compelling that are not freeze teams.
This is way bigger.
This is where I live. I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
Okay.
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this place.
This is my house.
I don't know how much Ajax
My
has
living
taught
room's
you,
by
but when
the
we fell
glowing
into
plant
this
over
space,
there.
I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside world.
Wow.
Ajax.
Mhm.
Oh, right! That's Child's real name. Yeah. I'm so...
He also is
a
called
month here
Tartigles.
is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now, right?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the traveler could be attacked at any moment. But coming here has bought us quite a bit of time.
Okay.
Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place. Both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point the thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there.
Okay.
But the abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place. Abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before? Okay.
How funny would it have been if they like did surprise you get Abyss Element Traveler? People would have been salty, like, excuse me, you made Traveler Abyss Element, but then Skirk has to be Cryo? That would have been funny.
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the abyss is something sinister, and that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always spells disaster.
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But
Are
if
there
one
hurricanes
day
in
you gain
Tibet?
the power to control them, what was once a calamity
Because like
is now
hurricanes
just
require
another tool in your
certain
arsenal.
like hurricanes
respect
hurricanes
your opinion.
existing, that's an implication that
Second
hurricanes
best option.
don't necessarily exist in Tibet, but just in the world in general, like because there's other planets and whatever, right? But it implies that if they do, that there might be hurricanes in Tibet, and if hurricanes are in Tibet, that implies certain aspects to how their oceans work, I think, which is interesting. But anyway, sorry, I'm reading into a mention of a hurricane too much.
A little abyss crystal that contains my power.
Okay.
Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
How cute.
Dream mirroring?
It means experiencing whatever the other person is dreaming.
The sea god made a pretty
Everything
big
we
storm. Oh
see,
yeah, I guess it is fantasy
think,
world.
and
You could
feel.
say all storms are from
Since you haven't studied
the sea
art of
gods
using
that do
abyssal power
exist.
and have no plans to jump in the deep end
Or
right
Venti.
now, I'll have to do the investigating for you with
Mm-hmm.
dream mirroring. Every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with
Yeah,
my own
I
eyes
understand.
what.
Huh. You make...
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. To play it safe, I need to give
Special
you some
training.
special training first.
Is this gonna improve Traveler's
You're gonna teach
base
us about
attack
your
by
martial
0.1
arts?
again?
Does that mean the next time we see Child, we...
Do as you want. For my part, you're already a pretty good fighter. All I'm planning to do
Are
is
we?
build on your current skills and train you for the specific
Every time we
scenarios
do
that
anything
I
in
will
lore, there's other
face.
people that are there for us to do anything.
That's enough talk. If you're ready to do this, then come with me. Time might be more lenient here.
Oh, she moves fast. So, special train? Last time something like this happened was probably anti-Raiden Shogun training,
No,
right?
it was in Sumeru
Oh,
with the
feels like a long
Akasha
time ago.
things.
Skirk seems seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's pet?
Do we know who Skirk's master is? Alright. Traveler base attack right now is 743. We'll see if anything changes. Nice transition animation. Do I have my build on her? Yup. Nice. EM build, but whatever. Sertologi. Oh, yeah.
Ready? Your training will be split into 3 stages. We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area. During your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not,
You bet. There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching. Oh, and Kazuma.
Alright, we need to go listen to the Kaching VA.
Yeah, we've met sword masters like you sparred with a bunch of them too.
don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive to use the human body as an analogy. Your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, you need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences, and only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along.
Wait, is Paimon thought you were gonna teach her some cool new moves?
One day, you'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different that there are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher.
I mean,
And rigor is your coursework. That's all I
I
have to
think-
say. Time to make a start.
if you add the condition to that statement of after you've been born, there's not that many shortcuts to power. I mean, not even really. You can also just get lucky. Because, like, a lot of power, and there's humans in this fantasy land, and their human social structures seem to work similarly-ish. So, human social structures giving power through the social structures means that, like, I know she's talking about, you know, a different form of power. She's talking about physical skills and whatever, right? And or magic goop. But I'm just saying, power is not all earned. Some power is given by luck.
Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Wait, can I complete this without ever swinging my sword? That would be funny. Oh no! Let's do this.
This is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in there, traveler!
My style is I don't use my sword. Oh. Should have done this in a different order. Wait. 900? Oh, this is going to take me a while. I hope we actually have to do 900. It's probably not going to make us do 900. It's going to be like the traveler gets tired or something. I'm absolutely willing to be here until we do 900. I'm not going to swing my sword once. So I think it's funny. Oh. Oh, we have 891. Oh, I see. Okay. Limitless power surging through me. Look, we fast forwarded through it. Hopefully the game understood my intent, and through that fast forwarding, we never pressed our skill once, or pressed normal attack once. I never did. So I say in lore, Traveler's style is not swinging their sword. Off-field Traveler style. Wow. There you go. Impressed? I didn't swing my sword once. Oh, frickin' what? I gotta wait. Cooldowns. Too bad these don't trigger a reaction, otherwise our skill would be lasting a lot longer. Ugh. Don't make that sound. Oh, there's a timer. No. We have to swing our sword. No. No.
Try again.
Frick. Okay. Timer is not up yet. I think it is possible to do it. Ah, frick. Okay. I think activating our skill in the middle might... Oh, they're kind of not even. Hmm. No. No! Ah! No, it has to be possible. Oh, does it randomly place them? It's like, that's too far apart. Also, what happens... Does this AoE do... Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Shoot. This doesn't target. Okay, well, doomed. Dead run. Dead run. Yeah, I should not have used the burst. Oh, well. Didn't realize there was going to be a time challenge. Oh, yeah, speaking of the Bennett skin. I think the Bennett skin looks great. It's not that incredible, but I like it. I like the Bennett skin. Fair missions are the same? Yeah, it seems like. Okay, so... Oh, not getting that is rough. Come on. No!
Try again.
Okay, I gotta check. It does hit one. No!
Try again.
It might not be happening. Might not happen. Use charge attack is better? No. That's using a sword. She said we have to find our own sword style. Or our own combat style. I don't even think she said sword style necessarily. There was implication of a sword style. We're doing our own style. Okay? We're doing our own style. Interesting. She said combat style? Yeah, there you go. I feel like we need to get... If the first skill we can get this down to 3, I think we can do this, right?
Too slow. Try again. So, I'm sorry, not 3, to 2. From 3. Yeah, C2 Katrina is good enough to use in theater. C0 is. Yes! Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
25 seconds? This should be doable. no problem. No problem. Easy. Guys, did you factor this in when you said this is going to take 3 hours? 47 within 80 seconds. Oh god. Okay. So activate here. Oh crap, that's bad. That's bad. Okay, let's... Not ideal. Not ideal. We're gonna go this direction. This one's gonna be hard. Oh, we didn't get both. Okay. There's so many more to get. Is this one possible? It made me really sad if I can't get it at this point. Oh. Okay, this ending bit here. No, we have to do our combat style. How dare you suggest we do something that's not our combat style? Can you switch to sack? Can't equip during combat. Shit. Okay. I feel like it probably won't work. It wouldn't work anyways. Oh, come on. Terrible. Okay. Can I stand here? Find out. Might be a risk, but... It's so doable.
Try again.
Oh, we might be here a while. Oh crap, that was bad. Yeah, it's weird. You don't want to be too close to them. Starting over there might make more sense. Really? Oh no, no. Dead run. I think it's dead. Ah!
Too slow.
Ah!
Try again.
Dang it. Okay, I'm gonna try starting here this time. Why? I think it might... I might be able to do the tap E, dash into that, and kill them really quickly. Yeah. Okay. Let's... Yeah, I wish I had the burst saved. Okay. Okay. Why? Oh. No. Cooked. Nope. Doomed.
Too slow.
Terrible.
Try again.
No, I can't normal attack. It's not my combat style. She said we had to find our own combat style. Did you listen? Did you listen to her? She said find our combat style. This is our combat style. Awkward. Leave that one over to the wheel. Ooh. Bro, you have a deadline today, don't you? Well, we have a new deadline. Oh my god. Oh, man, with a better attempt, we can definitely do that better. No! Ah! I did a normal attack by accident, but it didn't count. It was fine. That was a frustration normal attack. I think I was too close to it. You were allowed to develop your combat style? We are developing our combat style. We got closer that time. This is what the training is for. This is what the training is for. I think a strategy, activate here, hopefully break both these two. Dash here, and then dash over there. Oh, kill 3. Oh, weird. Okay. That was very good, and then slightly poor at the end. Use Dendro Traveler? I mean, that might have been better. Oh, crap. Crap. Oh, so terrible. That was really bad. No! Oh, no. No. Oh, man. I don't think you can activate all 6 here anyway, so I don't think I have to really worry about this. I think it might be better to be off-center, actually.
Too slow. Try
Okay,
again.
I might need to just do a waste round to see what I can do with that, but... Okay. Why? Why are these ones so awkward? It's always this phase. Ah. Is their hitbox different from how they're angling? Is that what the inconsistency is? Oh. Oh, shoot. That could have gone so... That could have been the one if that had killed 3. Like, I think it would have just gotten it there. That killed 3. No! Ah!
Try again.
We're getting better, though. No. No. No, you can't do that to me. No, you little butthole. Dang it, I did it again. Ah, if I had gotten 3 there. Frick. I need from that way, I need to dash in the middle if I get to that point. Okay, just standing in the middle doesn't really help there. Okay.
Try again.
It's weird. I do think I have to like go on the edges a little bit. It feels weirdly RNG. Keeps crushing the opposite crystals from your facing. Is that what it is? Yeah, let's test that here. Does it like can this crush like I expect like the range might get all 3. Oh, what? Okay. Okay. So here. Face. Oh, frick me. Okay, face this way. Is this gonna be I don't know. It's very weird. I don't know if it's based on where they're angled or not. Like, why, right? Ah, not hitting those both at the same time is brutal. No. Oh, doomed. Very doomed. This one's super. This is the worst one we had. This is the worst one we had. Is that Bongo Cat? What about Bongo Cat? How did that not get activated?
Too slow.
Bruh, why is it going one
Try
by one?
again.
Terrible. Okay, I'm gonna try starting here again. Wait, I wonder if can I start like here? Freck. God dang it, so close to being able to get extra here. Got that one over there. God dang it. Basic attack. Not our style. We have to develop our style. Leaving this one over here seems like it might be fine, actually. If we can hit it at the same time as other ones. No! Oh, the chat broke. Weird. Okay. I don't know why, but I'll look at it in a second. It's still updating for me on my other window, but... Why? No. No, I only got one again. Nope.
Too slow. Try again.
Okay, what's happening with the chat? Chat disconnected. Okay. Hold E then? Hold E might be a good option if we somehow manage to get to the very end. Might. We should test that. Here, we can test that while I... Because Hold E guarantee activating like with an AoE around me. It kind of does. So theoretically, if we get to the very end, we could do that. But yeah, the Hold E doesn't normally work though, because yeah. Copy. Oh, bongo cat box. I don't know why the YouTube chat is broken on OBS's end. Like the URL still works fine on my Windows. Oh wait. Oh. It's broken in Firefox, but it works in Chrome? Anyone else that's using Firefox that it's just broken for right now? And I don't know what browser OBS uses for its URL grabbing stuff. It might be Firefox. Why is it just broken on Firefox though? Like, okay, I have a solution for this. I can try.
Too slow. Try again.
This is stopgap solution. Not what I want to do, but this is just to get the chat back on screen because the other thing's not functioning. So I'm just gonna fully capture the window rather than doing a URL input on OBS. I gotta crop it though. Sorry. Transform. Edit. $1,200 maybe. That's a little bit too many. $11.50. Good enough. Actually, wait. Sorry, not good enough. Yeah, this is very ugly. But oh well. Okay. I think that might crop out some messages, actually, now I think about it. So maybe I should keep it a little bit. Wait, I think... Oh, no, the messages are going to extend to... Yeah, about there. I think that will work. I think. That looks terrible right now, but oh well. Good enough. It's there at least. Okay. Crap. Crap. Can't leave that one. Oh, you need to hit multiple! Oh no, that's cursed. Can I redo? Well, I wish I could manually retry. Because we had like a bad attempt, right? Okay. I have to wonder. So, like, it almost always gets 3. They're all facing the same direction, though, relative to Traveler, so, like...
Too slow. Try again.
It's so weird. No. No, you need to hit more. You need to hit more. Bruh. This one is the worst. That phase is the worst. Bruh. Oh my god. Whatever, there's still a chance.
Too slow.
No!
Try again.
I refuse to believe this is not doable. Bruh. Why are these ones always 1 by 1? Why? Why are these ones all 1 by 1 here? It's so bad. No, I really needed... Oh, okay, maybe I'll get lucky and this will activate. Because that could have been it if it had all three at once. Three at once is what I wanted there. But maybe I'll get all four. No!
Try again.
Why does it go one by one so much? The skull has lower range at low nightsoul points. Is that what it is? Yeah, there has to be more to it than that, I feel like. So I like how the icons are just breaking too. Something's wrong with YouTube, I think. But you get too close at the end? I mean, we can try. Okay, like we're very consistent at that. Alright, I'm gonna try this again. What in the world? Like, why did those ones all get popped? What in the frickin' what? Okay, that might be good. Might be very good, actually. Okay, I hope 2 ticks get this. What? See, I was in the middle there. Dang it. Bruh. Like, see? It's not...
Try again.
Like... Dang it. Dang it. Yeah, it does seem like it decreases over time. Which makes this really difficult for the end here. Ah! Ah! It's always 2! Can't put any party members in the team. Can't change artifacts. Can't change weapons. Don't think there's anything that's relevant here. Something weird like attack speed or movement speed would be worth a shot. It'd be like, why would movement speed affect anything? It's, I don't know, there's weird interactions with the game and collision mechanics, right? Oh yeah, can you use a gadget? I don't have the hard past him. Nope. Quitting the trial, redoing? Maybe. Maybe. How much do we have to redo if we do this? Probably not that much. I mean, yeah, getting a Q back would be one way, but... Okay, the real question is, so one, does Sack Sword work? Because if Sack Sword works, like... What's the most similar entity in the game to this? I don't know. It probably doesn't work. Is the safe assumption. It says damaging an opponent, right? So, for example, I don't think it works against the turtles.
There's still a long road.
Oops. Oh yeah, gamblers. Does gamblers just directly reduce skill cooldown? Do I have it? Frick. No, it's defeating an opponent. And it removes our party, so we can't do any, like, double animo cooldown reduction. I don't know. We could change Traveler element, but Skyrider Sword burst to get the movement speed. I don't think movement speed is going to do anything. We could try it, but I'd rather try just changing the Traveler element. Yeah, it doesn't reset. Okay. Let's see what happens when we change the Traveler element. Yeah, I don't know. The mechanics of Pyro is what makes it more fun, though. I don't want to, like, it's not really that interesting to just change the Traveler element. But the Traveler theoretically can do that, but, like, yeah, I don't know. We might move on. I want to commit to it, but also, I don't know. We can try this. I'll at least do this. Not that. Why do I have one locked and I never refined it? There we go. Let's see. Does 18% movement speed do anything? Probably not. Wait, it's with a burst. Oh, frick. Well, that doesn't help us then, really. We only do a burst once, and there's supposedly more, according to the chat. So... let's put a... Fab on, actually. We don't need to... Don't know why I'm going to the things to do energy. Yes, if we save the burst, we can easily do it, yes. So, that's the way we can get that. We'll see if the, no, the movement speed won't matter at all. Because we can just save the burst. I don't know. It's weird, like, I feel like it's doable. But like just extremely awkward with how inconsistent the procs are. Alright. Also a story quest sword proc on skill usages. I know it's not it. I was just checking it. This. No, it's also, yeah, and it's hit an opponent still. Hits an opponent. And not skill. Oh well. Oh well. You can't hear anything? I'm gonna guess that's you. But we'll wait for the rest of chat to confirm. Because I'm not muted on my end. It's showing audio and OBS, so... There you go. It's a heart shield thing. Alright. No. What? Oh. There we go. Okay. Pillars may still be opponents since you're objectively meant to attack them. You might be right, actually, I guess. Sure, let's try it. I mean, well, if it's an opponent, though, we should just try Sack Sword. Like, Sack Sword's gonna be more impactful than that, so we'll try Sack. Oh, wait, no, we need to span through all this.
Your training will be. We'll start with blade work.
I will
You bet. There's Kaya.
try to get through them without normal attacking, but to get back to the 47 one, I might cheat. Because we already did the non-47 one.
Only then.
Wait, Paimon thought you were gonna.
One day, there are no. That's all I have to say. Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Nope, doesn't work. Figures. Yeah, they usually do things like entities different than they do whatever. Alright, let's just practice here.
This is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in
Yeah,
there,
we'll save the
Traveler.
burst. Now we're just on a normal attack so we can get to the 47. It's gonna take too long. I already did this one without. Just get to the next phase. It's not cheating, I did it before. Try this one again though.
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
Yeah, your internet might be pooped. Okay. Like, it seems like a tendency to hit more when you first cast, but it's not consistent. Sometimes it doesn't hit a bunch when you first cast. It's weird. Okay. try it. Oh, well, that just screwed the attempt. Was it carried over? Oh well. Guess we'll try it. Like, see, those ones never get hit in AoE. Yeah, no, I'm probably not going to use the burst in this one. It screwed me with the first attempt here. Yeah, nope. That's fine. Alright.
Too slow. Try again.
That was not ideal. Yeah, burst when we get down to the last two. The fact that these don't get activated, yeah, these ones are the hanging point. That wastes a lot of time. The fact that these don't get activated. I have to sequentially go through all of them. Ugh. Okay. Frick, I don't want to use the burst here.
Try again.
I would have used the burst if we killed half of them, because usually when we got to that phase, we killed half of the things at the same time, right? I feel like if I used the burst there, it might have targeted and then just not killed them all, right? God, frick you! Stop hitting single ones. It's like, ugh. This would be so much less annoying to try to do if it, like, just actually hit all of the things within range. Bam. There we go. Completed. No normal attacks. What is that sword? We didn't use that crap.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Cut to the chase.
Is that a new Kaching line or is that old
Consider
Kaching
a
line? Sounds like the old
moment of
Kaching
true
line.
mastery that
Go
you've
set us on
witnessed in
different.
another person and ask yourself, what lies beneath the surface? What's their guiding? Now take that and practice it right away with speed, skill, and strength. Oh,
Step on up. Dance with the waves.
Okay. I feel like Nilu's a weird one to learn from. Kazuo, you're using the wrong weapon. Yeah, how did Mihoyo not program a special outcome for someone that didn't use any normal text? Why are you sleeping on the
Empty your mind, but
what?
do not stop. Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up the fight. Get rid of all redundant movements. Imagine your sword is an extension of your own body.
I'm not using my sword though.
Just as you wield
I'm
your
using my
arms, hands,
fire
and
ringle
fingers.
dingles.
'Twas on a deserted moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's
Black
living
lip sync
lair.
show. That's a choice.
Ring cutter! Feathers fleeting wet. The white heron treads water.
Amenoma
A sight
Ayaka.
without flaw.
Actually, good choice.
Master of Inazuma Kamisato art touches
IMO,
you.
but her best strip weapon. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. I don't know. Something about that line feels out of place. Don't you dare normal attack. Oi! That's cheating! Traveler cheated! That was not me. Traveler cheated.
Looks like you've made some real progress.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
How do you feel? As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon. Let's hope you see that foggy place.
I like
in
the
your
new Paimon
dream,
voice. I don't
so
know.
can get this
I don't have any
investigation
other thoughts on that
done
other
with.
than that. So I'm gonna see if the normal chat thing works again, the transparent one. Bap. Nope, nothing's changed. Okay. Go to the makeshift camp and rest. All right. Yeah, I like it. I agree. It sounds like just a high-pitched creature. Muppet is, I think, yeah, some people in chat described earlier, I think is a fair way. But, I don't know. I just think it's a good change. I don't know. You wouldn't have noticed the Paimon change? I would have, I'm pretty sure. I did know about it beforehand as well, so I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe it would have been like, that sounds a little different. Is that new? That's what it might have been, but, you know. Like, I would have had to question whether or not my past memory of what she sounded like was correct, or if it was a new VA. Wait, we're in her dream world? Okay. Alright. Is that a Node Crysealy? Kind of gives me vibe that that's a Node Crysealy. Look at how detailed it is. Sealy power creep.
Skirk, why are you skipping classes again?
Strict
We've
female
talked
voice.
about this.
'cause he's a crabby old man, and he's a boring old man. I don't like going to his classes.
Excuse me. You shouldn't
Probably
talk
Nuvalet
about your
teaching
teacher
it.
like that. It's very
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. But I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you...
I went diving and I saw this huge fish. I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb though with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water at me. Oh, and today I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way to the stars.
They're just gonna go let a child find a dragon?
Then I suppose your old dad should get one
What?
as a pet too.
Okay.
Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the stars?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Alright. Space children are built different, apparently.
Put on a coat at least. You'll catch a cold.
Yeah, put on a coat.
You, young lady.
She doesn't have to worry about... Her mom doesn't have to worry about the fire-breathing bird. But make sure to wear a coat still.
She practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring the beyond one day.
Ah, let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no...
Okay. Random parents' backstory. I'm out. Alright. The weather's wonderful today. Alright.
The stars shimmer high above. Mountains as far as the eye can see. I can't be the only one asking these questions. I'm sick of being a kid. But for now.
Alright. What's over there? Something's going on. Does Skirk get teleported away or something from some other space alien from her home planet?
Don't let a single one of them get
Oh.
away!
Or her house is being ransacked. Alright. Rip.
Stay back.
They're coming!
That's a little worse than I expected.
Eliminate the threat.
Take him down.
Don't be scared.
This way!
Where?
Never make it! Fire. There's fire everywhere. What happened?
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders.
Something about the, like, just silhouette sliding around is funny. Guess who survives? Purple Man.
Why are you doing this? What did we do to deserve
Wait, there's multiple purple people. Well, if she's looking for some... If the backstory is that she's looking for someone,
Showed you the best our home has to offer.
she's seeking revenge, maybe?
By our own hands. And then
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain?
I don't know, the presentation of the scene is somewhat funny to me. I don't know.
Begin
I
extermination.
think it's fine. I get what is being told here, but
No one is to be
it's
left
like, yeah,
alive.
faceless dream images, but yeah.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and burn their entire civilization to the ground.
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man
Robots
and his
bring you
wife,
back
correct?
in.
What's their status?
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife broke her wrist attempting to fight back.
Wow.
They won't be doing much more fighting.
Jesus.
They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long. To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to surround them.
Well, well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer.
Okay. Alright. Well, that's not particularly happy. Smells like something's burning. What's going on? Didn't we just watch that? I thought the implication was that Skirk was watching that.
Dad? Mom?
To some degree, at least.
Skirk, you're all right. Thank heavens.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go.
What happened? You're bleeding.
Don't worry, he's just been shot in the ankle.
Alert all units. Prepare us around.
Oh, God.
Run as far away as you can. Your dad and I. We're not afraid
Aren't you
to
able
stare
to run
death in
still?
the face.
Your wrist was broken. You can probably run away with her still.
To survive. My clever girl. So
Why are you
genius.
staying behind though?
You're already.
Whenever you miss us, remember.
Like for real, they said she broke her wrist, not her. The husband got shot in the ankles. She broke her wrist. Why would she not be running with their child?
Look what we. You stop singing. Shut it.
I didn't expect her to be playing that instrument. Nice. This is why people like this quest. Because the music moment, right? They really need to upgrade their engine. Genshin and Zenless use the same engine.
You're awake? I found a few clues while you were
I think that was a guitar,
but it's only
but
the
it might not
start.
have been, I don't know.
Now, time for the
There's
second
lots
stage
of
the
guitar-like
training.
string instruments.
This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
Elemental energy? Wait, did we do the invert? Okay, well now, I will try to do normal attacks.
Man, no day and no night. It's like, well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork.
It's catchy, yeah.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided. The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning the natural energy of Tevat is, of course,
Is it natural?
elemental energy.
If
But
it's natural, why
not my
can
area of
very
expertise.
few people use
I
it?
draw from a different source of abyssal power. Yes, my master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area.
Don't let people
After
find that
all,
infamously
he was
stole
one
all
of
the
group of
all-encompassing
five
power
that
of the
infamously
abyss.
stole the all-encompassing power of the abyss. An act for which the
Five
people
sinners.
have called. The elemental energy of Tevat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the light realm. These two forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this
Almost
time.
seems related to cryo in some way.
A keen observation, traveler.
So that's an intentional
Call it
connection?
Respecting local norms. The abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my
I
life
see.
easier, I disguise my power to make it appear
AKA, we
violent
didn't
in
want to make a
nature.
different custom
It's a
element for
technique
her.
I learned from some Conrian ruins.
You know, it's funny, like,
known as the Seven
they could have
Shades.
made her
If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power,
just
I can teach
Miyabi,
you.
right? Where it's just like, it's abyss. Like, her element is abyss or whatever. But then, it just, her kit is the same. Right? The only difference would be she would work even worse in non-freeze teams. But, like, really, her kit wouldn't change much other than it would, if it was, like, not cryo and it was just abyss and it doesn't do anything, it's just abyss. It would be fine outside of the context of triple hydro teammates for her. Like, if you're doing Xingqiu, Dahlia, Mona, or something, I don't know, right? But anywho's, but they could also just give it, they could also just do it like they did in Miyabi with Zenless, right? And just make it like it's abyss power, but it also, so I don't know, they could have made people happier maybe by calling it abyss power and then just having it function like cryo anyways, unless they chose to make it interact with something else in the future, right? And then the lore justification is like, yeah, it's abyss power, but I make it work like cryo, whatever. Right,
So
yeah,
I've
abyssal
heard.
frost. I don't know.
you seem to have a
Anyways.
knack for removing abyssal power. But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear. Just thinking out loud. Let's focus on your element.
No, I would hope they wouldn't release a new type of goblet just for
The
her.
situation gets tricky. True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall.
It's kind of weird that they
So,
didn't just, yeah,
it's
do
time to push
abyssal
yourself
frost,
to the limit,
where it just
and then
functions as
keep pushing.
cryo, but
This
looks
is the
different,
only way to
and like has
advance at
custom
pace.
damage color numbers, right? It would have made a lot of people happy, just like people like Yi Xuan's gold numbers. Oh, okay, I think I have to do elements. Do I have to beat enemies or do I have to light the torches? I just have to beat enemies, okay. Also took my sword away. Freaking rude.
Prepare to be blown away.
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
Windblade.
I feel like this is just like version 1.0 tutorial, what we're doing right now. Let's not die. Oh, I really was hoping to get Pyro there.
Windblade.
Thing electro priority.
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes.
I can't do it with normal text, said. Pew 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 pew. Wow. Exciting.
Faster. Don't give them a chance to strike you. You need to be quicker than you were in your dream. You can't afford another injury like that.
I think I think Hydro Traveler's outfit is the most aesthetically pleasing outfit, by the way. The blue accents are nice. I like it. And it's a good thing they also have the best kit. You know, doesn't this imply that Traveler can actually... So, like, that was never clear before, right? That Traveler could change their elements without touching the statue in lore. But this confirms that Traveler can change their elements without touching a statue. So, this makes me really wish we could just do that on the fly. Like, imagine there was some system for doing that on the fly in combat.
The ability to
That'd be so
wield
cool.
elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements at will.
Oh, in Child's Play they
It
use 3
means
elements?
your
Ah,
aspirations
yeah, okay.
need no approval
There
from
was
the
other story
gods.
bits. Okay, never mind.
Your power is not bound by the rules of this world.
I
So
forgot.
be bold. Do not be afraid to chart your own path.
If only we could actually do any of the things they're saying. Instead of having to commit to one element. How do you switch between the elements with the 3-button game? This might sound crazy. They could put in a new button.
Very good. Seems
They
you've
don't.
reached a deeper
They
level of
don't
connection
actually
with
have to
elements.
only use the normal buttons.
Long enough for you to lose yourself
I know
in
that's
your
a
training.
wild
Which is a
idea.
good sign.
On
Relentless
mobile,
practice with the elements
they
has
could add
trained
another
all your
button.
strength, but it's also what allowed you to make
On controller,
progress.
mouse, and keyboard,
Get some rest.
they could figure out
When
the
you wake
button.
up, we'll proceed to the final
I
stage
think
of
it's a
your
solvable
training.
problem. Or yeah, just replace the aiming mode. Yeah, that would be an option. There's ways to do it. I don't think that's that much of a problem, a technical problem. All right, let's switch the weapon back because it was pointless. All right. If only I hadn't freaking used my burst at the start, by the way, wouldn't have wasted 30 minutes. Is this whole quest in this area, by the way? A gadget? Yeah. You know, I'd accept that. You know, I don't know, a year from now we get a gadget that's less like on the fly in combat. Changed elements. Like, what if it was just like random change? Not even like you control which element you change. Just you randomly change elements. Chaos Traveler. Oop.
What is the secret to power?
Wow. He looks intimidating.
Hatred.
Has he always looked like that?
Self-preservation. No.
I am the Demon Lord. Chat disconnected. What is wrong with YouTube today? Has YouTube just died?
The fear of watching your home burn. Fear of loneliness. Fear of death.
My internet still working? I think so. Oops, I can't be reached.
Is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship.
Okay.
It is in the process of prevailing over our fears.
It's a very I am an evil boy mentality. Fear is the source of progress and power. War is necessary for progress. We must murder each other.
And it is time to answer.
It still says I have a connection in YouTube. I just have no chat. Well, this is weird. Yeah. I feel weird live streaming without a chat, to be completely honest. Like, it feels really weird. But I guess we'll continue on. Ow, it hurts, Daddy, Mommy.
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted.
Am I feel like
instead.
Chat has gone away. Okay, how am I streaming still? I feel like YouTube has completely died. But then
My wrist is going to break.
So it has not broken yet.
Am I streaming still? It's so hard for me to tell. I gotta refresh some things.
And keep practicing
like
until it breaks.
The YouTube, I just refreshed my YouTube poll page, and it says connect to the internet. Your offline check your connection.
Always be reset.
I'm pretty sure my internet is working. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Why does it say I have a connection still? Why does OBS say I have a connection still? What is happening? I'm still connected on the game. What is happening? I can't open up any browsers window. Like, I tried to go to a completely different website in case it was like YouTube, right? Can I go to like arstechnical.com? But OBS still says I'm connected. This is so weird. Well, this is new. But like Genshin would kick me out, right? Genshin would kick me out if my internet wasn't working at all. And OBS should be showing an issue. What? This will be a stream for the history books. I have no idea if I'm actually live because my preview dashboard says I have an excellent connection. OBS says I have a connection, but then I can't actually watch the stream or anything. Maybe I can check on my phone. Maybe it'll work on my phone. I guess not though. But here, just disconnect from my internet and my phone. If I am live, I apologize. We're troubleshooting live. Is the entirety of the internet just going down or something? That'd be wild. What do I do? Probably not the case though, considering, again, Genshin's still working. Well, no, YouTube is not loading on my phone either. Even when I disconnected from Wi-Fi. Like on the 4G connection. Weird. Do I need to find like Oh, I got a website to load on my phone. I got a news website to load. So some things work. What a weird thing we are having today. I feel like YouTube has gone down. Here, can I go to is it down now? Man, the 4G connection is not very good. It's really slow. Yeah, I can't open any sites on my computer. So presumably this is something with my computer. But then then why couldn't I load YouTube on my phone on 4G if it's my computer? Oh, YouTube loaded. Okay. Can I open up my stream on YouTube? I can. Hello. I see chat now from my phone. I am still streaming that whole time. Okay. That's weird. Hello everyone. Yeah, so my computer seems to be completely borked. That is interesting. I sure hope this is an issue that gets fixed by restarting my computer. Well. Anyways, I can't put chat on screen or anything because I have it's on my phone. Let's see if I can prop my phone up. We can finish this quest and then that'll be that. What a weird problem. How does this make any sense though? Like, my internet works. Just assume it's a DNS and ignore the problem. Yeah. Like, my internet works. I'm streaming from my computer. But I can't open up anything on browsers. Anywhere. Just use normal text. Yeah, I can't breathe. Everything's gone black. This is the simulation of what is happening to Skirk. My entire computer is going black. Anyways.
Good Skirk. Once again, you survived. How do you feel?
Weird. Alright. Sorry, I got distracted by the problem. What did Sertologi say? He was talking about fear. Fear being necessary for human progress or whatever.
To the abyss. Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the brink of death, I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland.
He said to squeegee her sword till her wrist breaks. Oh, swing her sword. Okay. Just basically being rude, yeah.
But you still have much to learn.
Yeah, Genshin blocked my internet to get me to immerse in the story properly. Like, you're not engaged enough. Turn off. Honestly, fair. Fair.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes
it is a good strategy. I agree.
And become master. Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh. And mend
literally
broken.
Wait, let me actually turn Wi-Fi back on my phone and see if the Wi-Fi works on my phone, or if it is just, or if it actually is linked to my computer.
You're up. Hopefully you got some good rest.
Yeah, that's why her limbs are like that. Yeah, okay.
Start the final stage of your training whenever you are. So, want to head over now? Or did you want to wait a little?
I think... Yep, no, I think my Wi-Fi... It's something with my Wi-Fi. Or not my Wi-Fi, my internet in general, because I'm not connected on Wi-Fi on my desktop. I still don't understand why I'm able to stream then. Because yeah, as soon as I turned on Wi-Fi on my phone, the stream stopped functioning. On my phone. It's still functioning for streaming. What a weird issue. What a really weird issue. Okay. Well, I don't have unlimited data anymore, so 144p it is. So I can at least just have chat. Because I only want chat. Anyway. Alright. It's very hard to read, by the way. Because it's like very small text. Anyways. I like the new Paimon voice. Try to turn it on and off. I could try to restart it, but that would end the stream. And if I'm ending the stream, I'm not going to restart the
From
stream.
your training so far, you have gained better command of the sword and more control over your elemental abilities.
Second streamer I've seen having problems streaming YouTube. This isn't a problem streaming a YouTube problem right now. I can tell you that. It's a my network problem.
Now,
A very weird
it's time
network
to
problem,
focus
but
on
it is
how you
definitely a
react
my
under
network
pressure.
problem.
You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To
I
simulate
haven't
this,
looked into the
I'm
error
going to
codes or anything
attack,
yet. I
and
actually
you're
should,
going to
but
block. Ready?
trying to actually stream still. I wasn't sure whether or not I was still streaming at all. That's what I was trying to figure out initially.
Not bad. That defensive stance looks near unbreakable.
Wow.
Just like your brother. Oh, that reminds
Wow.
me.
You're not gonna comment on that,
Do you?
Lamine?
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
You think every opponent has the same moral code as you? You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want. Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior...
You're gonna cut off our limbs?
Only
I'd do
when
it.
you are free from the influence of emotion. How amusing. But you don't. You can choose your own path. We are not the same. Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment. This is your final training session. Look alive.
I see my chat window refreshing my PC. Is it gonna come back?
Same drill
Nope.
as before.
It's down.
But
It
this
didn't.
time, I'm going to
All right.
interfere.
You're
Hold
gonna
your
interfere.
focus.
Wait, we have Hydro Traveler now. Okay, now. You train in Abyss to get power. I train in the Abyss for fun. We're not the same. Yeah. That's what I was doing earlier. Does that not have range? Really? That doesn't go far enough? Cheater? I can't hit the things in the air with normal attacks. Alright, sorry. That you're implying because I did normal attacks earlier rather than sticking to elemental attacks. Remember, I said that when she said we're going to use elemental energy, I wanted to do normal attacks. And the game didn't let me, so I gave up. It's not interesting to do it when we have to do elemental attacks as in the intended way. Her limbs are Abyss replacements, yeah. The understanding I've been provided by everyone, which makes sense. If she had her legs cut off and her arms cut off for reasons, definitely necessary training and not just someone that was psychotic that told a child that they had to cut off their limbs. But hey, you know what? It gives us a aesthetically pleasing looking Genshin Impact character. So I accept that.
Not bad. Better than I expected.
When's Endless stream? Well, probably not today. When is Jafufu coming out?
Getting the hang of the first step.
Thighs had to stay for human reasons. Oh, yeah. I think it would have been cooler if her like entire body was just like abyssy. If she was all sparkly, other than maybe no, all of it. I want her all to be abyss sparkles.
You must
would have been better.
to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak.
Next week,
Stop.
okay.
Let's pause here. One look, and I can tell your mind has wandered. That's to be expected. There's a
Waiting
limit
for the
to how
fire
long a
lady.
human being
You
can
mean Evelyn, or do you mean
concentrate on
Jafufu?
one thing.
Because Jafufu is technically a fire lady,
Focused
but I
sounds
feel like
similar in theory,
describing Jafufu
but
as a
in
fire lady is a
practice,
little odd.
it's more demanding than sword
Okay,
work
this
or
is a lot of like
mental
very
abilities.
similar dialogue. It makes sense for a training regimen, to be clear. Repeat the same thing in different ways until you get your trainee to understand. But anyways, I must admit at this point
Some
on a
rest.
story experience level, it's
No point
getting kind of
training further
repetitive.
If you're already dead on your, you managed to push past your limits.
Is Jafufu strong? Yeah, she's pretty good. A chest. What sigils did we get? We got no sigils? Imagine if there was like abyss sigils in there. That would have been funny. Or was there sigils in there? Oh, okay. Didn't realize you were streaming. I mean, I couldn't tell I was streaming a second ago either. How much more of this quest is left, by the way? So I do want to... I'll finish this on stream, and then Archon quest will have to wait till another day. It's like 3 cutscenes. Okay. Take a look around. This is a fairly slow-paced story quest so far.
She faced
She got her.
Yeah, well, that's a given. I heard Master suffered a great
I'm gonna
injury
speed
once,
read through
too.
things.
Lost an arm and a leg and still came back
Incredible.
I don't know. I mean,
You're always so.
yeah, admire the person who cut off their arms and legs.
pathetic. You're not even trying.
First-person
You're so much
view.
weaker than you think.
Skirk, have you become a positive?
Why is
light
this in first
world?
person? Okay.
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth?
Does this mean we're gonna have a first-person event?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
I feel like first-person Genshin would be extremely disorienting.
I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get answers from the stars. I just need to wait till I'm grown up. Then I can do anything.
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past and
Run, Skirk.
I think our quest is longer and more interesting than the Archon quest this time.
Is here. Keep running and don't ever look back.
Interesting. Does that mean the Dane quest is underwhelming yet again? I hope Dane's life is actually involved in the Dane's life quest meaningfully this time.
Going around telling people you're
Alice.
from somewhere beyond the stars won't do, now will it? How about saying
What?
you hail from beneath the earth instead? As the
Did you not watch the
saying
special
goes,
program?
venturing out into the
They don't
universe
say
and
anything
diving
meaningful in the special
into
program.
the
And also,
same,
I don't want to. I don't like to pay attention to what they're just spoiling in the special program.
I'm a visitor on this
They
planet.
didn't play the Archon quest in the special program.
Splendid.
And they featured Dane in it. So why are you like
Let me offer you
what?
a piece of advice in return, although it might not be what you want to hear.
Like what is your question supposed to be implying is my point. What do you mean did you not watch the special program? You're saying that was 99% of the experience? I don't know. I just like what? I don't remember anything specific they showed other than like the True Travelers and Dane.
I know the pursuit of strength is important to you,
Anyways.
but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while
So where
is never a bad idea.
I don't think we're gonna get provided it, but like
Ignore her existence for too long.
Skirk's is a
There
word,
will come
Alice
a
is
day
a teapot.
when you can no longer hear her voice.
Where was that conversation happening? Was Alice on Skirk's world? Beneath the world? Or were they already on Tevat?
You're awake! You must be starving, right? Ta-da! Of course you are! That's why Skirk and... Ah, well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen. Plus...
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until after the meal.
Respectable. It is quite annoying when people just yap for eternity instead of eating food. I may be guilty of doing such things because I don't usually care about eating food. It was on Tevat? Okay, okay. Oh, Sertologi brought her master... Sertologi brought Skirk to Tevat to train. Interesting. Okay, if that was spelled out, I missed that. That was my bad.
First, your training is complete. You have what it takes to wield immense power. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn.
Surely
from your
our
journey
base
and
attack
hone
is
your
doubled
skills
now.
against formidable. Second, I've located
Wow,
the culprit
good job.
you've been searching for. When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he
Bursting
was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask me. You and I may never meet again, Charlie.
Okay, we get 3 questions.
Anything you want to ask me?
What? Off. Traveler?
Okay, not the angle I was expecting. What makes you ask that?
What? Least interesting question you could ask her. Whatever, it's fine. She'll probably Skirk will probably be nice, and she'll give us more real information, anyways. But like, stupid question.
I knew that was
Be
a
more
possible
specific in your
side
question.
effect. Closed off my mind to you for that exact reason. Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
It was mostly blobs and bombs.
Whatever. Must have been a flaw in my execution. I shouldn't be too surprised. Due to some recent circumstances, my self-control has been lacking as of late. Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth.
Does Skirk count as a descender, by the way?
No.
Because she is not from Tevat, or does she not? I feel like I asked this before, I don't remember.
And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you in some ways.
Because I feel like descenders are like specific tags that get labeled.
We're different
She's
in
not.
that
Okay.
respect. You're influencing the fate of this
Oh, the quest is going to answer. All right. Well, that's
But
good.
me, I'm just
She doesn't identify as a descender.
Several hundred years
Oh,
ago, my
it's up to
master,
the person?
Sertologi, opened the
Because,
border between
sorry, we'll
worlds
pause
and
this.
sent me here.
Because, like, she doesn't identify as a descender, but, like, I didn't really think the descender label was up to the descender. I thought, like, the descender label was either a generic term for the very few individuals that seem to be on Tevat that came from elsewhere. So, but like, Traveler didn't know they were descenders until they were told that they were a descender, right? Traveler didn't get to call themselves a descender. Anyways,
But this
I'm
is
sure
not
there'll be a
my
reason.
home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space.
Okay.
So, there you have it. On to your second question.
Hopefully less stupid. Goal incoming here.
Become stronger.
That is not a
Certain
good
reasons,
answer.
I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps.
Okay.
The path he once walked. And somewhere along the way,
Oh,
find out
so
how
you
to
want to
defeat
beat
him.
the shit out of Sertologi.
That is
Okay,
my sole focus and purpose. Okay,
I see.
you have one question remaining.
she might be a little upset about that guy. I wonder. She seems to be parroting his philosophy a bit much, maybe, to hate him strong enough to just to kill him. But you know what? Fair. I like me a revenge story.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident, but it's been years now, and I...
No. Frick. Like, okay. So, like, this could be tolerable for the traveler to ask.
Well, your last question?
This could... That could be acceptable if Traveler was better characterized as a whole in Genshin. Then I would feel like, okay, it's more the character Traveler making their own decision. But the problem is Traveler is like too generic. They have too little of actual real characterization of done to their own. I know there's going to be lore people that disagree with me, like whatever. But like, come on. It doesn't feel satisfying for that, but it's fine. Anyway, whatever. Like, doesn't feel satisfying for Traveler to make a in-lore, I care about trying to help my bruh out. Like, I want to help out child. But like, we don't have any characterization for that to actually make sense for Traveler to care about. And me as the player doesn't care about it, so I don't know. Anyways. Whatever. Situation different years before you ever cross paths with me. You already encountered very formidable opponents. Study there too. Okay.
So during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation.
It's a blank canvas.
But Ajax was so young when he came to me. A complete blank canvas. Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run, that would only hinder.
Also, like, I feel like there's so many things Traveler could have asked this character that made sense for Traveler's story. Like, like, are we ignoring the whole twins thing? Are we ignoring the fact that Skirk mentioned your sibling before? Like, at least like the implication that she fought your sibling? If not, like, just like, just in the circumstance of like what the Traveler would have character motivation to ask, I feel like the Traveler should have some other obvious questions to ask. Yeah, the sibling things to rile you up, maybe, yeah, but I don't know. Sorry, that's just frustrating. Yeah.
Unlike you.
Yeah, why is Tevat fake? Or why is the sky in Tevat fake? Yeah, yeah.
The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few... Wake up your companion. It's time to go. Oh, and everything I just told you. Best keep it a secret from her as well.
Okay. She's not omniscient. Maybe she wouldn't know. I mean, that's fair. But I think it's a more interesting question than, hey, child's been looking for you. What's up with that? Like, whatever. It's fine.
Where are we headed? Witness mine.
Get the heck this freaking Traveler out of me. That just delayed me making a Pyro Traveler video another 8 months. Yeah, I'm now annoyed at Traveler.
Just follow me. I'll open an abyssal rift close to the culprit's location. It will take us to where he's hiding.
Do, 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 do. I feel like Skirk teams are a little bit lacking in characters with traversal abilities compared to some other teams that can have different combinations of
This is near the chasm, right?
whatevers.
Yes. if we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream.
Why does it have to be from here?
You have some experience with abyssal domains.
You need some amount of like
but still,
particular locations to
someone
teleport to
else's
do. Okay,
territory.
weird.
Best to proceed with caution.
Player with Vressa. I mean, fair. Yeah, I should just do that.
Don't worry, Paimon's an expert at. Oh, but that means you.
All right.
Yeah, we do have TDDS Mulan. That's fair. And Yelan. That's fair. Mualani's not that good though at like moving around. Yelan is pretty decent. What Hydro Traveler? Also, why not a full team? I mean, I understand like on a lower level, but isn't Skirk's passive just like not gonna be up here properly? Yeah, because we need to have 2 other members. It's really funny to me. It is a C3, I know, but like, you know, whatever. Come on. Archon will ride up lane. Yeah, what's her burst line gonna be? Mawika's motorbike was a rat from the sky.
Just gonna float behind you. Come on, you got this.
Also, Traveler base attack. Did it actually increase? Or wait, this is Hydra Traveler. Oh, also with a different weapon. Never mind. I think it's the same. I think the base attack is the same between Travelers, but it was a different weapon.
Hey, what are you two doing here?
Go, Traveler! Look at that shield breaking power.
Let's press on.
My Raiden? Why are you asking about Raiden cons? But my Raiden is C1.
Oh, looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place?
I know it's Trials, Kirk, but you know. I just think this is not the way to make the characters seem compelling. It's just funny.
This should be the place where you were attacked. The missing part of your soul should be nearby.
Or Echo, that's what you're asking.
Where it is.
Yeah, I got the Echo yesterday. Wasn't too bad, but I had to put on Fav, and I had to spend an annoying amount of time reconfiguring the build, and then had to play well. But I thought it was actually a fun challenge. Also, yeah, Skirk is staying in her Dark Outlet mode. It would be kind of nice if you had the option to just stay in the dark mode. As always. Because it's got more sparkles.
Otherwise, you should have sensed it much
It's
more
also more
strongly.
edgy. I would like if I could stay in that mode. I wouldn't like it, but oh well.
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little.
Stay calm.
Give our enemy some wiggle
Okay.
room. So our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he
We have no
integrated it
idea
into his attack
who
somehow.
this is, by the way.
If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
Is it Danesley? Danesley stole our soul. Damn. It was you, Man of War? Oh wait, I read that wrong. Sorry, the text is too small. I thought you said I'm the boogeyman, not it's the boogeyman. But I blame you, regardless. Should I recognize those daggers? I don't think I should.
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me.
Ah. So Traveler was bait to get you here. Clearly.
I see.
Wow. Skirk is secretly a shielder. Wow, Traveler switched elements. If only we could do that. Okay. What? She broke the dagger and then it zooped into what? What? Oh, that was Traveler's soul. Why was it in the dagger? What?
Traveler! Skirk!
What? I thought we were gonna like conflict with a person.
What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
I mean, she can apparently have abyss limbs. I think she'll be fine.
You asked me why this enemy chose you as his target. Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify abyssal power.
It makes you scary.
Whatever that actually
To abyssal
means.
power, peoples.
The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely impossible.
Heard me?
Namely, break through my defenses and steal my power.
Oh no.
No. He couldn't have known I'd come to his domain. He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power. I doubt he
Oh, this is their
expected
OG
to
from 4.x? Oh, is it? I thought it was just like what she wore in her special state, but without like the
Call it
frillies.
fate, if you want. I believe that's the term.
Oh, no, yeah,
as
no,
well
I
as
see.
for
No, sorry, I
arbitrary
see what you mean.
coincidences like this. In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he
I think I
was
like this one
using my power
more.
for, it gave me the chance to get
This
back
one like
to
is an
the
in
past.
between of, yeah. I think I like this. Oh, that's unfortunate. I forgot what this one looked like, but now I'm seeing it in game again. I think I like this one quite a lot more. No. I don't know. It just has like a nicer contrast of like dark blues, blacks, and white, light blue.
Good.
Whereas like it's a much she's a binary switch in her actual kit, right? Where when you're not in her special state, she's got a lighter colored design. I don't know. Anyways, I like that one more. Oh well. Yeah, I didn't notice it at first until he pointed it out. But anyways, I don't dislike it, the new one or anything, right? It's fine. And I think the Switch is enjoyable, but like, you know.
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength. Tell me I'm wrong. You're desperate enough to scour the land for god remains and whatever vestiges of power you can find. That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat. Which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertologi.
Gasp.
Dares call him foul.
Are you one of the other sinners? Maybe I just like that more because it's more clothed. I don't know.
What's wrong? Bit off more power.
Like I do feel like her redesign has more focus on her ubas, whereas this has, you know, the scarf. I like the scarf a lot. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry. Okay.
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit. Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
Not that that design doesn't have focus on it too. She's a very Kokomi aligned design, but a little bit better, I would say.
Wise decision. Final victory doesn't always come at. You've got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came. Get us out of here, traveler. You'll need to lead.
Alrighty. Solo Hydro Traveler, let's go.
Skirk, is your shoulder gonna be okay?
The wound is minor. It'll heal in no time. You
I
should
will
focus
ignore
on
you.
getting out of here alive instead.
Falling spikes! Run!
So scary. Enemies. We'll ignore them. Oh, That's because I don't want to do combat with Pyro Traveler. Or, sorry, Hydro Traveler. I did not notice that. No! I saw it too late. I looked at chat, I looked up, and I was like, no. Oh my god. Like, no, what? I'm having a terrible day. Where are we? Over here.
So, this guy's power has something to do with
Walk on the edge.
narwhal. Did you know that all along, Skirk?
I had my suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate it.
Oh, hopefully it wasn't more dialogue there that was important that we missed. Loading.
Oh, we should be safe here, right?
I no longer.
I wish I could do a side by side. I'm sure.
Can't have followed us
Well,
out
I'm sure I
while
could find a
it's
side by
delayed.
side, but I can't look up anything on my computer right now. So even try to look it up. So, oh well.
Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled.
And I feel like I like this one a lot more, but I'm also just looking at it right now. Right? I'm not actually doing a direct comparison.
You seem surprised.
Anyways, enough yab about her
I
design.
suppose that's fair.
Uh.
I've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping
Uh-huh.
maw could swallow a planet whole.
Yeah.
It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can
Mhm.
extract power from anything. Dead
It's
or
kind of weird she doesn't use
alive,
whale
as long
drops,
as it
by the
manages to
way.
make physical contact.
Why would they not do the one that... I mean, well, I guess they had to... I don't know. There's a new weekly boss. It makes sense to have the new characters use a new weekly boss. There'd be, like, nobody using a new weekly boss if she didn't, but, like, you know.
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Your dragon friend recognized
I
the
really
nature
don't
of
like,
its
by the way,
enemies
that
and
Infa
used
uses
power of
the
Hydro to
the
protect
Natlan
it.
weekly boss. That's
That
ugh.
worked because it was in a satiated state.
Ugh.
So it was somewhat
Don't
less
want to farm that
aggressive
thing
than
more.
usual. It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in.
Or
It can
child
devour
boss.
everything on the planet in that state.
Yeah.
Which is why I cast it into that void space. But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have exactly. It told me everything I needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for.
Maybe it's your master's boyfriend.
And I believe that brings our transaction.
You seem
to an
very
end.
insulted to
Now
call
that you're
Sir
whole
Logi
again, you
foul.
can get back to your own journey.
So,
I'll handle the rest of
probably
this
not
situation
Conran.
myself.
Probably not Thane's life.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall,
But
you get
maybe
back
in
up
love.
again and become strong.
What if that monster finds you before you're all better? Plus, how are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again.
Swoosh.
Not without your... So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
Fair enough. Then take this. The bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free.
Okay.
I know that much.
You have some money.
I'll leave the planning to you. Her-
Okay.
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest. But where?
Alright, I'm gonna take here.
Paimon gets the feeling Skirk wouldn't like being
The
around a lot
bat.
of people.
Oh, what? The button's still there.
Baiju said we could...
I didn't mean to cancel the dialogue. Whatever. Also, I forgot Baiju was part of this. All right. Just take a quick snippy screenshot. Bap. So I can compare and contrast later. I'll decide formally if I like the redesign. Is the back very different? I think the back looks better too. Like that dark blue like tassel thing. Like this tassel. Look at it. It itself even has the sparkles. That's so nice looking. Oh, wait, you're right. I forgot I could change the characters now. Oops. Stop looking at yourself. Yeah, I like the dark blue tassel. From behind, I like the dark blue tassel a lot more. Also, freaking stupid. No, don't. I don't know. Yeah, I like the, I don't know, the extra contrast with the dark stuff is just better. And I don't know, less cleavage showing also looks kind of better to me. And then from behind, like, I just like the darker contrast there. I don't know. Oh well. But I don't mind. I mean, things I like more. I like that her ass is covered more in this new design, right? Less just ass in the camera effect. Like if we walked around with this design, you know, you just see ass peeking through the hair constantly. Like it's not a bad thing entirely or anything, but you know, point is like it's not like objectively worse or anything. It looks like the same character, just with a different outfit. Yeah, would I pay for that skin? I don't know. Also, I like how there's rips in. I don't even know what you would call this section of the outfit, considering it's like a one piece that it is maybe generously called a you know, whatever. She still has segments of it on her outfit here, but it doesn't have the rips on it anymore. The leotard. Yeah, there you go. Leotard. It's not ripped up at all. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I like the old one a little better, but we also got, you know, wait, can I just do normal E? Talk to her? Sure. Okay. Like, I like this. This is enjoyable as like a special form thing for sure. But, you know. And then that lets you see ass if you care about it. I don't know. As default form, they like that more. Anyways, talk to her. All right.
I'll know something about Master.
How's the shoulder?
Fine. It was just it'll take time to recover my strength, of course. But adapting the situation. Oh, this.
Star crystal suit.
Abyssal energy is scarce in Tevat. Wearing this helps me access it more freely. It stores concentrated abyssal energy that I can draw from on the go. When the energy runs out, it reverts back to its original form.
Oh, okay. So this is the out of energy form? Okay.
Found somewhere to rest.
Well, I like the out of energy form then. For some reason, the in energy form just gets more frillies, and then more booba showing, and scarf is gone. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. I don't know if that's the most sensible lore explanation possible, but it's there, I guess. Oh boy. Alright. She's half naked because she's lacking abyssal energy. I mean, but wasn't that implying that her outfit reverted to its original form because she lacks abyssal energy? So she gets less naked when she has no abyssal energy. I believe that's what it is. But yeah, I want this as a skin. Like, I don't really want to pay for it because it's like minor, obviously. But like, I would appreciate that as a skin option for sure. Anyways, like it already exists. You already done the work. Anyways, what's Baiju have to say about us bringing an alien into his pharmacy?
Huh. This bag from Skirk has a ton of Mora in it. Does she have a job or something?
She probably steals it.
No. After what we
Or
saw
manifests
at the
it.
restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? It would go something like, I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met? Huh. Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you.
Okay, did we get clarification that that happens automatically? or if she intentionally can control it at all. I don't know. Anyways, whatever.
Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward.
Weakness is stored in the scar. Yeah.
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss.
Sonorous.
I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountaintop.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Melon?
No, sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the
What do you say, friends?
I know there was
I agree.
Go ahead and
If
get
you
some
have to
rest.
formally ask if we're friends, ugh.
Wait, what about you?
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some strength.
I think this one's just also more glowy. Like the front little feather tassel is more glowy.
But your shoulder. Hey,
Anyways,
don't just leave.
feels more glowy.
Whatever.
One bed.
Let her tire herself out. She'll come back.
Calm
Let's
down.
get some sleep, traveler.
I mean, she wasn't bleeding, to be fair.
Quiet.
Talking on her AirPods. Or to the voice in her head.
Remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Yeah, she's very glowy right now. Which might be intentional.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade.
Run, Skirk, run!
She's on charge mode. If she's charging, why is she glowing? That implies she's wasting energy glowing rather than just charging. Like if you want to charge your iPhone, you don't let the display on, you know, if you wanted to charge as fast as possible. The display is going to use energy. Why is she glowing while she's charging? Is her charging that inefficient that she just glows constantly while charging? I feel like she needs to charge better than that. She doesn't seem very good at collecting energy then. I feel like she should be better at collecting energy. Anyway. I'm not gonna lie, when I heard that sound, I thought like someone was going to the bathroom or something. Because you off camera make a whatever. I feel I know why they added off camera, because they don't want to animate like a liquid and whatever, yada yada. But like, I think it would have been fine just to like show no liquid and like a teapot being poured into the thing, rather than off screening it completely. Or it could have, our traveler could have been standing there, like. And like they raise their arm towards the pot and they
Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here though?
About 60%, maybe 70.
Skirk does not support fast charging.
Oh, Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days. That was
No.
Fast enough. That's 20% less than last time.
Oh, she has her outfit
Same
back.
training regimen,
Sad.
Same intensity. Nothing felt different, but somehow the
Like in some ways this is more glowy, I guess. Like the frilly bits are more glowy, but it's like more diffused glowy rather than like focused little tassels on the other one. I don't know, and the focused tassels were better. Also, I think her legs are a little bit more hard, or like they're dark on the same dark tone below. I think the leg stripies, the abyss stripies, are a little bit lighter colored there. I don't know. I like the slightly darker tones in the contrast. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I like the other one. Sorry. Anyways, I don't hate this, but it's like eh. And now the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I really want a skin. Sorry. I need to. The story's not terrible. I'm not like disengaged with the story. It's just like slow paced in a way that I can easily yap about other things while things are going on, right? Don't mind. That's just coming back and staring at you on occasion. Tried to give her more contrast. I think they took away contrast though. I mean, well, yeah, contrast with the other mode. Yeah, sorry. But, yeah, anyways.
Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now?
I do find it amusing that she quite literally does have to charge.
Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh, wait! Breakfast! That's it! Paimon will go get breakfast. Be right back.
They want to make her look cryo too? Yeah, that might be right. Oh well. Surely they'll give us a skin for the thing that's already in the game, right? Right. Is there any other cases where they didn't do that though? Where they have a character like alternate skin and then they just won't let us have it? Like Wander technically, but Wander I get why we don't get access to, right? That feels like symbolically bad. Because they're like literally kind of different people due to what happened in the story. Right? Kind of. Obviously not entirely. Well, no, they got their memories back, sorry. But I guess Wander is probably the best example. Oh, the player's year for Scarf. Yeah, I mean, there was the Mondstadt girl. Yeah, Mona Rosaria, Jean, the censorship skins. But I'm talking cases like Wander. Like there's Wander had a different visual, but like that was more notable of a lore thing than I think I wasn't charged fully. I want the 0% charge skin. Shenhe. Did Shenhe have a different look? A different, like an actual different skin that you then doesn't exist? I don't recall that, but maybe. Would I pay for the old skin at this point? Probably, honestly. Being that before I compared and contrasted, maybe not, but anyways. Oh, Shenhe had a belly button once. Oh, okay, sure. That wasn't what I was talking about, but I understand.
That's right. This is Skirk's.
Oh, you can talk now. Hello.
Think of it as the threshold between the soul. This isn't your first time here. But what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness.
Whoever voiced this, so I don't like Nahida's voice. Like if I was asked to rate Nahida's voice versus Paimon's voice before, I would say I preferred Nahida's voice. But now, if I rate Nahida's voice against New Paimon voice, I prefer New Paimon voice. And now this, as like an additional small creature high-pitched voice, I think I prefer this above all three of them. And I feel like this voice would have worked really well for Paimon, or not for Paimon, sorry, for Paimon. This voice, like how this is being talked, it would be a good Nahida voice. Because it's interesting and like it sounds like a small-bodied being, so higher pitched, which is good, but then, I don't know, like intonated in a way that they know how they're speaking, they're knowledgeable, wise, whatever, god of wisdom, yada yada. I don't know. Anyways.
Actually, it's my first time.
I don't know why that popped in my head. I just voiced my thoughts. My brain was like, I would like this to be Nahida's voice. It's not Nahida's voice.
The injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak again too. Call it fate if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for a lucky coincidence. Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here. So, this river represents Skirk's strength.
Yeah, I would believe that this is Skirk's VA. She seems like a pretty skilled VA.
Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience.
I just want Skirk to voice everyone, apparently.
So this river is where
That's the lesson. Skirk and voice Paimon, Skirk and voice. Skirk and voice Nahida.
But as you can see, this river has been severed numerous times. It's because Skirk doesn't like who she was in the past.
I see.
And all she sees reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of
Yeah, this is Squirk.
She cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion.
Yep.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get...
The answer to one mystery invites another question. Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs, among the memories.
Okie dokie. Give me the lore. I probably wouldn't use it because I don't like the little floating pet things, but this would be a cool little floating pet. A Skirk pet. It's like a coastline. I recognize the drawing in the sand. The picture I drew for Power. Why is it showing up in Skirk's memories?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet.
Okay.
Like meteors. You both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not your home. Yet, when she first noticed your presence,
Cat is talented VA. Her Twitter is fun as hell. What's an example? What does she do on Twitter?
she still chose to walk away.
Can you convince me to log into Twitter?
Seems like you've answered your own question.
Why does Traveler have 0 critical thinking? They're trying to make sure they're accurate to the average player. Clearly, it's very intentional and skillful writing on their part. They want to make sure that the average player can properly feel like they'd make similar decisions.
Skirk sees herself as a trespasser in this world.
Not a dissenter.
She's made a
Trespasser.
conscious choice to avoid altering its path.
I see. So she does control her people's perception of her.
From events much earlier on in her life.
She actively chooses to be alone because she doesn't want to interfere. I would have a similar philosophy, honestly. If I was going to different planets as a powerful being with my own goal at hand, I would probably not try to interfere as much as possible.
Let's keep
Sit
going.
and observe.
It's still a long way to the source of the river.
But if I do not belong, if it's not my business, and no one is like obviously directly under like harm, you know, not gonna partake in something that might be like a historical event, right? But if someone was being murdered in front of me, I'd interfere, right? And I think Skirk would do the same. I think that's the philosophy she has. She said she put her skirt... Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You now have what it takes to wield
Better outfit again.
power.
Anyway, sorry.
From this day forth,
Looks better. It looks better in 2D art too.
no one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs and claws. Now, you must learn to hunt.
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own, Master?
Indeed. Make new friends.
People with power get to remember her. Okay.
On your own journey. And piece together a
That
new
makes sense, I
future from the
suppose.
shattered remnants of your past. We will still have contact through the abyss. But know this.
Or is it that she doesn't have the ability to actually...
I will take
Wait.
the life
Is that what Sir Logi looks like?
rebuild
Jesus.
and reduce it to ashes. just like the fire that
You got the literal abyss inside his I was gonna no. Sorry, I was chuckling at a thing in my head. I don't want to make it. 'Cause I don't think it makes sense.
Why would you do that?
I have told you before.
This is the kind of fan service I want. Like, look at it. Anyway.
You have tasted loss. You have known.
Alright, so Sertologi is gonna be a weekly boss in Natlan. Or Natlan. In Node Cry.
But as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach
Probably
from
not.
that which harms us. And thus pain dampens over time. Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you in the nightmare of your childhood. Or it shall drive you to defeat me, whatever.
Wait, we saw the figure against the narwhal? What?
Skirk's master.
When did we... What?
Sertologi looked like at
What?
one point in time.
When did we... What? When did that happen in the narwhal fight? Was there a cutscene where he just, like, flashed on screen or something? Oh, it's the same model in the narwhal. Oh, I forgot it. Yeah. The second phase dude. Okay. Well, never mind. I guess he already exists. So he is a weekly boss. I was just wrong. It already happened.
He could appear as a beast, a human,
I see.
even a monster that defies description. The form you see him
Okay.
in here,
This Chad
clad in
armor.
Abyssal armor,
I see.
is the one he usually.
Sertologi told her to put down roots here while at the same time threatened to destroy whatever land she managed to create.
For certain reasons,
Yup.
I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible.
To bonk him in the face. Get him the fuck out of here.
Understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked.
Yeah, I remember.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The
Really?
real Sertologi is terrifying. The scope of his power is impossible to understand until you experience it firsthand. It is absolute.
Power to crush all things.
Crush all.
Just bring Geo Traveler.
Shall we keep going? Let's
Unstoppable force versus immovable object.
about halfway.
That's how strong Geo Traveler is. Alright. So I just want to enjoy the view in the area a little bit. In Squirk's Mindscape. Weird bluey purple water. Very pretty looking water, to be clear. But also weird looking water. It's more like this is a dessert that has been made type of thing, not water. Anywho's, dual backflip? I don't think I can do that, unfortunately. Time is it, by the way? 6:54 p.m. Hopefully I'm fine. Still gotta record the Skirk video today. Oh, little Skirk, wow.
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk, when she first began training under Sertologi.
With limbs.
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow, you're to train twice as hard.
And then the day after, I'll rip off your arms.
No tears this time. Good.
No, yeah, I can tell by pacing that I'm almost done.
Garner sympathy through tears is a habit of the weak.
Can I ask a question, Master? I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died.
I saved you because I have a plan for you.
Oh, it's always wonderful to hear. I saved you because I'm going to use you.
It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I
Oh.
for it. Every
So, he chose to save Skirk because he's like, I can make this lady really powerful so I can fight again.
Even fate bends the knee.
Yield the super villain that's so powerful that they get bored of existing, and so they try to make other supervillains to fight. Or heroes to fight. I'll be honest, kind of a boring trope in my mind. Also, I just noticed he's standing, or he's in the sword here. And also this is an ass shot, technically. Which is funny.
So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
What you want matters little. Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void.
Yes, Master.
From that day forward, all she knew was grueling training, emptiness, and fatigue. After some time,
Okay, so what are you? Are you just like a piece of her consciousness she cut off?
emotions, like her master. It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel. I suppose it was at this point that... I almost don't want to reach the end.
So is it just Survivor's Guilt, or is she actually responsible in some way? Just Survivor's Guilt is fine. I will say, as far as Survivor's Guilt stories, Mihoyo did a really, really good job with Trigger's story. I get some vibes of Trigger's story here, but it was better done in Zenless. Sorry for the Zenless class. But what my bridge to that is, my hope is that the reveal here is that there's a little bit more to this than just Survivor's Guild, right? That's my point.
These are Skark's
Happy
happiest
Skark.
memories. What a simple and carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden
The shyest of flowers could resist swaying
song
along.
filled the air.
That's a cute sentence.
Not even the shy. This is Skark's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child. Always skipping. There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea. The secrets beyond the stars.
The
And
ship.
that merchant ship packed with adults wearing those strange clothes.
Okay, so the merchant ship murdered them all?
Yes. It was a spaceship. When it arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants from a neighboring planet, looking to establish trade.
That outfit looks weirdly similar to what she wears now, including the size. That could be intentional. I feel like it should be a little bigger if she was just trying to wear the same outfit she wore when she was a child.
Skark's parents, her relatives, her neighbors, everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the... No one had any idea of what was to come.
Army? Oh,
Several months
I didn't realize that was an army.
An army
I thought it was like a small group that killed the village or whatever. But no, apparently it was an army that destroyed the planet. Lovely.
And everyone on the planet.
Well, that's fun.
Skark had skipped school that day, like so many times before. So she was not caught in the immediate...
Does she have a little wing going on her back?
But when she came home that day, only fire and ruin await. Countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved.
A fin.
Friends and relatives. The little girl who lived next door.
Are they mermaids?
The bad leg. The bad-tempered teacher she had made fun of. Just their lives were discarded like worthless trash. As the fire consumed one life after another. Skark was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running until an unexpected figure crossed her path. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment, the fire would have claimed her life too. Because she and her people were seen as a threat.
Why?
As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that
Evidence
it
of
hadn't
human activity
always
even
had
during the
the
periods of
conditions
extreme
to
heat
support
or
life.
cold in the past.
Yet there
Okay.
was evidence of human activity even during the period. Further research revealed that, over time, the people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source. For that reason, the outsiders viewed them as
So, Dark Forest theory.
and decided to
I see.
eliminate them before the threat could rear its
Dark Forest theory. The aliens were like, these are a threat. Kill them before they can become a threat to us. Because if we don't, our species might die. Because they have an inherent advantage over us, potentially in the future. Yeah. RIP. It's not exactly Dark Forest, because Dark Forest theory has to deal more specifically with the fact that like there's inherently like hundreds of years of like delay, and you can't ever know like what the technological advancement of a species is, but it's like aligned with the same idea.
senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had. Perhaps it was their own innocence and kindness that doomed them.
You like the 3-body problem? Yeah, that's the series, the book series.
To the blaze as well. If those with power get to decide
The show is.
evil, then
I didn't finish watching the show, so.
And so, before death could claim her, she ran. No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Skirka's waiting over there.
Okay, so you're not part of Skirk's consciousness?
It's time to fulfill my purpose.
You gonna merge with her? Maybe. Yeah, I gotta try to actually finish watching the show. The show has a different vibe. I don't think it's terrible.
So all this, just so you
How
could
are you
bring
this good
her
at
here?
spoiling yourself for 3 seconds before the real? I mean,
I have things to say to you.
I don't know, like, because Genshin follows relatively formulaic stories, and I don't know, most stories are relatively easy to predict for me. I've just consumed a lot of media. I don't know. Like, it's not usually hard for me to see things coming shortly before they happen, because, like, it's how writing works. This is not bad writing, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's how writing works, so
I want someone to witness our reconciliation.
it's my expectation is what was happening here.
An argument to get there. And she is the best choice in this
What matters is the execution, more than does it happen necessarily.
Her suppressed emotional self. The version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind, stifled by reason.
But yeah, also being used to Genshin's story structure with their foreshadowing, yeah.
All those rejected impulses, those discarded aspects of your past selves,
So this is the oldie story of a person becomes stronger, not by cutting off past versions of themselves, but instead accepting the past version of themselves that they had previously been suppressing, whatever, yada yada. Yep. I get it.
who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long. So, I came to face you instead.
You're wrong.
It is funny though that.
Faced you all along.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's
You're
exactly
wrong.
why I keep you locked here.
You're wrong. I'm using. All right. What was I saying? Sorry.
Your existence makes me weak.
Her old version of herself being an actual creature in her mind and having the ability to try to be like, yo, cut your shit out is enjoyable as a
Don't
gimmick.
forget, it was a penchant
shadow,
for
yeah.
goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most of all.
Even so, Learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erase. Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses. Emotions like kindness and empathy.
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary. I allow you to exist, but with
maybe you need to accept the past versions of yourself to be able to gain the power of becoming better than Sertologi.
I've shouldered
Because that's something he didn't do.
I rose
That was
above
interesting.
the
We could tell that the
numbness and
pupil
emptiness.
was like layered over the
There was
other part.
cold,
You know.
unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things together.
Okay, but if you become one, is it really together?
On the grand scale of the entire universe.
You're not shouldering things with someone else if you're merged together into one being. Anyways.
Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse of space. It gives meaning to the world around us. Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars. Those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure.
That isn't what we need.
Exactly what we. Aren't you curious?
We're just watching a person argue with themselves.
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only answer.
And look around. Look at your inner world.
I hope we get some cinematic where like the world fuses back together. That would be a satisfying like execution on this idea.
You cast aside your dreams and curiosity, and in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be, so you can no longer draw strength from your past. Now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt.
They literally just had to specifically say, "Hey, just in case you didn't know, this was Survivor's Kill." Yeah, yeah, indeed. I noticed. Nice little image there. That's a nice screenshot, honestly. Oh, you yoink that. Oops, I just yoinked the one corner by accident rather than the whole thing. Ah, there we go. Got it.
And do you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
I could go and like get those hands. I can go in and crop out those hands, and like use those as like thumbnail hands, maybe. My chat is back. When did that happen? Wow. Yeah, and closes my phone. Crazy. I'll still probably restart my computer and my router after I'm done streaming. It's alright, let me see if I can fix things. Okay, the YouTube chat doesn't want to come back on the my in-screen chat on my OBS, but that's whatever. Who cares?
Thank you.
Yeah, I no longer have to like stare at tiny text on my phone. Phone sitting 2 feet away from me. More than 2 feet, actually. But anyways, we're gonna make it through the wake of the tragedy. Wake of that tragedy. We have to distance ourselves. Yeah. Okay.
Distance ourselves from the pain through reason over emotion.
Oh, I stole Squirk from the clutches of darkness. Should I do that? I mean, I could retitle the video and try to remake the thumbnail with that. That would be funny.
I know you will never forget that fire. I know the fact that you were the sole survivor fills you with guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that among the voices
They were being a little bit on the nose, I think, with some of the. Hey, did you know survivor's guilt is the thing?
You know that you didn't turn out to be the person you
Like I can't help but compare this to compare this to. Like, I don't dislike the story. I think it's quite good, but I can't help but feel this is just a more underwhelming story compared to Trigger Story, which was also about survivor's guilt, but done in a much better way. Not all of Zenless' stories are incredible, to be clear. I think Trigger Story was, in my opinion, probably the best one in the game so far, but
All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives.
it wasn't like... I feel like it tackled the subject in a much better way, with a much better narrative flow to it that was more engaging throughout compared to this. Survivor's Guilt stories are fairly compelling in general, but I don't know. Anyways.
I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died.
Sorry for giving my thoughts on the story. Some summarized thoughts without actually finishing it.
Have to go on like this.
But we'll see. We'll see if they culminate in a nice something at the end.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you.
I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many.
Shatterskirt. Yep, that's why I gotta play... Well, unfortunately, I don't think she can trigger Shatter. I don't think she has any heavy attacks. Maybe you could use that footage just as an excuse to play Shatterskirt specifically.
There was a
But
song
alas.
Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to fetch water. Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey? I am not the dancing water.
Genshin stories usually end with
You are not the
a
burdens of
bang.
sand.
So by a bang, I mean like some animation or whatever, right?
Then I will carry you with me until the end. I should be thanking you.
I really wanted to make a dark joke there. Animation time. Yeah, these animations usually make me always like leave with a more positive impression than I think the overall experience often is in Genshin stories. I'm gonna shut up. Nice visual.
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your soul.
Did you survive? Why was it only you?
Skirk, did you become a positive light in this world?
Hey, this doesn't have to be the end. Life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
It's pretty. I was visualizing the land being merged together, but instead just the rivers merged together, that makes sense, I guess. No, we didn't see anything.
I once asked my master if survival of the strongest was the law of the universe. He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
Okay.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea came to mind. An idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be another tragedy like that fire. One in which power was not the law of the land. But That means I must defeat him.
How do you...
Because my master,
But isn't being in a position to create a new world order imply... Like, I feel like, Skirk, I think you have a weird perception of power. Because, like, power isn't something you get rid of. It's like... you want to create a world without power, but you have to have power to try to even exert that idea. And like, I understand the sentiment, to be clear. I have one of the things in my code of ethics is like systems that allow you to gain personal power over other people is inherently an unequal system, right? And therefore the most morally correct thing to do, in my mind, with power is to try to rework the very systems that gave you power in order to ensure that others have equivalent, or not equivalent, have better access to the power that you were able to acquire than you did, right? So like the simple like gimmick, a simple idea of this is if you were a king, you would do what you had in your power to try to change the system from, you know, a system of governance, of monarchy, of kingship, passed down only through bloodline, and instead giving more power to the people, right? The actual populace. That's like the simplest, like, over generic example I give, right? The way that this is presented to me is just like, I want to remove, but that's not removing power. That's trying to diversify the way that people can have power, right? You don't get rid of power, in my mind. Anyways. Power never leaves, just changes form. Believes not good in power, share power. Yeah, that's probably what the implication is. So I'm probably reading it. I think the implication is supposed to be similar to what I just described there. But it comes off a little bit overly simplistic to say just get rid of power. Yeah, sorry. Certology is at a core defier of all rules and order. Okay.
Yes. And not just because of the gap in our abilities.
As always, I think the fact that the story is making me think these things is a good thing. A good aspect to the story. But anyways. It's not that big of a complaint. If anything, I think it's more of a compliment. It's pretty more of a compliment that it got me to think that at all.
Taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word.
Okay, but is he going to seek you out for a fight, or is he just going to wait for you to seek him out for a fight?
He's no longer into that. But he sends me messages through the Abyss every now.
He sends you messages?
Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions.
There's something about this is really funny to me. Certology, this like great all-powerful, like probably near godlike being. Yeah, a 6-star. He's just like sending Skirk text messages. Hey, how's it going? Haven't talked in a while. Feel free to give me a call. Yeah. Alright.
Every time
I
hear from him, my heart skips a beat. And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've built to pieces. Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear, just like he said. Yes, I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life. I don't know what Master has planned.
I see.
But I have to be ready.
So pursuing strength, partially in desire for self-preservation, and desire to change the world for the better. Fair. I like it. It's good characterization.
Why? This isn't your fight.
Well, I'm the traveler, and I'm generic, so I help everyone. I'm the savior of Natlan, don't you know? Here, let me list my accomplishments that got me an award. What an amazing list, isn't it? I really deserve that. Sorry. So this was a good story. Natlan story, Where's a kinder place? Exit the threshold between soul and dreams. I appreciate them going to the effort of creating this whole... Oh, I can't walk over there. I wanted to go walk on the edge and take like a... Oh, freaking... Dang it, Mahoyo. Okay, so... Someone feel free to remind me in the future. This location is probably stored somewhere. You can probably get into it. The question is where. There's probably going to be a way to get into this from the overworld, right? And I want to be able to get into it because it's pretty. And I want to be able to take screenshots here properly. Like, just live stream thumbnail screenshots, like standing on the edge of the cliff or whatever, like up there, looking down over this or something. But, like, I can't properly. You can't? I know you can't properly, but like you're also not supposed to like be able to go into other areas, and like I think you might be able to. It might be possible. Well, I don't know. It might not be. It depends on whatever. Look at that. Is just a box, corner of a box here. Anyways, like the area in Sumeru Desert. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. It could be implemented a different way. Maybe it is impossible. I don't know. But there's also a very good chance it might be possible. So if anyone learns anything about this, then I don't hear about it, right? Because I'm not going to probably actively look into it myself. Unless I think of an obvious clue for how to break into this area. Man, why is it so restrictive? I want to walk around a little bit. God dang it. I just wanted to enjoy the look of the bit. Oh well. Take pics of her while she's standing there. I mean, that's not what I wanted. I mean, to be clear, I can probably get like... Oh, I can't even... Dang it. Here, maybe I can hide the traveler behind her. We ignore the travelers here. I could take this as a... But I can't properly position it without... There we go. Hide the traveler like that. I need to get rid of the leave together though. But now I'm too far. I mean, okay. Something like that's okay. Wait, freaking got to get it again. There we go. There we go. I can do some editing to erase traveler from that image. All right. That's something, but I didn't want just one. I wanted to be able to like go look out over the edge. This could be a great area to look out over the edge. It's like the nice skyline with the stars and there's a nebula there. Yeah, like it's a very aesthetically pleasing area, and I can't look at it. Anyways. Don't leave it. Okay. Oh yeah, you can technically do this. Yeah, that's true. Sure, I'll take a second one. Just in case I need a different perspective. Not necessarily going to use them. Maybe we'll use them for a live stream in the next week or two or something. Primarily, but... it didn't involve Paimon. Get wrecked.
You're both okay, right?
What does it look like?
I'm assuming, by the way, like, don't have like the surfaces properly made to like climb on or whatever, and yada yada. So they don't want to they didn't want to implement anything like it. You know, I understand why they didn't want to let players walk around, but like it is an open world game and it's like a really pretty vista. I think it is a pretty big missed opportunity to not let us walk around that area, being that's like the only time you're gonna be there, unless there's some exploit we can use to get back there in the future, right?
Into the future.
It's a little unfortunate that we can't appreciate the visual work that was put in a little bit more, just because they presumably decided they needed to not allow the player for whatever reason. Yeah, didn't have the resources because of no crime, maybe, I don't know, right?
I
But
taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how
it's
you
just a
fight.
little unfortunate.
I suppose what happened today will become an inseparable part.
Okay, so Paimon feels like she's missing some important
I
content.
guess, yeah, you could say it doesn't make sense lore-wise, true.
But whatever. Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig in.
Wait, you can shop on your own?
All right, it's about time we finished.
We're gonna deal with this thief for good.
Oh, I forgot about that.
This time, I'm not going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, the good news is we have no reason.
Did we get a full party this time? Oops. Do. But yeah, we'll see what the actual conclusion of this is, but enjoyable quest. That's pretty much it. I wouldn't say this is my favorite quest in the game. What is my favorite quest in the game? Story, like character story quest. That is a good question. I feel like I'm blanking. There was a relatively recent one I feel like I did that I enjoyed a lot. Oh, yeah. It might be St. Lolly's. No, I was like, what? I was like, which one is it? Yeah. To be clear, I haven't done all of them. I don't think this beats St. Lolly's for me. I think I like St. Lolly's a lot more. But I also think New Villette's was very good. The racist backstory of Fontaine. I haven't done Cloud Retainers yet. I need to do hers. I need to do more of them in general. But yeah. Anyways. Maybe when I do more Twitch streaming in the future, I'll do just like more chill, relaxing, low viewer streams like this, but I'll probably maybe wait until I try to build a Twitch audience more proper. The fog is gone. Oh, hi.
Wait, isn't that the form the all-devouring narwhal changed into? Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can...
It's a subconscious instinct.
Hmm.
Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance.
I see. He's a Claymore
it's a
user.
natural response after encountering someone as powerful as Master. To them, he represents ultimate power.
Mm-hmm.
We know the person, but
Okay. Oh, Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us. He won't have the nerve to steal again after...
Only 2 party members. Oh well. Take that. Okay, I'm tempted to end this with Hydra Traveler alone, because I think it'd be funny. But no. Do I want to? I'm still deciding. I might die. That might decide for me, I suppose. Check out that. Oh my. Ow. Okay, no. I've spent too long doing silly things this stream already. What? Water gun. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that, so I guess that's fine. Why? Because we can get more Hydro Traveler action. Am I supposed to shoot those? I am. No. I held again. Why did I do that? No.
Beyond this world.
Eh. That. Take this. Wow. Didn't even kill. Wow. Garbage. No, don't die. I believe you. Wait, I healed? Oh. So the game made me cheat. It took pity on me. Not allowed to fail this. Oops, killed yeah. Killed Sertologi's boyfriend. My bad. More daggers.
Haven't had enough of my power.
Ah, yes. You're really helping there, I assure you. What? Excuse me. Pretty sure Hydro Traveler can't do that.
Well then, let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
She just exploding him with her own power? Alright. Break the sword. Yep, nice. What? Was Traveler's sword throw a distraction technique? Because that looked like it whizzed by Skirk. Oh yeah, she grabbed it. Oh, I see, okay. That's a anime fight scene. Oh, who the hell are you? You're just some dude.
Well,
oh, Skirk's sword broke too. Ah, I didn't notice.
You saw that my body was at its limit. Such power, such
model quality pixels.
So you must be
Spork.
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Tevat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. It's a lot to take in.
Skovnungir.
Myself. I am Skofnungr.
Skofnungr, sorry.
Skofnungr.
Skofnungr.
His followers. This is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds
of years?
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I can.
All Conrian people have Nordic names? Ah.
Starts a long, long time. I was born into a noble family in Conria. As the eldest son,
There's a lot
I
of
was set to inherit our title.
noble family Conrians that are still alive today somehow, doing fricked up things.
I trained
Yeah, okay.
the sword harder than anyone else. Defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain.
Proud of you, bro.
Over time, my heart hardened. We were similar in age.
Were you?
Different in background.
Are you sure?
He was born in prison, the son of criminals who had been sentenced to death.
That's probably a fake
He
background.
spent his childhood wandering the streets, facing more yet he always wore a smile on his face, as if
Yeah, NPCs always look like that.
kindness and malice were one and the same, and he could not see the difference.
They could avoid it if they just didn't do so many like weird close-up shots to the NPCs all the time. Like, this looks fine. I don't think it's that problematic. I think it's still a little bit low res when you look at it a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much, right? But those super zoomed in shots are always funny.
Even if it's a losing battle,
Like, this is like,
should light a fire
yeah, like that.
That does sound like something he would say.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something, and he inspired me to keep going.
And we will be the last to acknowledge you weren't worth anything at all.
I actually felt the thrill of combat. When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness.
I think I was right. He was in love with Sir Logi.
Nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish when it came. But somewhere along the way, I felt after his grand endeavor was successful.
This planet no longer holds.
Oh, he was still in that form then?
So I'm leaving.
I thought he would be like in a weird, some kind of human form. He was just walking around like that in Conria? I mean, fair, I guess. He does look cool, but I think that's why he got scorned a little bit.
But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain.
Too much aura farming. Sir Logi wanted him to. Yeah, my bad.
Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger.
This was before the catalysm. Well, no, that wasn't my. Like, I'm saying like, this is the form that Sir Logi was walking around town in, right? Like, yeah, he just looks like one of the Serpent Knights or whatever.
Are you sure?
But with a black hole.
All I can do.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away.
This dude sounds like a Star Rail character, by the way. Like, it wouldn't surprise me of whatever flashy animation boy coming out next patch in Star Rail, or maybe this patch. I don't know when this Star Rail patch is coming out. The dude with overly excessive reality bending animations is one of the sinners. That wouldn't surprise me. Not saying that it'd be Sir Logi, but you know.
Disciple? Never thought I'd hear that.
Nor I. But Vedifenir said I was destined
Feigning,
to find a
yeah.
disciple out there in the universe and bring her to Tibet. You know as well as I, Vedifenir's prophecies are never wrong.
Well,
all Vedifenir said was
Like, Sir Logi and Feignin know each other, right?
Sounds.
Of course. Only the most outstanding. I'll be leaving then. Oh, and if you were
A
serious
little
about
gift in the
control,
Primordial Sea,
I
okay?
left you a little gift in the Primordial Sea. As I've said before, Walk whatever path you want.
Okay.
Means even the wicked.
Waiting for me in the primordial sea.
A whale. Here you go. Here's a little whale that can eat the planet.
By Sertologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh.
Was that the intention?
Sew it into my own heart.
Here's a whale for a pet, and then you're like, yes, I'm gonna cut off some of its flesh. Now here, have a space cat, and then you cut off a leg of the space cat, and sewed the space cat leg into your body. Like I feel like you may have taken his gift the wrong way.
Your heart? That sounds like...
Because, of course, I...
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel for power.
When all space whale owners do this, maybe. I don't know.
Devouring power like that is
I
not
could be
something
missing
the human
something.
body can withstand.
Yeah, that
With
just
your
might be
body
the
and soul
default thing to
constantly
do with
breaking
space
point,
whales.
It was the curse of immortality that sustained you.
Yeah.
But that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it.
You're right. I should have known better, but... I miss your master. I miss the days when we were all together, troublemakers without a home. I don't regret the choice I made.
Just you should have just told him you were in love with him.
If you'll allow it, I do want to apologize.
After the beating we just gave you?
Sertologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to. I know what he's like. He rules with an iron fist, using despair and fear to force you. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb.
Not knowing what they're grabbing.
When we will see the sun again.
I could not make the joke. Mountain climbers in the dark, grabbing random hard things. I can't.
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to despair.
I'm sorry,
Overcome it.
I just think it's much funnier to think of them as two gay dudes. yeah, a toxic yaoi relationship.
Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect
you said it, brother. I know, but like, there's a lot of lines that are like very like, you know,
rather a defeat.
like it's very easy to perceive it that way. I feel, just saying. Oh.
Since you're his friend, you must have some things in common.
Friend.
First time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me, it was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world.
I don't hate you. You can actually get stronger still.
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. You're right. That battle brought me in a bright...
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle like that.
You think?
One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength, unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own limits. A battle after which all can come to an end, including, perhaps, his life. For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal, to
Perhaps you're right. What a battle that would be. Oh.
Rip.
Too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. I won't be able to hold
He's gonna turn into a hilly trill.
for much longer. Sertologi once offered to free me from this curse.
Is he sweating?
Now, I must ask that of you.
You see the liquid on the...
Can you release me from the pain?
I can, but not through death. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with the power you've consumed, and smash
I
it to
will
pieces.
destroy your soul.
The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before. No longer tortured, but it will be a time-consuming and painful process.
Oh, okay. Not destroying
The
your soul.
decision is yours to make.
Well, that's good.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I'll wake up in time to witness your great battle with... I have faith that you'll be if we are climbers in the dark. It appears the dawn has finally broken for me. At least, it looks like you.
Oh yeah, we'll help.
are not alone on
Hydro Traveler is exactly the traveler to combat the god power of Sertologi. Sertologi.
I will reach the top of this mountain, no matter what it takes. And you, Skofnunger, will be my witness. At the end...
Okie doke. So, we're gonna get a Celeste video game with Skirk. At the top of the mountain is Sertologi. He really loves that analogy. I wonder why. Why does he like that analogy so much? Anyways. No, can't go into camera mode here either. Oh well. Try the same thing. This one should be even easier to add a traveler out of. Frick. Oh, the wall's glowing. God dang it. Wait, I can do this. That's not ideal. She's taking up too much of the frame. This is kind of ideal, but... Okay, that's good enough. Yoink. Lots of nice screenshots in this story quest. Yep, got that one. Alrighty, there we go. Get out of here. I'm gonna read this aloud for any VOD watchers to the end here. Yold in the chat, if you don't have the chat overlay open on YouTube, since I can't get it to work on my end. We saw Sertologi, so I don't think this guy will make it to the, quote, top, quote, end quote. Not quote, in quotations, whatever. He'll stay at the, quote, bottom. Yep, he won't make it to the top. He wants to stay at the bottom. Yep.
Wow, you sound even more confident than usual. Today sure went by fast.
Oh yeah, super fast. I definitely didn't spend an hour trying to...
Are they back now?
Yes. The power Skofnunger stole has been returned.
Stars have regained their light.
It's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky.
I suppose it's because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries. The false stars, hanging in the meticulously planned sky, glittering with rotten light.
Rotten light?
It's not real. And yet, it is for that very reason that I can look upon it and enjoy the moment.
Haven't you gone... You're... Whatever, I'll say this.
Even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. We will return to the real universe one day, whether of our own volition or not.
Okay.
Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow until we learn to seize the sands of time for ourselves and uncover our true strength. Though we gaze upon a false sky, its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder.
Really waxing poetic here at the end.
For kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe.
Ugh, this is all going over Paimon's head. But Ever since we met,
Mhm.
she has filled
Okay,
Paimon's days
thanks for the
with
Paimon.
it's
Thanks for the
good a
glazing.
job
Yep.
For one person, then we've met so many amazing friends and accomplished so many amazing.
I suppose when it comes to you, well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice to get used to it. I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into
On the
each other
street.
on the street. Or maybe we'll reunite on a different planet entirely.
And Genshin Impact 2.
Regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope that at the end of this journey, wherever
I
it
did
takes
try to
us,
press the button for what it's
we
worth, Skirk.
stand in a world reborn.
I chose to press the button. Tavat didn't let me.
One without war, pain, or forced partings. One where new life can bloom.
I tried to make your world.
Even where there was once nothing but scorched earth. For this, we must all work to become
Of course, Master. Sure. I think I know the typical Genshin thing is like it doesn't matter what you select. I hope this one does matter, but it probably doesn't.
If that's what you want to call me.
Does anyone know?
Object.
I feel like everyone chose Master, but does anyone know if there's a different line if you don't choose Master? It is different? Yeah, nice. She just says bye. Huh.
Is it just Paimon?
Okay, bye.
Or is she being nicer than before? We definitely count as friends after all that, don't you think?
No.
What do you think about camping?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We know each other. We're friendly with each other. I think to be like there's a difference between like friendships that you actively maintain and someone you're friendly with. Both of those people you can call friends, but they're like different categorizations of friends. We don't have enough words in English for like friendships, quite frankly. I'm sure there's other languages that do describe friendship relationships more in a nuanced way. I think she is like acquaintance friend, probably, because like if we meet her again, we'd probably, you know, be on good terms, I imagine. But what was that? What are the things we got? Can we play this? Oh, we can. Lingering euphona. Is this just a reskin of something we already had? I'm not sure. Metronome. What? There's a metronome? Training review. Oh. Okay, that's cute, I guess. Nice. Claim this. Wow. Crazy. Alright. In the settings of the guitar. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Oh, it's equipped. I was like, okay. I was like, where'd it go? What is this? Okay. I don't know how to use this thing properly. I've never really tried. But
where do we come from?
It looks so much smaller now. It wasn't this small originally, right? It was definitely bigger. Alright, anyway, sorry. It definitely wasn't that small, but that's... Oh well. Anyways. She gave us a replica. That's fair, I suppose. She gets to keep her own. Is this new, the stuff on the top? I think it is, but... While performing to control the... Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I see. Yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's a nice feature. Is that just enabled for any instrument now, or is it just that instrument? Nice. BPM 3, yeah, okay. Is that 3/4 time? I don't know. I assume you can. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I presume it's all of them. I don't know. I don't know enough. I watch random music theory videos around rare occasions and definitely don't understand any of the words that people are using. Music theory videos on YouTube are one of those things. It's like, okay, you're saying a lot of words, but I have failed to. Every single music theory video I watch is always like, it's like, oh, that's interesting, and then like, my takeaway from it is I learned nothing, other than like, they showcase some like cool patterns in how like video games do this style of like shop music or whatever.
Nice.
Yeah, I like your funny words, Magic Man. That is what music theory is to me. It's like I've yet to find a video creator that manages to make content about music theory that is able to get me to have some kind of lasting, permanent knowledge that allows me to like get some appreciation in the same exact way that the creator obviously has appreciation for. Like, I like music, to be clear. There's a difference with music theory and the way you talk about music, right? In that way. Anywho's. Skirt Quest is good. Again, I don't think it was incredible, but like one of the better quests in the game, probably, for sure. Like I said, I couldn't help but compare it to what's it called? The Trigger Story quest, because it was also about Survivor's Guild, but they were presented in a very different way. They were ultimately definitely quite different stories, with a shared core theme, right? And it's good that they were different stories, obviously. So yeah, it made me like Skirk more as a character, for sure. She's less just, in some ways, I don't know, she became more like, yep, she's just a person with magic powers. But, I don't know, I like it. Quest item, you guys, 2D images in it. This? There's another quest item. I don't know what other quest item I got. The dream thing? Wasn't any of these, was it? I don't think it was. Am I blind? I don't see it. Oh, there it is, right there. It's fine. Oh, I see. Nice. Okay. That's one of the ones we get to. Alright. Cool. Nice. Press the zoom? What? Why? Oh, it's animated too. It has the same animation. Nice. This one animated? I don't remember it being. Oh, it was. Nice. Cool. Nice. Alright. Anyways, should we end the stream with a... Here, no, I know what we end the stream with. And this is the only time I'm going to go out of my way to do this. It's a pain in the ass to do this. I know I'm not going to configure the build properly for it. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna go to that effort. But I will do it.
There's still a long road ahead.
We can do it for the flavor. Where's the statue? There it is. What constellations do I even have on this Hydro Traveler? I have no idea. Definitely not C6. Oh, I lied. Okay, never mind. Yay! Hey, Hydro Traveler is technically a healer at C6. Kind of. Yeah, they'll stay on Obsidian. It'll be fine. Probably. Here, I'll actually give them energy. That. There we go. Oh, my coins are full. You're gonna click them to use EM in Abyss and get annoyed when you realize you forgot to change it back to Pyro. Probably, yeah. Or I'll just change it back right at the stream.
This route. If you ever...
Right. Now to Abyss. And I'm sure Hydro Traveler will contribute a lot here. And by a lot, we can pretend that Hydro Traveler is very, very important here, because you know what would happen if there was literally no Hydro Traveler here? Not if there was someone else instead of Hydro Traveler. If Hydro Traveler wasn't here at all, right? Well, we would only have we'd only have 2 stacks on Skirk's passive, rather than 3. And that is horrible. Like, that's a horrible damage downgrade. So, in a sense, you could say Hydro Traveler is one of the best 4-slot teammates for Skirk. Many times better than any other non-Hydro or Cryo unit. So, yeah. Hydro Traveler is going to be pretty good here. Mm-hmm. Oh, I just got a rare item from Bongo Cat. What the heck? Is that a lily pad? I didn't even recognize it at first. That's the second time I've gotten a nat. Look at that big old lily pad. Now I want a frog-themed Bongo Cat. Because I like the idea... Is there a frog-themed Bongo Cat? There might be. I don't know. But I like the idea of having like a frog-themed Bongo Cat that... It's a frog wearing a lily pad hat instead of like a lily pad and a frog sitting on a lily pad. It's an inverse. I think it's just a funny visual. Anyway. I tried to dodge it. What? This enemy's dodge attacks are so awkward to dodge. Oh, dang it. I really thought I could kill it. Oh my god. Okay. Hydro Traveler. Time to prove yourself. Holy. Oh my god, look at all that Hydro Traveler damage. Alright, make sure we position properly. Very important, after all. Look at that damage. Yeah. This isn't really? Do I have crit on both chambers? If I have crit on the third chamber, I'm gonna laugh. I don't know if I've ever gotten crit in all three chambers. Yeah, sorry, I did wail on Hydro Traveler. So it's a very unrelatable Pyro Traveler. Sorry, Hydro Traveler. Testing shenanigans today? No, we're just doing a lap in Abyss with Hydro Traveler for the flavor of the Traveler and Skirk together. So, but yes, I do enjoy Skirk in Priest teams. I also enjoy her in some specific teams outside of Priest. Alright, Hydro Traveler. Get ready for this. Holy. Hey, we got through it. I forgot to redo Escopia. I'm almost dead. 24 HP. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, Traveler, go! Eh. I was kind of hoping that was going to kill. But it did, well, it kind of killed. Normal attack bonus. These are some ridiculous buffs. Normal attack bonus and double crit. Jesus. I was going to record the Skirk video today, and now I feel like the Abyss buffs are going to be too much. I'm not kidding. I'm like... Oh boy, I think I still have to though. Oh well. A lot of the themes I'm gonna show, I think, outside of Abyss. I think for the structure of this video, I'm just gonna show the teams fighting Bronze Log probably, because I need to fight a tankier enemy. And then I'll pick one team at least to. I'll pick my favorite team to do a run through Abyss. Well, I don't know. I might do two. We'll see. But I might do a run through Abyss with all the teams maybe, and I'll just like show highlights. And then I can maybe do an unlisted video or a members only video, maybe. Unlisted or members only video with the other teams doing like their full run through. I don't know. Anyways. does Hydro Traveler do again? A tiny bit of damage. Wow, Hydro Traveler OP. Crazy. Emotional support? I mean, she apparently needs it. Apparently, Hydro Traveler, like, you know, is important emotional support. That was basically the lesson of the story. You are correct. Hydro Traveler is emotional support for Skirk. Also, this is probably Hydro Traveler's best team. You know what? I'm probably gonna just start the video with this team. I'll be like, yes, Skirk can be played in freeze teams, such as this one, her best one. I'll just do something stupid like burst on Skirk in the abyss, and then like switch to Hydro Traveler, and then bubble beam. Okay, wait, what does the build look like? I don't have talents leveled up though. Wait, why did I level the talent 1 level? Why did I do that in the past? Okay, well I'll also level this talent then. Oh wait, I didn't. What? Oh frick. Now I just spent talent materials. That was well. It's because I got tricked by Skirk. I forgot she increased the talent levels. Also, Skirk wasn't. I literally didn't notice. Literally didn't notice. Yeah. If you want proof of why I don't think the artifacts matter that much. I don't know what better proof of the artifacts don't matter that much. There's the yes, the weapon helps, duh. I probably would have noticed more if I didn't have the weapon. No, that was not on purpose. Yeah. Okay, so your build, if we're gonna seriously consider, is it just emblem? Or do we do golden troop? Because LOL. HP is higher than 50%. Damage dealt by... Wait, if the traveler's HP is higher than 50%, the damage dealt by dewdrops will increase based on the traveler's HP. Okay. Is this... That makes it properly... Let's say properly. It's not really that good. Okay. HP scaling Hydro Traveler. I understand, though. I understand the assignment. So, Farina's weapon. Right. Skill damage bonus. And HP. Right. And then... Marasasis, I guess. Right? Like, yeah. Here, let's use this. Well, first of all, actually... yeah, generate and codex build. Attack, crit. Why did you gladiator? No. Yem. Pyro. Crit damage. No, sorry, you are on crit, right? Obsidian codex. Save. Oh, frick, why? Do you not have a timepiece equipped right? No, you do. I told you to prioritize him, did I not? No, I didn't. Oops. Okay, why are you not recommending... Oh, it's because that hero. Oh, frick. God damn. Just want to have this one saved. Use the system to some minor benefit. ER. Frick. Okay, whatever, it's close enough. It's close enough. Okay. Hydro Traveler. Marasasi. HP. Hydro. Probably crit damage. Well, no. Probably crit rate. Crit damage. HP. crit rate. We probably need ER actually. I think about it as a priority. And then we can have HP, attack. All right. Yep, that's probably good. Wait, that's more crit rate than is ideal. Why are you overcapping crit rate, Mahoyo? Can your system not properly understand not to overcap crit rate? Jesus Christ. All you need to do is not select this one. Whatever. Switch to this one. More ER anyways. Alright. 146 ER. There we go. I mean, we have to go see how it performs. Okay. You know what would be really funny? If I level 90 Traveler for this. I was intending to do that for a Pyro Traveler video. It would be very funny for me to do it for Hydro Traveler instead. I'm not going to do it right now, but I might do it in the video. Just because I can start the video maybe being like, you know, yes, Skirk is intended to be really strong for freeze teams. Here, let me show you one of her best ones. And because of the fact that it's using Farina Escoffier, it is one of her best ones. Technically. Like, it's not wrong to say it's one of her best freeze teams. Technically. Right? Oh yeah, we're gonna be overcapping crit from that too. Whatever. Stop.
Witness my rise. Laid bare.
On my... You asked for it! Drop your weapons! Final warning! Stop right there! Odds reveal by...
Very well.
These are clear.
Consider your strength acknowledged.
On to the freezer! Goose on the loose! Paradise! Bombs away! Water jet! Shower new spray! Lightning! Attack defrosted! Here we go back!
That was definitely Hydro Traveler contributing. Trust. So we don't have enough ER. Look at that damage. Look at it. Look at it. Wouldn't have been possible, indeed. And just imagine the damage increase when I level 90 them. Oh.
Control breathing.
Transfixed.
Stronger. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Shadow Raven.
a Hydro Traveler video. So about the title of the video. So about Pyro Traveler. I want to do something else instead. just play Hydro Traveler. That's my protest of me being upset. Like, Pyro Traveler is good, but me being upset we didn't get something more fun. Is just play Hydro Traveler instead. Yeah, perfect. Alright. Sorry, I was gonna burst on Skirk, which doesn't make sense. I forgot to hold the skill. My bad. Get rid of me. Oh my gosh. Energy. Alright, well I guess we save. Now. Ah, crap. I should have done. Ah, crap. Don't worry, it was all worth it. Goose on the loose. Alright. Don't burst, because it's gonna die. See, no Skirk needed. Did I even do anything with her other than shield breaking? I don't think I did.
Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon. Sword burst. On. You asked for it. Stop right there. What? Midnight vent.
Nice. That was one of the fastest clears I've gotten so far. I think we kind of have to attack with Skirk here, because if we don't, I think it stays above. Yeah, it's going to go back up. Well, no, I mean, it takes a little bit of time. Because it's fine. Not ideal, by any means. If it stays below 10% enough, then it's fine. Alright. Hydra Traveler definitely did that. How does your Skirk do so much? I mean, I did put artifacts on her that time. But it wouldn't have been that different. I don't know, I have a good build. Signature weapon, Farina Escoffier, Go Burr. Yup. Anyways, I think this would be funny to have in the video, maybe just very briefly. It's meant to be a non-freeze Skirk video, but I think it'd be funny to show this. Do 0 artifacts. We do have 2 crit cards in Abyss right now. So, like, I think this will be fine. Maybe this is what I'll do. Start the video with, like, yeah, Skirk Freeze is fine. I can't figure out how to get it to do more damage than this. Oh boy. Actually, no, we will on-field skirk in this instance. We can do Hydra Traveler things too. Why not? Give her a flower so she doesn't die so easily. It'll be fine. No limbs, yeah. No, I hit the other one. Whatever.
Stop right there. Shadow Raven.
Very well. Consider your strength acknowledged.
Let's see. Very important we do this. I did a hold there for no reason. Whoopsies. I literally just lost all my skill because I'm stupid. That's why. Whatever. Simulate in the next chamber. Yeah, this means you don't need artifacts if you have Hydra Traveler, exactly. That's exactly the takeaway you're supposed to have. Oops. That did not do much. I don't think I have Rena buff up. My bad. Seahorse might be a little harder. That was a very fast clear. Should have saved that. I mean, not that it's that important. Goose on the loose. Don't go. Don't do it. Oh crap. Okay. Oh good. Good. Okay. I was waiting on purpose there. So if I didn't, it was probably gonna fly in the air. I think I was correct on that. Just redo rotation. Oh, Hydro Driver burst. Oh, bam. Oh. Did I say the seahorse was going to be hard? I said it might be hard. Oh, okay. There you go. Ow.
Everlasting as the moon. You asked for it. By royal decree.
I didn't eat on some buff. Hello. Alright. Don't kill. Good, good, good. Okay. Darn it! Yep. Honestly, I could do a whole funny video on that alone. Maybe I should. Maybe that won't be in the video. Maybe I can do 2 videos this weekend. And one will be the actual shenanigans video, and one will be what if you just don't put artifacts on Skirk? And it could be like, and I can end the video like it'll be doing what I just did there. LOL, let's just use Hydro Traveler and put no artifacts on Skirk. And then I can end the video with my yap about all of the discourse about what artifacts is on her doesn't f***ing matter. Use gladiators, use 2Ps, use her signature artifacts, use Marasasi Hunters, use whatever you got. It gives you the best situation for your enjoyment. It don't freaking matter. You shouldn't play without artifacts because it seems like you're kind of pampering yourself, but at the same time, I don't know, like, it's safe to say I had clear time to spare, and I could have put a better unit than Hydro Traveler in for buffing Skirk more. Or that did more, like, I could have done Skrull Mualani, and Skrull Mualani does more damage than Hydro Traveler. Yeah, I don't know. You know what's better than all of them? No artifacts. I don't know. Anywho's, when someone's gonna be like, but you used her signature weapon, that's the only reason it worked. Meanwhile, if I put in Haran, it would probably clear better because more crit, right? Right. Like, this is a case where no artifacts, Haran should be better. Most likely. But, anyways. Too dull blade. No, okay, dull. No, if I remove a weapon entirely, that will be very bad. She will do no damage. I'm willing to demonstrate. Actually, okay. To be clear, if it was a level 70, a Harbinger job would be kind of funny, actually. Harbinger of Dawn might do better than her signature. Because we should stay at above 90% HP. You know, I'll try Harbinger of Dawn. I think that's actually the funnier option. Yeah, true free-to-play skirk. Free-to-play investment skirk. Let's go. Why not Rancor? Honestly, you're right. Maybe I should just do prototype Rancor. I might do that for the video. Just for the lulz. I won't even explain why. I'll just be like, Rancor. LOL. I'm not going to do a full clear. Because I literally just did this. But just for comparison's sake at this point. Oops. I want to see what Harbinger of Dawn does. It might be better. It really might be. I'm not confident. Like the base attack and stats on like, and not the crit damage necessarily because we weren't critting that consistently, but we weren't not critting. Like it's still cryo resistance and everything, but I don't know. I think her signature should be better than Harbinger of Dawn with no artifacts. I think, but it might be better. What? Goose on the loose. Oh, why did I... Whatever. Keep on doing that mistake again. Honestly, it's like actually it's like almost exactly the same. It seems very, very similar. Oh, boy, you butt. Okay. Goose on the loose. Yeah, it also probably shows why low investment skirk works pretty well. It's like the alternative of not having these 5 stars is having an actual build and having characters that buffer less. You know. Anyways, obviously I don't think skirk the team DPS distribution is probably like relatively evenly split between skirk and Escoffier and Farina, I think. C2 Farina, in my case, to be clear, is helping out more when I'm putting skirk on a no artifact build, but anyways. Yeah, I think the difference between her signature weapon and Harbinger of Dawn for no artifact skirk is not very high. But normally, obviously, you shouldn't. Normally, you don't want to do this, because Harbinger of Dawn, while probably an okay early investment game option, because free crit is really nice early game, like really, really nice early game, you really don't want this level of base attack in Skirk teams. So, anywho's, yeah, maybe that'll get its own video. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think other than for the meme, I'll maybe put it in the video. But there's gonna be so many other teams I want to do in the Skirk shenanigans video that it probably won't be the priority. But yeah, that could just easily be a video on its own. Either both videos that can be this week, because I can make a what happens if you put no artifacts on Skirk video. That's like a 5-hour to make video. So maybe that can be the bonus video for the weekend. Anyways, yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you for the suggestion. That might be worth investigating. All right. Thanks for watching. I've been streaming too long, by the way, for intending to record. I need to go take a break and then work on Skirk video for the rest of the night. So, yeah. Skyrider Sword gets 26% attack and attack speed after using a burst. Yeah, I actually think the more interesting, to be clear, thing to do is actually to build Skirk. It would be to do a video like I did for Arlecchino. What happens if you build no crit on Skirk? But I don't have the artifacts to do that anymore. I don't think. Actually, maybe I do. I would just have to be a rainbow set. What I did with Arlecchino originally was like I purposely built her on artifacts, like 4-piece artifacts that made sense. But I purposely farmed and leveled artifacts that had no crit substats, but still had like attack percent and whatever. So you could do the same exact thing for Skirk. And turn it into that video instead, and then use an attack percent weapon, which I don't have. Shoot. Oh no, I have Amanoma, which, you know, wouldn't exactly be the best, but it's leveled. Actually, wait, would a level 70 finale be better? No, I don't think so. It's close though. I think a level 80 finale. Oh, I can ascend it. Okay. Darn. Well, there you go. Level 80 finale would be the choice. There you go. I don't know. I'll take a peek-see and see what I have for artifacts. Like it'll have to be no set bonus, but you know, real question is, do I have? I don't think I have a cryo goblet that has no crit. But I probably have an attack goblet with no crit. Yeah, there you go. Sadly, not that one. Cryo goblet with no crit would be a lot better because you could do cryo goblet with attack percent substats. But I'm not going to level an artifact for this. Shoot. I don't have a circlet with no crit. Leveled. Or unleveled. I might have to use this one and just be like, okay, I apologize, it has 1 crit roll. But also I'm not matching any set bonus. I'll be doing 2-piece VV. You know what? I think I don't need this. I'm not going to use these plunge artifacts enough to need to keep this. Surely I have an attack timepiece with no crit. This is the problem with Fav. There you go. I have that. I was going to say, this is the problem with Fav, is that it makes you... The ideal support artifacts still have crit rate on them. So therefore doing a no crit build, kind of hard actually. I definitely have some feathers and flowers with no crit. Okay. Well, other than this, I can do no crit. I'd have 1 crit rate roll. Oh no. You'd have to forgive me. Do physical Skirk? I mean, physical Skirk is going to be a lot worse than no artifact Skirk. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll muck around with it. Anyways, thanks for watching. Story was enjoyable. Got a little distracted with yaps. Tomorrow might be unit review stream if I feel in the mood. And depending on time, depending on if I have any, well, maybe no stream. If I fail to finish the Skirk video tonight properly, I might have to forgo streaming tomorrow. It's not my preference, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, thanks for watching. It was more chill story stream, which is fine. I like doing them on every now and then, but we'll do something more in the future. Obviously, next week should be an interesting week with new endgame, co-op content for new endgame. We can do a co-op with viewers and co-op with other people's. Anyways, bye-bye.